Okay, guys, so thank you for joining our lesson today about gorillas for you. So I want you to just listen to the video. Don't worry if you don't understand or don't hear all of the words. We will have a chance to read through the transcript afterwards, and we will learn all of the vocabulary. Okay, so I'm just going to play the video now. Thank you.
Gorillas are one of 3 groups of African apes. They are divided into 2 species, the western gorilla and the eastern gorilla. Gorillas may be aggressive when attacked or provoked, but they are naturally gentle. They are generally herbivores, which means that they eat plants, but they also eat insects. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. Gorillas are large apes. They can be strong like chimpanzees and orangutans. An adult male gorilla can weigh up to 200 and stand 1.8 meters in height. Gorillas live in family groups called troops. They have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long arms. They have black skin and hair. Adult male gorillas' hair becomes silver or grey on their backs as they become older. Because of that, older males are called silverbacks. Gorillas live in the rainforests in Central Africa. They mostly live on the ground, but they can also climb. When on the ground, they walk on their feet and finger knuckles. Troops of gorillas wander slowly through the forests of Central Africa. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. If another gorilla threatens them, the troop's leader, the silverback, protects them by rearing up and beating his chest. Although mostly vegetarian, they have long canine teeth or fangs that the adult male sometimes uses to fight each other for the troop leadership. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. At the end of each day, each adult gorilla spends a few minutes putting together a soft, flat bed made of leaves, branches, and moss. The young gorillas sleep with their mothers. The gestation period of a gorilla lasts between 8 and 10 months. Gorillas almost always produce one offspring. Twins are rare. Gorilla babies begin to hang on to their mothers when they are only a few hours old and will continue to do so for the next 3 years.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to give you some time to read through the transcript. So the transcript is everything that we've just listened to in written format. So I want you to just read through this. Now you'll notice certain words here like species, aggressive, provoked, gentle, and any word that is in bold. If you don't understand one of these words, then you can jump to the vocabulary bank, which is just here, where you will get a definition of that word. What we're going to do is read through the transcript, and then afterwards we're going to learn the words by playing a few games. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes now just to read that on your own, okay? Okay, so now we've all finished reading. Now, normally the next section is something called the meditative memory boost, which is basically just a mindfulness exercise that allows you to memorize the vocabulary in a relaxing sort of meditative way. But because we have only 40 minutes for this lesson, we're going to skip that and we're going to jump onto the vocabulary bank. So here we can see the vocabulary as it's defined. Now we can refer back to that at any point that we need. What I would like to do now is I would like to jump on to some games. We'll see what we can learn, okay? So we'll start with a simple game of concentration. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a quick grid. We're going to have letters across the top, A, B, C, and D. Let's put the D in there. Okay, and then down the side we'll have numbers. So we'll have 1, 2, and 3. Now we just have to match up the cards with the vocabulary. So let's start with this one. Let's click play first of all. That might be an idea. So we've got the word provoke at A1. What does provoke mean? Can anybody tell me in the chat box? Now you don't have to give me the full definition, of course. Just give me the letter and the number where you can see it. If you provoke someone, usually means to cause them to become angry or to act in an aggressive way. Any idea where the definition would be there? Is it to move about with no purpose, aim, or plan? Is it in biology the most fundamental classification of living things? Is it a long pointed T? Very good. Yes, it's to incite a person, or in this case, an animal, to anger, annoyance, deep emotion, or action. Very good. Okay, let's try this one. Species, B1. So what is the definition of species? Is it to move about with no purpose? Or in biology, the most fundamental classification of living things? Yes, that's 2A. Very good. Species is a type of animal, defined by a type of animal that can breed with another animal of the same species. Let's try C1. So the definition this time is to move about with no purpose, aim, or plan. Is that... Yes, well done. That is wander. So when we wander, we walk around, not really going anywhere intentionally. Okay, next one. The word broad. So what is the definition of the word broad? Very good. Again, yep, means wide, large, or spacious. Like a broad chest of a gorilla. Then we have a definition, a long pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of carnivorous animals, or the hollowed grooved tooth by which a venomous snake injects its poison. In this case, it's a tooth of a non-carnivorous animal, and yes, it's called a fang, a big, long, sort of sharp tooth. And the last one we have threaten, and threaten means to declare intent to harm or punish. Very good. Excellent job. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to practice some more vocabulary with a slightly different game. Now, obviously, on the course, there's lots of games you can play to master the vocabulary, so you can try different ones until you find one, until you learn. So here we have to guess the word. So it's a noun, and it means a kind of something. So let's try a clue. So in biology, the most fundamental classification of living things. So it's not offspring, good guess. It's actually species. Yep, very good. So the species of animal, you can see that this is a specific species. You have two of the same species here, and then their offspring, their babies, are down here. Very good. This next word is a noun, and it means any of the rounded joints of a finger, especially the joint that connects the finger to the hand. So it would be this part, if you're looking at my camera, this part of the hand. Do you know what that's called? Yes, it's called a knuckle. Knuckle or knuckles in plural form. Very good. Now we have an adjective, and the definition is possessing a kind or generous disposition, tender or sweet. Very good, guys. Yep, the word is gentle. Fantastic. And similar words are merciful. An example sentence here is, my mother was a gentlewoman who cared for those in need. Okay, next question. This time we have a noun again. meaning a dense forest of evergreens and heavy undergrowth in a tropical area that receives abundant rainfall throughout the year. So this is a place with lots of trees and greenery, lots and lots of rain. Yes, we call it the rainforest, or a related word would be jungle. And there's an image to show you what we mean. So that's the rainforest where gorillas live. We have another noun here, and the image here is an animal with their babies. Okay, now rear could be the verb, but rear is a verb, and we're looking for a noun. Rear means to raise a baby. The noun, yes, is offspring, meaning baby. So the definition here is the child, young, or descendant of a particular parent or ancestor. And the example is, as his aunts and uncles had no offspring, he had no cousins. Similar words would be family or issue. Very good, guys, doing well. Leveling up now. Lots of points there. Okay, let's take some reveals with the points we have. Now, so here we have a transitive verb, and the opposite word, the antonym, is coax. So the opposite of coax. So instead, when we coax something, it means we kind of encourage it to happen, but this is something where we don't encourage so much as admonish or menace or overcast. And the word is yes, threaten, meaning to declare intent to harm or punish. So basically saying to someone, do this or I will hurt you. And the example here is, she threatened him with a gun. Next one is a transitive verb meaning raise, and we're talking about raising children. Does anyone have any idea what this word might be? Very good. Yep, the word is rear. So to rear children is to raise them to maturity, to raise them to adulthood and to take care of them. So rear offspring. We have another noun meaning any of a group of small invertebrate animals. So invertebrate animals are animals that do not have spines or spine bones. They have segmented bodies, 3 pairs of legs, so 6 legs altogether, and usually 1 or 2 sets of wings, but not always. We have 3 parts of the body, the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. And the name of the creature is an insect. A similar word would be bug, and we have a picture here of an insect. Now remember, things like spiders and scorpions and crabs are not insects. They have 8 legs. So here we have another noun. The wolf bared its what? So what does a wolf have that a gorilla also has? Yes, fangs. Very good. A long pointed teeth. A long pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of carnivorous animals. Not always carnivorous animals, because gorillas are not carnivorous. They don't eat meat. Another word now, adjective, and a similar word is militant. So, it's not great. Let's try some clues. The opposite word would be mild. A related word would be turbulent. Ah, very good. Yep, okay. The word is aggressive. So when someone is, or something is aggressive, it is characterized by hostility in action, meaning basically that they may threaten, they may be violent, they may be vicious, they may say nasty things. And a similar word there is bellicose. And the example that we could use is, the small nation could not defend itself against its aggressive neighbor. Okay, let's try another set of words. I think we've got enough things here. Okay, we have an adjective, and the related word is wide. So a similar word to wide, and this was used to talk about a gorilla's chest. Yes, well done, you guys. The word is broad, a broad chest, a wide, large, spacious chest. Broad can also be used to describe when we're covering a large range of topics, we could say there's a broad range of topics being discussed. An example here was, it was a broad avenue meaning a broad street with 6 lanes of traffic. Next one, this is a transitive verb, and the similar word is meander. Now, when we say meander, we usually talk about a river moving left to right, kind of twisting and turning. That's what the word meander means. So when we talk about a river meandering, it's sort of moving, it seems like it's moving wherever it wants. It seems to be moving randomly. So when we talk about a person meandering, in terms of physically meandering, the word we want to use is wander. A related word there is walk. But the definition specifically isn't just to walk, it's to walk with no purpose, no plan, no aim, no set location, no destination. We wandered in the park, engrossed in conversation. So they walked through the park. Their plan wasn't really to go anywhere, just to walk around and enjoy the atmosphere of the park. Doing well, guys. Okay, another transitive verb, and the similar word is incite. So when we incite something, we cause something to happen. But it's usually something caused by an aggressive action. So we have an antonym here, which is propitiate. Sorry if I might be saying that one wrong. The synonym is vex. The related word, encourage. And some of you have guessed it already. To incite a person to anger, annoyance, deep emotion, or action is, to provoke them. So here we go. I'd never seen my father this angry, and I wondered what had provoked him. So that would be in past tense form. What had provoked him? What had made him so angry? Now we have another noun. The related word is hatch. So that's not massively helpful. Let's try a clue. Okay, so I think Quiz jumped on it straight away. A structure used by a bird to lay eggs and rear young, often constructed on a tree, in high grass, or in a cavity using twigs, fibers, and the like. Any idea what this could be? Very good, guys. Yep. Okay, fantastic. The word is nest. Fantastic. So gorillas build their nests on the ground. Very good. All right, let's try another one. So we have an word is narrow. Now it's an adjective, so we're describing a noun. Okay, and the answer is wide. Yep, the opposite of wide. Similar words could be open or large or broad, expansive. And here we have a wide horizon as the example. Okay, great job, guys. Fantastic. Okay, right, let's try another game this time. So this is just a vocabulary game to expand on some of the vocabulary we've already learned. So there is some of the vocabulary we've already learned in here, and there's also some extra vocabulary, so we can learn a little bit more as well. So let's have a look at this. We're going to find the match here. So we've got all sorts of words, some of which we've already learned. So what is this picture here? What is this?
The nest.
It is a nest. Very good. Well done. That's a nest. Fantastic. That's a bird's nest rather than a gorilla's nest. What about, what are these? Now, this is a word we haven't learned yet, but does anybody know it anyway?
There's branches.
Branches.
They're not branches. They do come from trees. Vines. Yeah, these are called vines. They're sort of like growing. They sort of grow up trees and they dangle down. Ooh, what's this? Right here. So it's obviously a
Yeah.
part of a tree.
Bark.
Branches.
Is it bark? Yes, it is. So bark is the outer side of the tree that protects it from bugs and things like that. Okay. What is this gorilla doing? We need a verb. It's when you go like this.
Apes.
Apes.
No, not quite. What's it doing? Beat. Yeah, it's beating its chest. Like that. Very good. Okay. All right, right. What are these two men doing? Another verb. Do you know what this sport is called?
Wrestling.
Whistle.
Wrestling. Yeah. So what they are, the verb here is wrestle. So gorillas wrestle sometimes. Okay. What's this little girl doing? Another verb. It's also a
Swing.
noun for the thing in the picture. The swing is right. Yeah, very good. Very good. She's swinging. Very good. Okay, so now this is not a gorilla, but what is it?
Apes.
Yes, so gorillas, orangutans, these are apes. Now don't remember, they're not monkeys. A lot of people get that wrong. They're not monkeys, they're apes. Okay, what are these things coming off this small tree?
Branches.
Branches, that's right. Very good. Excellent job, guys. We're doing really well. Okay, oh dear, what's happening to this man? The dog is, yes, the word is chase. Yep, fantastic. So, what's the next one? Okay, now the little baby there is going to sleep, and so is the mother. This is when you go to sleep for just a short time. It's called, what's it called?
Napping. A nap.
A nap, yep, or napping. Very good. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was nap. Apparently, it's not nap. So let's do this one first, and then we'll come back to it.
It's a forest.
It's a forest. Very good. And gorillas live in the rainforest, specific type of forest with lots of water. Okay, so she is having a nap. And this last word is actually snuggle. So snuggle is when you sort of cuddle up to somebody as this mother is cuddling up to the baby. Snuggling. Right, great job, guys. Fantastic work. All right, now, what we're going to do now is we're going to do the reading test. Okay, so my advice here would be to have the transcript ready. Okay, so up here, the transcript, you should have that available. If you don't have that available with you right now, just click the link that I've just sent you, go down to Gorillas and click on transcript. You'll be able to read through all of this. Now, obviously, we've listened to it once and we've read it once, so hopefully we'll be able to remember as much as we can. Let's do the reading test now, okay? So we can work this out together. So let's begin the test. A gorilla's legs are usually small, weak, large, or strong.
Large.
What I'm going to do, guys, so that we can all look at this together, is I'm going to have the transcript ready as well. So I'm just going to open that in another tab so we can scroll back to the transcript and check our answers, okay? So just bear with me one moment while that loads up and we can find the word. Now, let's bring up the transcript. Now, of course, as they would in an IELTS test, these will be in order. So the question is about a gorilla's legs. Okay. Let's have a look. So here we go. So this section here, they have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long, strong arms. So what should the answer be? A gorilla's legs are usually what?
Strong.
Small, because the word that we're looking for is short. And a synonym of the word short is small. So when we do the IELTS reading test, we need to look for things like synonyms because they won't often use the exact same word. So when gorillas have eaten enough food, they will do what? Play with their offspring, climb trees, fight other gorillas, or sunbathe. Now we've got two answers here. So play with their offspring is one of them. And what's the next one? So let's have a look for the food. Okay, so for about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. So we've got play with their offspring, which means children, and what else? What else do they do? Do they climb trees, fight with other gorillas, or sunbathe?
Sunbathe.
Is the right answer. Very good. Okay, fantastic. Something gorillas have silver or grey hair.
Old gorillas.
Old, yep. You remember that because they're called silverbacks. So older male gorillas. Yep. Okay. Gorillas spend about what percentage of their time looking for food? Is it 50%, 70%, 30%, or 10%? So we can read it right here. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat.
50%.
50%, that's half the time. Very good. True, false, or not given. Sometimes gorillas eat insects.
True.
That is true, and we can see that there. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites, which are insects. Very good. Okay. Gorillas eat insects such as what or what? And we need to choose two. And we just read it there.
Such as ants and termites.
Very good. Such as ants and termites. Very good. Gorillas live in groups called troops, armies, swarms, or herds.
Troops.
Groups is the right answer. Well done, guys. Gorillas often give birth to 1 baby, 4 babies, 2 babies, or 3 babies.
1 baby.
Just one. Yep, they usually have just one offspring. Very good. Gorillas sleep in nests located in trees, nests on the ground, hammocks hung from trees, or caves.
Nest located in trees.
Let's have a look at it, shall we? So we have the word, we need to look for the word nests. That's down here. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. So the answer is nests on the ground. Very good. Yep, well done, guys. Okay, great job. So gorillas walk on their feet only, hands and feet, or hands only?
Hands and feet.
Hands and feet. Now that's a common sense one because you don't see gorillas walking on their hands and they don't walk upright on the, for indefinite periods. Gorillas eat a lot of meat. Is that false, true, false, or not given?
Not given.
Let's have a look about their eating habits. Okay, so
Mostly vegetarian.
Very good. Yep. Although mostly vegetarian. So a vegetarian is an animal or a person that chooses to eat no meat, no fish. So they eat a lot of meat. That is false. Yeah, they do not. They eat almost no meat at all. They don't really eat meat at all. They eat some insects, but that's about it. Gorillas are usually aggressive.
False.
Is that false? Very good. A silverback gorilla is an younger male? Older male. We have a clue there because it says an, so we know it begins with a vowel sound. It's an older male. Their fur gets silvery. Gorillas live longer in captivity, so in zoos. Is that true, false, or not given?
Not given.
Let's have a look in here. So what we want to look for is words like lifespan or how long they live. Aha, here we go. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. So when they live in the zoo in captivity, they live longer. So it's actually true. Gorillas reside in the, is it grasslands of Central Africa, rainforests, oceans, or tundra?
Rainforest.
Rainforests, very good, fantastic. Gorillas usually climb in the trees, walk on the ground, swim in the oceans, or fly in the sky.
Climb in the trees.
Ooh, so we had climb in the trees and walk on the ground. What do they do for most of the day?
Walk on the ground.
They mostly walk on the ground. Now, they do sometimes climb in the trees, but they mostly walk on the ground. Gorillas usually eat something, something, and something. So is that root vegetables, ants, and fish, leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots, bark, leaves, and bamboo shoots, or fruit, vegetables, and meat? So let's have a look.
Leaves, vines, and branches. Bamboo shoots.
Leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots. Yep, very good, guys. Yep, excellent work. Leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots. Okay, coming to the end of the lesson now, so let's finish this off. Gorillas live longer in zoos because they are taken care of by the zoo's veterinarians. True or false or not given?
True.
It's true. Well done. No, it's true because it says it just there that in the zoos they have better medical care. Okay. All right. Welcome to the lesson, guys. Today we have a lesson on psychology. So we're going to be learning about how pets can improve our mental health. Okay. So we're going to start with a video. This is a video from Psych2Go. It's 7 ways that having a pet can improve your mental health.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video by Psych2Go. First off, thank you to our amazing audience out there. You've now reached over 3 million. It's with your support that we're able to continually bring content that will surely add to your knowledge. Psych2Go's vision is to make psychology accessible for everyone, as well as occasionally covering topics around mental health. Our mission is to help everyone become more self-aware of the various psychological factors that affect one's life. Now, onto the video. For centuries, people have found love and companionship in animals. That bond has only grown stronger as time went on. Animals were domesticated or brought indoors and are now a part of millions of families worldwide. They take center stage in family photos and go everywhere their human goes. Some of them even have their own Instagram account. Pet owners give so much to their animals, but do they get anything in return? Research shows that pet owners tend to have lower blood pressure, reduced cholesterol, and fewer reports of depression and loneliness. But the benefits don't stop there. The changes that a pet brings to your everyday life can be a positive impact on your habits and emotions. Here are 7 ways having a pet can benefit your mental health. 1. They encourage you to be active. Having a pet is a lot of work, no matter what species you care for, and larger animals such as dogs and horses will keep you active in your day-to-day life. Exercise, or even just a little physical activity, releases chemicals called neurotransmitters in your brain. The receptors in your brain react to these chemicals and trigger certain reactions and perceptions, such as an elevated mood. Even a short walk around the block is beneficial for both you and your pet. 2. Pets can sense when something isn't right. Animals are instinctual creatures who can often sense the emotional distress of others. They tend to be very observant of nonverbal communication. Dogs, for example, will learn your normal behaviors and habits, and they'll connect the dots and know when something isn't right if you start behaving differently. Some dogs might get more protective, while others will cuddle up. Some cats might bring you a surprise from outside, while others might sit next to you for a while. Each animal is unique and will react differently to the same situations. But odds are, they're just trying to figure out how to make everything better. 3. They're a reason to get out of bed in the morning. Lack of motivation can feel like the end of the world, especially if you're battling depression. If you have a pet, though, you have a reason to get out of bed every day and push yourself to get something done, even if it's just feeding the bird or walking the puppy. You may not always feel like you've been the most productive, but you make a huge impact on your pet's life by caring for them and spending some time together. 4. You'll never be lonely. Having a pet means having a companion. Some animals may interact more than others, but you can always spend some time near your pet if they're not the type to cuddle or be touched. It helps to know that you're not alone. Animals are great listeners too. They'll keep all your secrets safe, and they won't judge you for anything you say or feel. So when you have a pet, don't forget that you always have someone to talk to. 5. Pet care can add structure and routine to your schedule. Most pet families fall into a kind of routine, either for feeding, grooming, or even vet appointments. Having set routines ensures that important tasks get done and no one ever has to wonder or worry about when to do them. Developing the habit of following routines is good for stress management too. Dr. Steve Orma, a clinical psychologist specializing in sleep, anxiety, and stress, believes routine is beneficial in maintaining low stress levels in people as well. In his words, routine also helps with stress. Create a set schedule for doing chores, work tasks, meetings, exercise, paying bills, and all the usual things you need to do. Put these into your schedule. Once this becomes your normal routine, it's easier to accomplish everything because it becomes a habit. 6. You'll meet other pet owners and animal lovers. Pets make for great conversation starters and attention grabbers, so don't feel surprised if you make a few new friends while showing off your own four-legged friend. They can help ease you into conversation if socializing isn't your forte, and you'll never be off topic by bringing the conversation back to your pet. Having your buddy with you will give you that extra assurance that it'll all be okay. Even if the conversation gets a little awkward, before you know it, you'll have friends of all species. And 7, they'll help you live in the moment. It's difficult to remain lost in your own thoughts when your pet is in your lap, begging for attention. Distractions like these help bring your mind back into focus on the present moment and what's right in front of you, rather than fixating on worries and negativity. Harvard researchers have been studying the ways pets can encourage mindfulness in their owners. They encourage you to observe your pet while out in the world. A dog on a walk is alert and curious, taking it all in. But how do we become the same? Harvard Health Publishing offers this simple mindfulness exercise any dog owner can try next time they're out for a walk. So try this. As you start your walk, take a moment to bring your attention to the sensations in your body. Breathe in through your nose, let your abdomen expand fully, then breathe out through your mouth. Notice the sensations of each inhalation and exhalation. As you continue to walk, engage your senses fully. Notice each sight, touch, and sound. Savor every sensation. When your mind wanders, and it undoubtedly will, gently bring your attention back to the moment, including your dog's delight at being with you and outdoors. Does this video make you long for a furry little companion of your own? If you already have a pet, did it make you want to go cuddle them even closer? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, be sure to share it with someone who would benefit from it too. Don't forget to subscribe for more content and check out the sources in our video description. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Okay, so little video there about basically the psychology of how pets can affect our mental health. So right here we have a transcript of everything that was just covered in the video. So you can read through that at your own leisure. So this is quite good for when we do the reading quiz a bit later. We can sort of go back and check some of the answers and some of the answers to some of the questions. It's also good for looking at the vocabulary words in context. Next, we have the vocabulary bank, which is just a simple list of vocabulary. You can copy that and use it. Use it for making notes and understanding what the words mean. So I'm going to pop those in the chat box for you, just so you can have a look at them. Because what we're going to do shortly is we'll do some vocabulary games just to sort of drill home what the vocabulary means. So while I'm just sorting that out, so Quian, do you have a pet at all? Do you have a cat or a dog or any fish, turtles, anything, any sort of pet?
Yes, I have a dog.
You have a dog. Fantastic. Yeah, and does your dog have a name? What's the name of your dog?
His name is Lucky.
Lucky. That's a nice name. Very nice name for a dog. How long have you had Lucky for?
1 year.
1 year. Okay, you've had him for 1 year. Is he still a puppy then? Is he still a baby?
He is a baby born from her mother, and her mother is also my pet.
I see. Oh, so you have the mother and the baby. Fantastic. Yep. And is Lucky a big dog or a little dog or a medium-sized dog?
He is a little dog.
Little dog, right. Okay. All right, fantastic. Well, that's nice. Do you find that having Lucky makes you happier? Do you enjoy having Lucky?
Yes, I usually play with him in the weekend.
Fantastic. So you enjoy playing with Lucky on the weekend. That's fantastic. Okay, guys, so we're going to go through some vocabulary now. So if you played this game before, we have the options for the word just here, and then the clues for the word here. Now, if we need more clues, we can just click this and we get a new clue, okay? So this word it means to bind together, to like join two things together. It's a verb, a transitive verb. And the example is the heat the two pieces of metal. So what do you think the word could be?
Bond.
It's the word bond, yeah. So it would be, in this case, the heat bonded the two pieces of metal. Very good. The heat bonded. So we would use the past tense version of that verb. The heat bonded the two pieces of metal. Very good. What about this next one, the noun? The relationship existing between or among companions, friends, or people who are together for any sort of period of time.
Companionship.
Companionship is right. Very good. Fantastic. Companionship. Very good. Next, we have an adjective, and a similar word is angry. So when we could be awkward, it's not awkward though. It's actually negative. So this is an adjective to describe basically anything that's considered to be bad. So we can see the synonym there, bad. Related words could be malcontent, and this root word mal, you will notice, is used in words that depict something bad, negative, such as words such as you can have the disease malaria, which was originally believed to be caused by bad air. So it was called malaria. Of course, it's not really caused by bad air. It's actually blood-borne disease. Then you've got words like malicious or malice, sort of the malice is sort of something done with anger. And malicious is the adjective to describe something done with malice, with anger. So malcontent. Then we've got the example here. The film received negative reviews from the critics, but it was hugely successful with audiences. And then we've got sort of the definition here, which is pessimistic, cynical, or critical. And the opposite word is approving or positive. Right. So next we have a noun, a strong or exceptional point, such as a talent or a skill. And this is a French word. Sorry?
Anxiety.
No, anxiety is worry for the future.
Thought.
Yes, but it's pronounced forte. Forte. Yeah? It's a French word, forte. So your forte is something that you are particularly good at, something that you're very talented at, something you're you can do very, very well. So the example here is witty dialogue is the author's forte. Right. A related word is talent, a similar word is gift, and a synonym is skill. So this is my forte, something I'm very, very good at. Next, we have a noun, and we have an image here of somebody, presumably in the army, doing press-ups, doing exercise.
Routine.
So what's this related to, do you think?
Routine.
I'm sorry?
Routine.
I can't really hear that. Let's have a look at some clues. So we've got process and order, a related word and a similar word.
Routine.
Routine.
Routine is right. Very good. Yeah. Because when we exercise, it's usually part of a routine. It's usually something we do regularly. Yep. So we've got examples here. His habits interfered with the daily routine of the business. And the definition, standard or customary procedure or course of action. Next we have, we've got this same word again. The heat, two pieces of metal, joined them together.
Is bond.
Bond, yep. Well, it should be bonded or bonds if it's in the present simple tense. Yep, okay, very good. Then we've got standard or customary procedure or course of action. So we've had this one before.
Routine.
It's routine. Yep, very good. So we're getting some repeats here, but it's okay. Next, we have an adjective, and a similar word is hostile. So when somebody is hostile, it means they're, aggressive towards you. They're not friendly. They're against you, directly against you. What do we mean by hostile? What do you think is the closest word?
Unique.
Not unique, no.
Awkward.
No, it's actually negative, and we can see that word in there again, malcontent, as a related word. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's try level 2. Now we'll buy some reveals and a race and a guard. Okay, so this is a transitive verb. to raise or lift up to a higher physical position.
Elevate.
Elevate, yeah. To elevate is to lift something up, to increase it. And then it says here, in the final scene, the stagehands will elevate the platform that the actor stands on. So to rise, make the platform rise up. And when we go to different floors in a tall building, we use an elevator, don't we? Which is where this verb can be used, elevator. Next, we have a noun. The doctor's something made the patient less apprehensive about the surgery. So this is like a promise, a guarantee.
Assurance.
Assurance is right. Very good. So an assertion meant to instill confidence. So an assurance is something that basically just tells the person that, you know, everything's going to be okay. It's a promise, an agreement. Next, we have well-being. Now, that is the antonym, so it's the opposite of well-being. It's when you're not well. It's when you're not doing well.
Distress.
Distress is absolutely right. Very good. So when we are in distress, so we usually use it with the preposition in, we're talking about a state of extreme need or trouble. Okay, so to be in distress. Very good. Here's an example sentence. In its second year, the company found itself in severe financial distress. Okay, let's try the next one. So next we have an adjective and the synonym is bad. So we've had this one before.
Negative.
Negative. Okay, negative. Negative. All right, very good. Next, we have a noun. She is intelligent enough to do well in school, but lacks. Now, when we say lacks, we mean she does not have, she lacks.
Motivation.
So what we're saying here is she is not doing well in school, even though she is intelligent enough. But even though she's intelligent, she doesn't have something else.
Motivation.
Motivation. Very good. Yeah. And another word for motivation is drive. Your drive. And the definition is the enthusiasm or desire to do something that comes from being motivated. Next, we have a noun for a state of deep sadness or hopelessness that can persist for months or years and is not necessarily triggered by any particular external events.
Depression.
What could that be?
Depression.
Depression. Yep. So depression is not just feeling sad. So we shouldn't use it as a noun meaning sadness. It's not the same thing as being sad, even though it says down here that sadness is a synonym. I would rather say that sadness is a strongly related word, but it's not exactly the same thing. Sadness is usually temporary and has a cause, a root cause, but depression is more like it can be a clinical condition that lasts for a very, very long time, and it doesn't necessarily have a simple cause. You may feel sad when something goes wrong or when you lose something, but depression is something that can be a lot more pathological. And you can see the example here. She is taking medication for depression. We don't take medication for sadness. We take medication for depression. All right. Let's have some more things to help us. So this is an adjective. The figurines are handmade and each one is what?
Unique.
Unique. Very good. So when we look at the image here, we have a fingerprint. Now, fingerprints are unique to each individual person. So it's very unlikely that two people would have the same fingerprint.
Companionship.
It's unique. The word is unique. So the definition is being the only one of its type, sole or single. Very good. Completely on its own. And the root word uni it means one. So uni means one. So you have a bicycle, has two wheels, bi means two. Unicycle has one wheel. Next we have a noun. The natural, unlearned behavioral tendencies or characteristics that are innate in any given species. So,
Instinct.
yes, well done. So when we talk about instinct, we talk about things that animals and humans just naturally know how to do. So it says here, these birds have a migratory instinct. That means that the birds, when it gets too cold, will naturally fly in the direction where it's going to be warmer. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, they'll fly south for the winter where it's warm. And if they're in the southern hemisphere, they'll fly north for the winter where it's warm. This is why when fish are born, they know how to swim. They don't need to be taught. It's all instinct. Okay. Next, we have an adjective. My brother is an dancer. So this is basically saying that my brother is not a very good dancer. An awkward dancer. That's right. Yep. So someone who's an awkward dancer is deficient in physical skill or grace. Someone who is a bit clumsy. And the antonym, the opposite word, is dexterous. So somebody who is very good and very skilled, very adept, very deft in physical activities. Awkward isn't always about physical activities, though. Awkward can also be an awkward conversation or an awkward moment. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is consternation. So what do we mean by consternation? Any ideas? I think it's quite a hard one. So maybe we could think anxiety. Let's have some clues. So the definition is a mental state characterized by uneasiness, distress, and worry, apprehension. Of course, the answer is anxiety. Very good. And a synonym is disquietude. And the example is she's experiencing a lot, and it should say of anxiety in connection with this decision. Very good. Next, we have an intransitive verb. We were pleased to see that the students from the two schools were something well. And this would be a continuous verb. So it would actually end with something ing well. What do you think the word could be?
Interact.
Well done. Interacting well. So when we interact, it's two or more people or things acting in conjunction with and in response to one another, and in a particular situation, or of one person to act in conjunction with and in response to another person or persons. So you can see here the people are interacting with this dolphin, aren't they? And the dolphin is interacting with them. Very good. Okay, good job, guys. Doing really well so far. Now let's go back onto the Stax English IELTS Master Course. And we'll try putting those into sentences. Okay. Let's try drag and drop, fill in the blank. So let's try this one. So the Coast Guard received a call from a ship in what? So the ship is calling out saying, help us, help us, help us. We need help. Any idea, guys?
Society.
Say that again.
Society.
No. Let's try a different one. These birds have a migratory something.
Instant.
That's right. Yeah, instinct. Very good. The film received something reviews from the critics, but it was hugely successful with audiences.
Fort.
Interacting.
Not forte. No, not interacting. So a review of a film is what people said about the film. So people
Negative.
said this film was awful. Yeah. So negative reviews, but despite the negative reviews, it was still very successful. Next, everyone's fingerprints are
Unique.
unique. That's right. Well done. My brother is an
Awkward.
awkward. Yeah, pronounce that properly. Awkward dancer. Witty dialogue is the author's.
Interacting.
No. So this is something that the author is very good at. A particular.
Anxiety.
Nope. It's a skill that they have, something they're very, very good at. It is there, and it's a noun.
11.
No.
Distract.
Nope. Right. We'll come back to that one. So her doctor told her she should something her legs. So this is when you keep your legs up in the air.
Elevate.
Elevate. Very good. She's always nervous with people at parties.
Interacting.
Interacting with people at parties. Very good. We were pleased to see that the students from the two schools were well.
Interacting.
Interacting well. Good. And his wife, being a police officer, caused him a good deal of. Now he's probably anxiety, yeah, because he was probably doing something bad. Okay. The Coast Guard received a call from a ship in something. So this is when somebody is in they're worried, they're scared, things are not going well.
Distress.
Distress is right. Yeah, very good. A ship in distress. Okay, and then the witty dialogue is the author's something.
Unique.
Not unique, no. This is like a skill when you're really good at something. It's a French word.
Forte.
Forte. Very good. Forte. The author's forte, what they're very good at. There we go. Now, let's have a look at this one. She is taking medicine for something. For what?
Routine.
No, not a routine.
Depression.
Depression. Yeah, so she has a condition called depression. The doctors made the patient less apprehensive about the surgery.
Assurance.
Assurances, yep, assurances. So it's a pluralized word, this one. Assurances, promises, very good. The figurines are handmade and each one is something.
Unique. Unique.
Right, yep, unique. Everyone is unique, so they're all individual and different. Next we have this one. His habits interfered with the daily something of the business.
Routine.
Routine of the business, very good. He tried to be optimistic, but he had a generally something view of his future life.
Motivation.
Not motivation. Motivation is a noun to describe to describe the drive to do something.
Negative.
Negative view. Yeah, so we need an adjective in there. She is intelligent enough to do well at school, but she lacks something.
Motivation.
She lacks motivation. That's right. Yep, very good. If she had any feelings towards her daughter-in-law, she hid them well.
Bonded.
Say that again, sorry.
Bonded.
Not bonded, no.
Negative.
Negative, very good. If she had any negative feelings towards her daughter-in-law, she hid them well. Very good. Next one. In its second year, the company found itself in severe financial distress. Very good. Very good. The heat, the two pieces of metal. So this is a past tense verb now.
Bonded.
Bonded.
Bonded. Very good. Yeah. Bonded. All right. Now, last few. In the final scene, the stagehands will the platform that the actor stands on.
Anxiety.
No. It means to lift up the platform.
Elevate.
Elevate. Very good. Elevate. Good stuff. She's experiencing a lot, and it should say of, not forte, no.
Anxiety.
Anxiety, worry, apprehension, yeah. His, as a baker, is making delectable chocolate desserts. Forte, very good. Skill, fantastic. I always feel some about flying.
Anxiety.
Anxiety is right, yep. So worry, anxiety, apprehension, nervousness, and so on. Right. Good job, you guys. So 100%, of course. Right. So let's go through the quiz. Now, best thing to do here is to switch between the quiz and the transcript. So we have the transcript here, and we have the quiz here. So it's good to go through both of them simultaneously. So let's start this quiz. So question number 1. For hundreds of years, people have kept pets. Now, is that true, false, or is that not given? What do we think? Let's have a look at the transcript while we're going through. So why? So you're saying true. Why are you saying true?
Because in transcript they say for century people have found love and companionship in animals.
That's right. Yeah, for centuries. So the truth is, it is for centuries, but it's also for millennia. We've had pets for thousands of years. But yes, it is in there. It is stated, and we can see that in there, right in there, in the writing. The Instagram accounts of animals are always popular. The Instagram accounts of animals are always popular. So when we're looking for the answer to this, if there is an answer, we need to look for words that could be synonymized, like popular. So words for popular could be, you know, famous or well-known or prevalent. But what might be a bit easier is to look for a word like Instagram, because Instagram can't be changed. And if we go just to this sentence here, we can immediately see the word Instagram. And then it says, some of them even have their own Instagram account. Their owners give so much to their animals, but do they get anything in return? So the question was, Instagram accounts of pets are always popular. Is that true, false, or not given?
Not given.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about popularity. It just says that some people have Instagram accounts. That's it. All right, very good. Owning pets can be a good way to get more exercise. True, false, or not given? So let's have a look. So again, we could have words like exercise or words related to exercise, like fitness, or maybe something that talks about exercise, like going to the gym. Okay, so look at this. They encourage you to be active. Having a pet is a lot of work, no matter what species you care for. And larger animals such as dogs and horses will keep you active in your day-to-day life. Exercise, or even just a little physical activity, releases chemicals called neurotransmitters in your brain. Okay, so does that say, it does say the word exercise. Let's have a look at the quiz there. So, owning pets can be a good way to get more exercise. True, false, or not given?
True.
True.
It is true, isn't it? Yeah. It's it talks about the fact that pets make you more active. Yep, very good. A short walk is not much good for you or your pet. And pay attention carefully to what it says. Not much good for you or your pet. So this might be in this same line here. The receptors in your brain react to these chemicals and trigger certain reactions and perceptions, such as an elevated mood. Even a short walk around the block is beneficial for both you and your pet. So, true, false, or not given, a short walk is not much good for you or your pet.
False.
It's false, because it actively says that it is good for you and your pet. Animals often know when somebody is upset. So again, we can look for words that are related to the word upset, like sad, or feeling down, feeling blue, feeling negative. And here we go. Pets can sense when something isn't right. Animals are instinctual creatures who can often sense the emotional distress of others. They tend to be very observant of non-verbal communication. Dogs, for example, will learn your normal behaviors and habits, and they'll connect the dots and know when something isn't right if you start behaving differently. So based on that, what do we think? Do we think the answer is true, false, or not given? Animals often know when somebody is upset.
True.
True.
It's true. Yeah, very good. Next one. Pets can help people with depression get out of bed in the morning. True, false, or not given? Let's have a look at that. And we can see right there, number 3, they are our reason to get out of bed in the morning. But does it talk about people with depression? Let's read it. Lack of motivation can feel like the end of the world, especially if you're battling depression. If you have a pet, though, you have a reason to get out of bed every day and push yourself to get something done, even if it's just feeding the bird or walking the puppy. So, what do we think, guys? Do we think that is true, false, or not given?
True.
It is true, yeah. It's mentioned directly in the article. Animals all interact with their owners the same amount. So when we talk about, we've got the vocabulary word interact, haven't we? And we can see that word right here. So you'll never be lonely. Having a pet means having a companion. Some animals may interact more than others, but you can always spend some time near your pet. If they're not the type to cuddle or be touched, it helps to know that you're not alone. Animals are great listeners too. They'll keep all your secrets safe and they won't judge you for anything you say or feel. So, what do we think then? Animals all interact with their owners the same amount.
False.
It's false because it says that some animals interact more than others, like a dog is going to interact with you more than a fish. Also, usually, even if you can't find any information about that in the transcript, this statement is what is called an absolute statement. Animals all interact with their owners the same amount. So when we say things like all, everyone, all the time, every time, these statements are absolute. It means that they are never, ever change. Now, usually, just in general life, absolute statements are usually wrong. Not always, but usually. So when we get something that says animals all do this, it's almost certain that there's going to be an animal that doesn't do that. So it's almost certainly going to be false or not given. Similar to this statement, never. So when we have never in there, again, that's an absolute statement. Animals will never repeat your secrets. True, false, or not given. Let's see what the transcript says. Animals will never repeat your secrets. Here we go. Animals are great listeners too. They'll keep all your secrets safe and they won't judge you for anything you say or feel. So when you have a pet, don't forget that you always have someone to talk to. So what is the answer there? Animals will never repeat your secrets.
True.
It is true. So this is an example of an absolute statement that is true, according to the article. Now, you could argue that maybe you have a parrot and parrots can mimic humans. Maybe you tell the parrot a secret and it repeats your secrets, and therefore this is not entirely true. But of course, that's a ludicrous sort of thing to point out. So and according to the article, yeah, animals will not repeat your secrets. Having a routine can be bad for managing stress. True, false, or not given. So let's look at the transcript again. Animals can be bad for stress. So we've got we can see the word stress here. So we know we're looking in the right place here. Also got words like anxiety, which is related to stress. So let's have a look at this. Developing the habit of following routines is good for stress management. Dr. Steve Ormer, a clinical psychologist specializing in sleep, anxiety, and stress, believes routine is beneficial in managing low stress levels in people as well. In his words, routine also helps with stress. Create a set schedule for doing chores, work tasks, meetings, exercise, paying bills, and all the usual things you need to do. Put these into your schedule. Once this becomes your normal routine, it's easier to accomplish everything because it becomes a habit. So, according to the article, having a routine can be bad for managing stress. Is that true, false, or not given?
False.
False.
It's false, yeah. It can be very good for managing stress. Dogs are better than cats for starting conversations. So now there's two things we could do here. We could look for a word like dog or cat, because you can't really change that to anything else. Or you could look for the word conversation or any word related to conversation. And we can see that word here. So pets make for great conversation starters and attention grabbers. So don't feel surprised if you make a few new friends while showing off your own four-legged friend. They can help ease you into conversation if socializing isn't your forte. And you'll never be off topic by bringing the conversation back to your pet. Having your buddy with you will give you that extra assurance that it'll be all okay. Even if the conversation gets a little awkward, before you know it, you'll have friends of all species. So, dogs are better than cats for starting conversations?
Not given.
Not given.
Not given is right, yeah. It's just not, there's nothing in there about dogs being better, cats being better, or anything. Pets cause you to focus on the bad things in your life. Let's go through the transcript. So we've got the word bad things. We've got the words bad things. So we're probably looking for the words like negative or negativity. So we can see this word here. It's difficult to remain lost in your own thoughts when your pet is in your lap begging for attention. Distractions like this help bring your mind back into focus on the present moment and what's right in front of you, rather than fixating on worries and negativity. Harvard researchers have been studying the ways pets encourage mindfulness in their owners. They encourage you to observe your pet while out in the world. A dog on a walk is alert and curious, taking it all in. But how do we become the same? So we might need to read this next thing just to get our answer. Harvard Health Publishing offers this simple mindfulness exercise any dog owner can try next time they're out for a walk. So try this. As you start your walk, take a moment to bring your attention to the sensations in your body. Breathe in through your nose, let your abdomen expand fully, then breathe out through your mouth. Notice the sensations of each inhalation and exhalation as you continue to walk. Engage your senses fully. Notice each sight, touch, and sound. Savor every sensation. When your mind wanders, and it undoubtedly will, gently bring your attention back to the moment, including your dog's delight at being with you and outdoors. So, based on that, pets cause you to focus on the bad things in your life.
False.
It's false. They cause you to focus on the present moment. You know, the smell of the air and all that sort of thing. Fantastic job, guys. Okay, doing really, really well. So we've got a writing task here. Now, this is a task 2, IELTS task 2 writing task. Are pets good for children? So the question here is, some people think that keeping pets is good for children, while others think it is dangerous and unhealthy. Which opinion do you agree with? Discuss both options and give examples. Now, we won't have time right now to do a writing task, but we can just get some preliminary thoughts on that, right? So let's start with Chi. So Chi, what do you think, briefly, what do you think about this question? Some people think that keeping pets is good for children, while others think it's dangerous and unhealthy. What do you think, Chi?
I think that keeping pet is good for children. Because if children have their own pets, they can have another good friends that they can talk something,
Yeah.
which they can talk to family or their friends.
Fantastic.
I think people think it is dangerous and unhealthy because pets, some pets like dogs or cats, they have their
Go on.
their fur are very unhealthy
Therefore,
for
it can be very unhealthy. Yeah.
young children. So for me, I think each children, yeah, need have their own pets.
So each person needs to have their own pet. Yep, so that's a very good point. So you've acknowledged both sides of the argument. And you've also mentioned that maybe different pets for different people. So if you're allergic to dog hair, it might be wise to get a different animal or a hypoallergenic dog, like a poodle, which won't trigger allergies so much. That's great. Thank you, Chi. Quian, what do you think about keeping pets and its effect on children?
I think pets are good for children because they teach responsibility and can reduce stress when hang out with their pets. Pets also provide companionship and make kids feel less lonely.
Yep, okay. Very good, very good.
And
yeah.
I think I disagree with opinion. Said pets are bad for health. Because cats can carry germs and they often help boost the immune system and improve mental health.
All right. Yep, very good, Quian. Thank you. Yep. So again, acknowledging both sides of the both arguments there. Vu, Turndat, would you answer this question too? Some people think that keeping pets is good for children, while others think it is dangerous and unhealthy. What do you think?
I think people keep pets is good for children. Because the first when children hurt the cat, the first cat will
Yeah.
will stick to the close children and its impact on its effect on the health.
Mm-hmm.
And additionally, I think the pa- I think parents want to protect the children or babies, and they don't want the sons near the animals.
Okay, yeah, very good. So what we could probably do to expand that answer is you could talk about the differences between mental health and physical health, because you could talk about both things. Mental health, of course.
Physical health.
Physical health is things like, if you have a dog, you take it for a walk, and that means you get fresh air, exercise, and so on. Mental health would be more related to sort of companionship, and having somebody, just having a pet can just be good generally for routine and having companionship and sort of feeling loved and cared for and loving and caring for a creature in return. And so these can both be very good for your mental health. If you want to talk about things that are dangerous or unhealthy for health, you'd probably want to be talking about physical health, because I can't really think of many ways that a pet could be bad for your mental health, unless you were looking after a huge number of pets and they were all very stressful and difficult to look after. But more realistically, it's like if you were, for example, looking after an animal that was dangerous. If you get some people who adopt a lion or something and they end up getting mauled. So obviously that's an extreme example. There are some people who may be allergic to certain types of animals, so it could be unhealthy for them. Some animals can be dangerous. Some pets that you can have can potentially pose a danger if they're not looked after properly. So these are some of the things you could talk about: physical and mental health and physical and mental dangers. So what you can do, some tips for doing the writing task here are: state the question in your own words, so you can paraphrase the question. Support your opinion. Make sure that you provide facts to justify your cause, provide evidence and examples, and always link it back to your original point. You can state the opposing point of view. So it's good to, you don't have to persuade the examiner about the opposing opinion, but it's important to state what it is so that you understand why it's been said. So don't just say what you believe, say why you can understand why others might think something different. Okay. Yep, of course, and summarize your opinion. And the tense that we would probably use would be, probably most of the time, the present simple tense, because we're talking about general facts. So there's an example here. I'll quickly read it out to you. So I believe that keeping pets can have benefits and drawbacks for children, but ultimately the benefits outweigh the negatives. Here are my arguments and evidence on both sides of the debate. Firstly, many people believe that pets can have positive impacts on children's development. For example, pets can provide children with long-lasting companionship, which can improve their social skills and sense of empathy. On top of this, caring for a pet can help children learn responsibility and build self-confidence. Finally, studies have shown that children growing up with pets may have lower rates of allergies and asthma, as well as lower stress levels. Now we're going to look at the other side. On the other hand, some people may argue that keeping pets can lead to negative consequences, such as potential hazards to children's health and safety. For example, pets can carry diseases that can be transmitted to humans, and certain breeds of dogs may have aggressive tendencies that make them dangerous to children. There is also evidence to suggest that keeping pets can lead to health and safety risks for children. For example, pets carry diseases and parasites that can be transmitted to humans, particularly children who may not have strong immune systems. Another point to mention would be allergies. Some studies suggest that growing up with pets can mitigate allergies. Others suggest that it can actually increase the likelihood of developing allergies. Finally, domestic animals, particularly dogs and cats, can cause serious injuries to children if they bite or scratch. Whilst these are legitimate concerns, I am confident that the risks of pet ownership can be managed effectively with proper training and supervision. In conclusion, I believe that it is important to consider both the benefits and drawbacks of pet ownership for children before making a decision. While pets can provide long-lasting companionship and positive benefits to children's development, there are potential risks to consider, such as hazards to children's health and safety. Ultimately, it is up to each family to weigh the potential risks and benefits and make decisions that are right for them. All right, so that's the example answer that's been given there. It shows both sides. And then ultimately what you can also do at the end is you can provide feedback to other people who have posted their answers and see what you think, whether they've got some good ideas or whether they've made some mistakes or if there's something that can be improved. Okay, guys, we will finish there. So well done today. Thank you for joining. And if you want to fill out the writing task and practice that, you can fill it out here on the Stax English IELTS Master Course on Udemy, and I will respond and give you feedback to it as soon as possible, okay? So we'll finish there. Bye-bye, everyone, and I'll see you again in the next lesson.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye, guys. Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Take
teacher.
care. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, so this is bear rehabilitation. We're going to start with the video.
Fluff and Scruff are two European brown bears. They may look happy and healthy now, but the start to their lives was very different. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding centre, Cormisosh.
So basically they lived in a huge concrete box or pit. There was no grass, there was no sort of shelters outside. It kind of just looked like a prison for bears, really. There was nothing enriching, nothing happy or anything. It was just very grey, very concrete, and very barren.
In Bulgaria, European brown bears had been bred to be shot by trophy hunters for sport and kept in a row of concrete pits. At one point, over 75 bears were kept in each breeding centre, solely for hunting purposes. As a result, they expressed signs of trauma.
Yeah, so when the bears came in, they didn't behave like how healthy or mentally healthy bears would behave. There was a lot of signs of trauma, so they'd be pacing a lot. They had repetitive behaviour, not necessarily good behaviour, so a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their paws. So this is all stress related and trauma related.
The law changed in 1993, banning captive bears from being hunted. However, the bears kept at these centres were simply left there, as the staff were dismissed and stopped coming in to look after them. It was up to outsiders to save these bears. Locals would come and feed them twice a day, which is what kept them alive.
They were emaciated, I'd say. If you're looking at weights, you're probably looking at 185 kilogram, when now you're looking at his top weight would be around 285 kilograms. They had no skills in their upbringing. Mother teaches them all the skills they would just not find anything to eat until they used their nose and got themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught to learn how to forage for themselves.
Alertis, a bear rescue organisation, contacted the Wildwood Trust and asked if we could give these last two bears a home. We raised the money through fundraisers, and after a 1,500-mile journey through 9 countries, the bears arrived in their new 1.5-acre woodland paradise in Kent. Complete with a plunge pool, waterfall, dens, and up to 50 species of native trees. This couldn't be further from the concrete pits of Cormisosh.
A lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation. They'll be eating grass mostly, so we've sown that with woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds, and the large mounds have been used for making dens in. The scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens.
Head keeper Paul looks after Fluff and Scruff and monitors their daily activities. In Bulgaria, the bears were fed maize meal porridge, so their digestive systems were not used to processing regular food. Every fruit, every vegetable they eat is recorded, as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. Now, the bears are fed on a nutritious omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. A variety of enrichment is scattered around their enclosure every morning, so they have to do the work to find it, just like wild bears would. Following their rehabilitation and therapy, the bears are now unrecognisable to the frail, malnourished bears they were before.
So we rescued Fluff and Scruff 5 years ago now, and a huge amount of the work that the amazing keeper team have been doing is to get them back into exhibiting normal bear behaviour, behaving like bears should do in the wild. And getting these poor, abused and neglected bears back to this level of health and vitality and natural behaviour has been a huge achievement. It's something I'm really proud of.
So they've undergone torpor now, they're foraging, just doing bear stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears rather than being in this concrete pit, essentially.
So when the bears first arrived, they were really underweight. They were completely out of all the natural rhythms of being a bear. And so we've got them back into those natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit again as much of that natural bear behaviour as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's really rewarding just to see them sort of bounce back, like completely forgotten about their past life.
You know, the work we've done has been really nationally and internationally recognised now. We've won the Bialsa Award for the rehabilitation of the bears. And we also had our keepers presenting at an international bear symposium on bear husbandry, you know, really setting the standards for the best ways of looking after bears in captivity.
It's why you do the job. Part of the reason why you do the job. It's immensely satisfactory just to see them doing their stuff. I suppose ideally you would have them released, but that's not possible.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is we're going to have some time to read through the transcript. So what I want you to do is just read through this transcript here, and you'll see certain words here in bold, such as breeding or huge, shelter, prison, and you can actually find out what these mean by going to the vocabulary bank on the next section. So you can read through the transcript now, try to learn the vocabulary as best you can, and then we will play some games to learn the vocabulary a little bit better, okay? So I'm going to give you some time just to read through that transcript now, and then we'll continue. Okay, guys, so we finished reading. We're going to move on to some vocabulary games. So here we have the vocabulary bank, which tells us what each of the words mean. But what we're going to do is we're going to play some games. So there's lots and lots of games to learn the vocabulary. I think today we're going to play these 3 games. So this, first of all, is a game show style quiz, just to learn a little bit more about bears. So just say or type the answer that you believe is correct, and we will see how many questions we get right. Okay, so first question. Bears hibernate in the winter. What does hibernate mean? Eat, sleep, exercise, or play in the snow? Well done, guys. To hibernate is to sleep for a very long period of time, as some animals do. Very good. So bears hibernate in the winter. They usually sleep in caves or nests, and they stay asleep for a very, very long time. Okay, question 2. Bears are mammals. True or false? That's true. Well done. So a mammal is any animal that creates milk. So humans are mammals, and cows are mammals, and bears are mammals, and dogs and cats and monkeys and hedgehogs are all mammals because they all make milk. Question 3. Bears are omnivores. What does an omnivore eat? Is it only plants, both plants and animals, or only animals? Okay, it's actually, guys, it's both plants and animals. When we have the word omni at the beginning of a word, it means everything. So an omnivore eats, well, everything. Not everything, but it eats both plants and animals. Okay, so let's try to catch the 200 points. If we can. Now the cards will be A, B, C, D, and E. So just which card should I pick? A, B, C, D, or E? D, okay. 100 points. Okay, that's good. Well done. All right, let's try the next question now. Question 4. Why do bears hibernate? Is it because bears are lazy? Is it because it's hard to find food in the winter? Or is it because bears like snow? Yes, well done, everyone. It's because it is hard to find food in the winter. So bears eat lots of food and then fatten up, and then they go and hibernate where they can stay warm and sleepy throughout the winter. And then they wake up in the spring when they can find food again. All right, question 5. What is the hair on a bear's body called? Is it called carpet, fur, or fuzz? Come on, guys, let's have some answers. What do we think? Yes, it's called fur. Well done. So dogs have fur, and cats have fur, and bears have fur. It's the hair on their bodies. Very good, you guys. Doing very well. All right, let's try another question. What do bears' sharp claws help them to do? Eat honey, climb trees, or brush their teeth? So Hui is saying eat honey. We're all saying eat honey. Let's have a look. Is it eat honey? Unfortunately, it's not. It's actually to help them climb trees. So what the sharp claws they have are used to dig into the trees and climb up the trees. Okay, let's see if we can get the 200 this time. Okay, A, B, C, D, or E? E. Okay, let's try E. Oh no! Triple speed. That means we have to answer this question extra fast. So, let's try this one, super speed. What do bears eat? Nuts, grass, and insects, or trees, leaves, and rocks? It's nuts, grass, and insects. Very good. Okay, fantastic. Okay, where do bears live? In the forest, on the school playground, or in your backyard? Yes, it's in the forest. You'd hope they don't live anywhere else. Might be a little bit scary. Very good, guys. Okay. Excellent job so far. How many points did we get in total? Very good. All right, we got 920. Let's put ourselves into the leaderboard. And we're number 1. So there we go. Fantastic. All right. Great job, guys. Okay, let's try a vocabulary game now. So There was some vocabulary in that last one, but now we're going to learn some vocabulary that was mentioned in the transcript. I think that one might take a while to load. Let's try a different one. So let's try to fill in the blanks as best we can here. Okay, so even at age 93, my grandfather was full of what? So is that vitality, symposium, or hibernate? Even at 93. Now, what we're trying to say is, yes, well done, Ang. The word is vitality, and vitality means life. Okay, so even at 93, my grandfather was full of life. So he's still very active. Very good. Number 2, human beings are something as a species, but some humans choose to avoid animal foods. So what we're saying is that some humans choose to be vegetarian or vegan, but as a species, we actually eat meat and plants. Yes. Now the word is omnivorous, which of course comes from the word omnivore. It's an adjective to describe an omnivore. Omnivorous. Great job. Winning the chess competition at his age was a great something. Achievement. Well done, Ang. Fantastic job. Achievement. Something that you should be very proud of is an achievement. Well done, everyone. Next one. Our professor won't be teaching the class this week. She's giving a talk in Madrid. That's a tricky one. Not a rhythm. A rhythm is something that comes with a song, with music. It's quite a tricky one. I'll narrow it down for you. Is it symposium, hibernate, or rehabilitation? Yes, it's a symposium. So symposium is like a lecture hall almost. So she's giving a talk at a symposium. Very good. Okay, let's try the next one. The food at the hospital was something, and she had no real complaints during her stay. So how was the food at the hospital? So when something is good enough, we say it is satisfactory. Very good. So the food was good enough. It was satisfactory. So she had no real complaints. She was happy with the hospital food. Next one. We clapped our hands to the something of the drums. Yes, and as I said before, rhythm is something we get with music, the rhythm of the drums. We clapped our hands to the rhythm of the drums. Well done, everyone. Okay, number 7, he has stopped drinking and regained his health. And he credits Alcoholics Anonymous for his what? Yes, guys. Okay, well done, Ang. Again, the answer is rehabilitation. So the whole video that we watched and the whole subject of this is about rehabilitation. It's about making people well again. Rehabilitation. Okay. It was a performance, but not brilliant. So again, not recognized, no. So this is when a performance is good, good enough, not brilliant though. Any ideas? So when you do well enough, not quite, guys. It was a satisfactory performance. So yes, I think some of you are confused because you can actually use the same word more than once. So it was a satisfactory performance, like it was good enough, but it was not brilliant. It wasn't amazing. Next one. I didn't her voice on the phone, and I thought she had the wrong number. Recognize. Very good. I didn't recognize her voice on the phone, and I thought she had the wrong number. Yeah, so when you recognize something, it means that you know what it is. You know that voice is somebody else's voice that you know. Next one. Snakes in this region during the cold months. Hibernate. Yeah, they hibernate during the cold months because snakes don't survive very well in the cold. Next one. Her doctor strongly advised her to eat more something foods during her pregnancy. Well done. Nutritious. Nutritious. So a nutritious food is full of vitamins and minerals. It's full of nutrients. Very good. Nutritious foods, fruit and vegetables. Next one. He had lost so much weight that he was what? Emaciated would be a good word, but it's not actually on the it's not one of the choices here. So it's not emaciate. He was emaciated. No, he was. Imagine someone is so emaciated that they don't look the same anymore. The word would be, so this time you don't recognize them. They are unrecognizable. So this person has lost so much weight and become so thin that they are unrecognizable. Next one, it's a somewhat interesting play, but it lacks something. So this time it lacks what? And again, this is a word, yes, it lacks vitality. Well done, Tom Huang. It lacks life. It lacks color, excitement, vitality. His face was covered in dirt, and it took me a moment to him. Okay, so we need to use this in the present tense because took is already in the past tense. So instead of saying recognized, we need recognize. Very good. It took me a moment to recognize him because this is all one action. Okay. They believe, yep, well done. They believe that a prison's goal should be, and not just punishment. So what should a prison do to criminals? So instead of just punishing them, we want to make them better and able to function in society so that they can work and get jobs and not commit crimes anymore. What do we call that? It's not vitality. No. The whole thing we've been doing in this section is talking about bears and how we take the bears who are very, very sick and very stressed and we make them feel better. And it's called what? What's the process of making somebody or something go from sick to healthy or bad to good? Rehabilitation, yes. So the goal of the prison should be rehabilitation. Rehabilitation of criminals, which means that we take them and stop them from being criminals instead of just punishing them. Number 6, she, the man, as a former neighbor. So recognized is the answer. Yep, she recognized the man as a former neighbor. Very good. Yep, past tense this time. She recognized the man as a former neighbor. Former means a neighbor that, someone that used to be your neighbor but is not anymore. So that frames it in the past tense. Next one. Without a score on the test, you won't pass the course. So what kind of score do you need to get to pass the course. You don't need to get a brilliant score, but you do need to get a score that is satisfactory. Fantastic. Well done, guys. Okay, brilliant job. Brilliant job. Okay. Yep, we got all of those right. Score 100%, of course. Yep. Okay. I think that one's taking a while to load. All right, let's do the reading quiz now. Okay. So let's see how much we can remember. Now, of course, when we do this, what we can do is we can check the transcript if we need to check our answers. Okay, so let's do the reading quiz. What are the names of the bears shown in the video? Is it Fluffy and Scruffy, Fluffy and Scruffy, Doofy and Floofy, or Ben and Jerry? Yes, it's Fluffy and Scruffy. Very good. Well remembered, guys. Fluffy and Scruffy. Excellent job. Where were the bears being bred for the purposes of hunting? Was that Kent, Sophia, Kormazosh, or Beartown? Okay, we've got two answers. Yes, well done. It was Kormazosh is where they were being bred. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. Very good. What constitutes rehabilitation of these bears? So is it acknowledging past experiences, accepting the present, environmental changes, and learning to forage? Is it acknowledging past experiences, meal changes, temperature changes, and learning to forage? Is it mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, temperature changes, and learning to walk? Or mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, environmental changes, and learning to forage? How do we rehabilitate these bears? Shall we have a look at the transcript? So I think some people are struggling. So, let's look for some of the key words here. Okay, so here we go. We have, so they had to be taught how to learn to forage for themselves, which means to look for food. Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. Okay, so yep, here we go. So here's another bit we can read. Every fruit and vegetable they eat is recorded as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. So now the bears are fed on a nutritious, omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. Okay. So let's have a scroll a little further. Okay, so the amazing keeper team have been, the work that they've been doing is getting them back into exhibiting normal behavior. Okay, so let's have a look down here. They're foraging, they're doing their stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears. Okay, that's good. So we've got them back into natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit, as much of that natural bear behavior as we can. So again, we can skim through this and get some information. Yep, okay. So based on what we've just read, let's see if we can answer that question now. So what constitutes rehabilitation for these bears? A, B, C, or D? You guys think D? Let's check. That's correct. Well done. Very good work. Okay, let's try another one. What are some of the changes that the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Was it making dens or eating honey? It's making dens. Very good. Okay. What are some of the other changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Was it playing or speaking English? Speaking English? No, it's playing. We're not teaching bears English unless there's any bears in this IELTS lesson. So let's have a look at the next one. What are some of the other changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Was it foraging or fighting? Foraging is right. Well done. Okay, good job. What are some of the changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Normal bear behavior or twisting their head? Normal bear behavior. Well done, guys. Okay, so we did very well right there. Fantastic. Okay, so the rest of the course here is written conversation practice, where you can practice with an AI, and a writing task for wild animals and conversation and conservation to practice writing task 2. Okay. Welcome to the lesson, everyone. This is the history of the tango.
We explain how the tango started in the slums and went on to conquer the world. No doubt you've seen a tango in the movies, or maybe even danced one yourself. These days, it's one of the most popular dances in the world, celebrated for its fire and its passion. But where does the tango actually come from? The La Plata River is the natural border between Argentina and Uruguay. In the 19th century, as part of a development program, immigrants flocked there from all different countries and cultures. They were hoping for work and prosperity, but for many of them, their dreams did not come true. Instead, they had to live with crime, prostitution, and homesickness. So, the people turned to music and dancing to distract them from their disappointment. In the music halls of the slums, African and South American styles blended together with European influences like the polka and the waltz. Slowly but surely, a new dance was born, the tango, soon to be accompanied by the distinctive sounds of the German bandoneon, an instrument similar to the accordion. During a tango, the dancers' torsos remain steady with the partners closely embracing. The woman feels the man's movements and follows them, taking steps that alternate between long and smooth and short and snappy. The dance expresses nostalgia and melancholy, colored by sensual passion. Since the many immigrants by the La Plata River included relatively few women, the men practiced dancing amongst themselves in order to impress the ladies later with their moves. The conservative upper class of the 19th century rejected the dance as wild and scandalous. But in France, it drew enthusiastic fans, and before long, all of Paris was happily tangoing. In Europe, after the newly discovered style was adapted to be more socially acceptable, it soon spread quickly and enjoyed enormous popularity. Eventually, even the upper class got into it, and in the end, the tango became a standard dance around the world. Today, there are many variations of the tango, but they all share a common spirit of sensuality and passion.
Okay, guys. So what we're going to do now is just read through the transcript. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to read through, and you can see here these words in bold. These are defined here in the vocabulary bank, so you can see what they mean here. And afterwards, we'll play some games and learn how to use those words in sentences and some of their synonyms and so on. So I want you to just read through that. I'll give you 5 minutes, okay? Okay, so now we've finished reading. What we can do is take a little look at the vocabulary bank here. But to learn these in a little bit of a more enjoyable way, we're going to play some games quickly, okay? So, first of all, we have a noun, and one of the synonyms is ardor. So that's not massively helpful, is it? Let's try one of the clues. Intoxication is a similar word. Intoxication is sort of when, you know, it could refer to the process of becoming drunk from alcohol or drugs. Again, not hugely helpful. Let's try another one. Any strong or intense feeling or emotion, especially love or hatred or sexual desire.
Disappointment.
Not
Passion.
disappointment, passion would be the one, yes. So when we talk about feeling very strong emotions, we talk about passion. So a related word could be anger. You know, a passionate speaker might be somebody who speaks angrily or with great love or intense feelings. Next one is a noun, and the definition is one who moves permanently to another country from his or her native land.
Immigrant.
Immigrant, yeah. Now you'll see the word migrant here. So we have immigrant is someone who moves into a place. And then we have emigrant with an E and one M. Emigrant is someone who moves out of a place. So you would emigrate from your home country and immigrate to a new country. Now we have a noun. There is a fence along of our yard.
Border.
Border, very good. Yeah, there is a fence along the border of our yard. So this is the outer part, the edge or the boundary. Very good, guys. Now we have a noun, and a similar word is body. So this is a part of the body. Yes, that's right, torso. So the torso is the human body from neck to hips. So sort of your chest and your stomach combined would be your torso. Okay. To continuously rotate or take turns with one another. And this is usually followed by the preposition with. So this is alternate. Yes. Now this is a verb. So we would say alternate. Alternate. So I would alternate with you, meaning you do it, then I do it, then you do it, then I do it. I would alternate. Now, a similar word is the word alternate, which is an adjective, and that is pronounced differently but spelt exactly the same. Alternate. Yeah. So the workers alternated with each other to break up the monotony of the work. Okay, fantastic. All right, doing really well, guys. Let's continue. Next level. Let's take a reveal and an erase. Okay, so now we have a transitive verb meaning to write off. And when we say write off, this is a phrasal verb. It means to sort of say, this thing is useless. We will have no more of this. Reject. Well done. Good job. Remember, guys, you can look at the vocabulary bank using the link that I've sent you. So this is to refuse to accept, grant entry, acknowledge, or act upon. She rejected the company's job offer. So she said no to the job. She didn't want the job. Next word is an adjective, and the synonym there is inglorious. So a similar word is inglorious. Let's try a reveal.
Scandalous.
Scandalous, very good. Causing or likely to cause a scandal. So when we say a scandal, it's usually like a group of people talking about something that somebody did or something that happened that was really shocking and terrible. And it's usually used in a negative way. So disgraceful, shocking. The senator's scandalous love affair with one of his aides was reported in all the newspapers. So it's something that everyone would talk about and some people tried to keep hidden. The next word is a noun. And this word means hug. She felt happy in his something. Embrace. Yeah, when you embrace something, you grip it, you squeeze it, you hug it, you clasp it. You can see the word hug down here. A similar word would be caress. You can also use this word to mean something non-physical. So you can embrace something, like you can embrace an idea, meaning that you think that idea is good and you would like to do it. Now we have a noun, and a related word is chagrin. The opposite word is satisfaction. So satisfaction is the state of being happy with something as it is.
Disappointment.
Yes, disappointment is the opposite word, meaning that you are not happy with how it is. You hoped it was going to be better. Next word is a noun, and the definition is a crowded, dilapidated area of a city where poor people live in substandard housing. Not conquer, no. This is actually okay. So guys, don't just guess, because we're all saying different words now. This is a part of a city where the houses are kind of falling down. It's maybe one of the poorer areas of the cities. Maybe the houses are not designed very well, or people have built them themselves using what materials they can find. The word for this is slum. Yeah, a slum. Very good. So let's move on. Remember, guys, yeah, you can check the vocabulary bank by clicking the link in the chat. Let's get a couple of reveals this time. Okay, so we have a transitive verb, and the synonym is overpower. So to beat something or someone.
Conquer.
Conquer, yeah, very good. To gain or overcome by force, especially armed force. So this is usually referred to in the sense of an army invading a country and conquering the land, turning that land into their territory. The invading army conquered all the lands to the north. All right. So now we have the noun, and a related word would be luck. So we're talking about luck, specifically money, related to monetary luck. So maybe winning some prosperity. Very good. So prosperity is sort of when we have lots of resources or money. Yep, fantastic. All right. Next word is sorrow. And sorrow is related to the word sadness. Dejection would be a synonym. So we're talking about the feeling of sadness.
Melancholy.
Melancholy, very good. A sad, gloomy, or depressed state or quality. The opposite word there is exhilaration. So a feeling of melancholy pervaded the household during those difficult times. So melancholy is, yeah, it's a feeling of deep sadness. Next, we have a verb, and a synonym is sidetrack. Sidetrack. So let's use up one of the reveals. I can't study with music on because me. So this is when your attention is diverted away from something.
Distract.
Distract, yeah. It distracts me. So a distraction would be the noun form, where something is there making you look over here when you should be looking over here. Now we have an adjective, nondescript. So again, not hugely helpful. Let's try this. Let's see, look at the image. Okay, we've got an image of a spider here, possibly a black widow.
Distinctive.
Could it be distinctive? Yes, indeed it is. Yeah. Now the antonym nondescript means hard to describe because there's nothing special about it. That's the opposite word. Distinctive means there is something special about it, something noticeable. He has a distinctive way of walking. Now you see this spider here? We can see it has a distinctive red mark right here on its abdomen. So we know that that spider is very dangerous because of its distinctive red mark. Okay, guys, fantastic job. You've done really, really well there. We're going to try something a little different now. We're going to try to use these in a sentence. So here we have the possible options in their correct form. The workers with each other to break up the monotony of the work.
Alternate.
Yes, the workers alternate with each other to break up the monotony of the work. So they change, they switch round so that they're not always doing the same thing all day long. A feeling of something pervaded their household during those difficult times.
Melancholy.
Melancholy, very good. A feeling of sadness, very good. The university, him, because his test scores were too low.
Unquote.
No, not conquered. So the university where he wanted to study, they said, no, you can't study here. Rejected. Can we say that? Rejected. Very good. They rejected him. Please don't me while I'm driving. So what's that word? You're driving, you need to focus, you need to pay attention to on the road. Yes. Distract is right. Do not distract me while I'm driving, because if you are distracted when you drive, you could crash. And that could be very bad. The shipment, as the goods were damaged. So they not conquered. They said they got the shipment, so they got the goods in the post, and they said, these goods are broken. I don't want them. And they sent them back.
Melancholy.
No, not melancholy. We're looking at a
embrace.
verb. No, they didn't embrace the shipment. If you embrace the shipment, you would say, this is great, and you would hug it close. They didn't. They did the opposite. They pushed it away. They said, no, we don't want this. Remember, you can use the same rejected. Very good. They rejected the shipment as the goods were damaged. Very good. She felt happy in his
Embrace.
embrace. Very good. Next one. Overcame her as her thoughts turned to lost opportunities. So she thinks about the opportunities she has lost, and she feels very sad.
Melancholy.
Melancholy. Yeah, we don't say ch, just melancholy. Yeah, very good. Next one. The company's job offer. So rejected. Very good. The people never forgot how they were by the invaders.
Distinctive.
No. So the invaders were a group of people who came into the country, it was not theirs, with an army, and they defeated the army of that country and they took the country over. So what's this word? Let's come back to it. He has a way of walking, a very unique way of walking, special way of walking. What's that? Any idea? When someone does something in a
Distinctive.
Distinctive is right, yeah. So a very distinctive way. It means that you could see him walking and you'd think that's definitely him. Okay, the people never forgot how they were by the invaders. Not distracted by the invaders. They were not alternated. They were beaten, destroyed, their country taken over, defeated. The answer, guys, is conquered by the invaders. Conquered by the invaders. Okay. He's fallen into since his wife's death. Very, very sad.
Scandalous.
Scandalous.
No, not scandalous. This is a feeling of deep sadness.
Melancholy.
Melancholy. Very good. He's fallen into melancholy since his wife's death. There we go. The noise from next door from his work.
Distracts.
Distracted. Okay, so this is past tense now. The noise from next door distracted him from his work. Very good. There is a fence along of our yard.
Border.
The border. Very good. The invading army, all the lands to the north.
Conquered.
Conquered. Very good. I can't study with music on because it
Distracts.
Distracts me. Very good. The senator's love affair with one of his aides was reported in all of the newspapers.
Scandalous.
Scandalous. Very good, guys. Great job. Let's send that across. Okay, great. All right. So we've submitted that and let's move on now. So let's try the reading quiz now. Okay. Let's open that up and begin. So now, again, guys, make sure that you have the transcript open so that you can check to see what the answers to these questions are. Now, as with an IELTS reading test, each question will start, the first question starts at the top, and then you would read down through the text. So it's not going to ask you a question that's at the end of the quiz that's going to be at the top of the text, and it's not going to ask you a question at the beginning of the quiz that's going to be at the end of the text. So we'll start at the top and we'll gradually read down. So first of all, what is the tango?
It's a dance.
It's a dance.
It's a dance. Very good. Fantastic. Why is the tango so celebrated today? Is it the tango is celebrated today because of its fire and passion, or the tango is one of the most popular dances in the world?
The tango is celebrated today because it is fire and passion.
Very good. Yeah, it's celebrated today because of its fire and passion. And yes, it also is one of the most popular dances in the world. Where does the tango come from? Is it Paraguay? Is it places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay, or is it from the Republic of Tango?
B. Places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay.
Uruguay, very good. Well done for reading all that out. Yes, it's from places near the La Plata River in between Argentina and Uruguay. The Republic of Tango is not a real place. What was the situational inspiration for the tango's creation? Was it poor people were hoping for work and prosperity? People had come to live with crime, prostitution, and homesickness. Or in the 1900s, during poor conditions in the slums, people turned to music to distract themselves.
In the sea.
Yes. Are you going to read the whole thing then? In the 1900s, during poor conditions in the slums, people turned to music to distract themselves. Right, very good. What was the musical influence for the tango's creation? Was it South American and African music was combined, as well as dances from Europe? Was it the distinctive sounds of the German bandoneon and the accordion? Or it was a hybrid of polka, waltz, and ballroom dancing?
It was a hybrid of polka, waltz, and ballroom dancing.
I'm afraid that is not correct. It was not a hybrid of
South
polka.
America.
And South American and African music was combined, as well as dances from Europe. Should we try that one? That one is correct. Well done. Yeah. Now you'll notice that some of these things like polka, waltz, bandoneon, the German bandoneon and the accordion, all of these words are mentioned, but they're what we call distractors in an IELTS test, to try to get you to just choose those ones because you've seen the words. But you have to really read the question. What was the musical influence for the tango's creation? How would you describe a tango dance accurately? Is it slow, methodical movements combined with careful steps, a combination of long and smooth motions with short and snappy motions, a dance of nostalgia and melancholy colored by sensual passion? It is not slow, methodical movements combined with
A
careful steps.
combination of long and smooth motion with short and snappy motion.
Yes, long and smooth motions with short and snappy motions. That's the tango. Okay. Next one. How was the tango practiced by men in its infancy? Is it men mainly practiced on one another, as there were very few women living near the Plata River at the time? Is it men mainly practiced on animals, as there were very many women living near the La Plata River at the time? Or is it men mainly practiced alone, as there were very few women living near the La Plata River at the time?
Men mainly practiced on one another.
Yes, as there were few women, so men practiced with other men. Okay, why was the dance rejected by the upper classes? Is it A, they considered it to be a rather dull affair? B, it was too difficult to perform? Or C, it was considered too wild and scandalous?
C.
It was considered too wild and scandalous.
That's right, yeah, too wild and too scandalous. Right, where was the tango popularized? Was it popularized in Paraguay, in Paris, France, or in Barcelona?
In Paris, France.
In Paris, France, that's right, well done. What occurred to make the tango more popular? Was it A, the upper class got into it, B, it was modified to make it easier, or C, the tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable?
The tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable.
Okay, the answer is the tango was adapted to be more socially acceptable. So it became less sort of scandalous, as it were. What are the common traits of the varieties of the tango in the present? The common traits are of spirituality and passion, sensuality and passion, or sensuality and melancholy.
The common traits are of sensuality and passion.
Sensuality and passion, fantastic. Right, great. Fantastic work, guys. Okay, so we finished that one. That's really, really great. Right, so stop that there. Okay, guys, thank you for joining the lesson. Today's lesson is about the history of the crossbow. So let's watch the video first of all.
One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. 14th century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called pavises, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. How to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot?
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, the Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is just read through the transcript. Now, you can read through the transcript and you can see these words in bold right here. And these words are defined here in the vocabulary bank. So what I want you to do is open up the transcript and read through. and just check out the vocabulary bank if you're unsure of what a word means. And then afterwards, don't worry if you don't fully understand it, because afterwards we're going to play some vocabulary games so that we can learn the vocabulary and get a better understanding of what these words mean. All right, so I'll give you some time to read through the transcript now. Okay, so if we've finished reading now, then let's move on to learning some of the vocabulary. Now, my advice is to have the vocabulary bank open and ready so that you can look at the vocabulary and learn it as best you can. And then we will play some vocabulary games so that we can try to use them, understand the meaning of the word a little bit more, and use them in a sentence and things like that. So we'll start with simple, drop that game actually, and we'll just play the guess what game, the fill in the blank, and then we'll do the multiple choice one. So the first word here is we have an adjective, and the opposite of the word is invincible. So when you're invincible, it means you cannot be killed. So this is the opposite of that. It means you very much can be killed. Any idea what the word might be? Let's have a clue. Another synonym, a synonym of the word is defenseless.
Approach?
It's not approach, no. So the line in the video was archers, crossbowmen on the battlefield are vulnerable. It means that they can be attacked. Okay, so it's the definition here is vulnerable. Can we say that? Yeah. It means capable of being hurt or injured, having a weakness. Yeah. Let's try another one. This time we have a noun, and we have the image of what looks like a volcano erupting. So if that doesn't help very much, let's try an example. So put something on a cut to make it stop bleeding. So when we want something to stop bleeding, we need to hold it down. What do we do?
Rampart?
Not rampart. Let's try another clue. A similar word is crush. And the definition is the applying of constant force upon a surface. Yes, it's pressure. Because when we press on something, like when we press on a cut to make it stop bleeding, that is pressure. So let's try another one. Now, here we have a noun. And this is basically a story that's probably not true. Or it's a myth. Well done. Yep. So the definition there is a story or body of stories based on tradition or legend, originated in the oral history of a pre-literate society. So basically stories that were passed down from parent to child or person to person by mouth in times before we wrote things down, or before most people could read or write. Okay, let's have another one. Now we have a noun. And the related word is assault. So this is sort of a word describing, yes, well done, it is siege. So it's when you have like a castle or a city or a fort, and it's surrounded on all sides by soldiers, by people. So they cut it off from supplies and reinforcements. It's called a siege, or a similar word here is blockade. Now we have a transitive verb, and a similar word is supplant. Another similar word, or a synonym, would be replace. So when something better comes along, it supplants the other thing. So supersede, yeah. So the definition here is to take over the position or influence of, to supersede something. So in the video there, it was saying that the composite bow superseded the crossbow because it was more powerful. However, it was also more expensive. So let's try another question now. Okay, level 2. Let's buy some of these powers that we can use. Okay. So now we have a noun, and the synonym is earthwork. So this is basically when you pile up a load of earth to kind of make a wall, a defensive wall, usually around a castle.
Rampart.
It's a rampart. Well done. So the example here is the Romans built a rampart around the town to defend it. So it's kind of like, yeah, kind of like usually a wall made of earth and sometimes reinforced with bricks or spiky sticks. Yeah, and the definition here is a mound of earth raised to serve as a defensive fortification, often topped with a protective wall. Okay. Now we have an adjective, and the definition is free of mistakes or error. So when something has no mistakes or very few mistakes, it's accurate. Well done. So when something is true, as we can see here, or when something is correct, or when you try to hit a target in a game and you manage to hit that target, then your aim is accurate. So the example here is she gave an accurate description of the suspect. That means that she was able to talk about the person she saw and describe them accurately, properly, exactly how they looked. Next one, we have an adjective now. Let's take 2 of them away. The opposite word is weak. So let's have a look. And the definition is producing an adequate or desired result. So
Effective.
Effective, yes. So when you do something and it works, when you have a way of doing something and it works well, we describe that as effective. So here's an example. Attacking at dawn, early in the morning, was an effective strategy. We now have a transitive verb, and the similar word is combine. So let's have a look at all the clues. The opposite word is loosen.
Composite.
It could be, but it's not. The definition is to consolidate, which means bring everything together into one place, or to compress.
Compact.
Yes, compact. So when we squeeze something down so that into a denser form, it's described as compact, or compact would be the adjective and compact would be the verb. All right, now we have another noun here, and the related word is completion. So let's see if we can work it out from there. Culmination, let's have a look. That's right, yep, it's a culmination. So basically a culmination is the end result of something that you've been building up to for years and years, or for a long time. So culmination, everything that you've been working on, all working at once. Let's try a few of these points now. Now we have another noun, and the opposite word, the antonym, is withdrawal. So when you withdraw, you move away from something. So what's the opposite of moving away?
Siege.
Siege.
Not siege, no. I can see where you're getting that idea, but no, it's not siege. I've taken away 3 of the answers. So when we move away, what do we do when we move towards something?
Approaching.
Approach, well done. So when we approach, it's the act of coming towards something or drawing near to something. So here's an example. The approach of a fox woke the chickens. Now remember, this is a noun, but it can also be used as a verb. We can also say, I approached them yesterday. But in this example, it's a noun. We say the approach of a fox woke the chickens. Right, Very good. Next one, we have an adjective meaning costly. So something with a lot of cost.
Expensive.
Expensive, yeah. When something is expensive, it's costly. They went out for it should say a costly dinner, not an. Sorry, an expensive dinner. No, that's correct. To celebrate her promotion. Very good. All right, brilliant. Now we have a synonym, which is compound, and an adjective is the type of word it is. So let's take away some of the examples. So when we compound something, it's sort of like, sorry?
Composite.
Composite. And yes, you're right, composite. So when we talk about composite, we're talking about something that is composed of many parts, so made up of different elements or factors. So the composite bow that it talked about, the composite bow, was not made of just wood. It was also made of horn and sinew, and it will have had other things as well. And they're all put together to make a composite, sort of a collection of different parts. And here's the example. The composite score is the total of your verbal and math scores. So if you have a score for your speaking and a score for your maths, and you add them together, that is the composite score. Okay, we have a transitive verb here meaning direct, or a similar word is direct. Let's have all of the clues because this one's tricky. So
Accurate.
It's not accurate. So a synonym would be govern. So when we govern something, it means we make up rules for, you know, that organization. A similar word, okay, so you could say to control, or use of power or influence to rule something.
Dominate.
Dominate, yep, very good. So the example is his authoritarian father dominated him to a stifling degree. That means he had a dad who controlled everything he did. Not very nice. And when it says in the video, the crossbow dominated warfare in the Norman period, it means that the crossbow was, you know, one of the most powerful weapons out there, one of the most dangerous. Okay, now we have a noun. The definition is a metal or wooden bar on a door that slides into a socket on a door frame to secure the door in a closed position. This is usually something that describes sort of a long cylindrical item, usually made of metal, but not always. Now, in the case, no, not a culmination. This is a noun for an actual thing that you can use. Okay. Now the thing is the name of it's what we call the arrow that we use in a crossbow. So we don't call them arrows, we call them something else. They're sort of shorter. And it's also the name for the little piece of metal that you slide on a door to keep the door closed. Any ideas?
Speech.
This thing, this little bit of metal, it's called a bolt. Okay, so we have a bolt on a door, but we also have a bolt on a crossbow, and the bolt on the crossbow is the thing that shoots out. You probably would call it an arrow normally, but they're not technically arrows. When we use them in crossbow, it's a bolt. Okay, fantastic work, guys, really good. Got all of those correct. Fantastic. Right, let's try to use some of them in a sentence now. Okay, so the newspaper published an report of the event. So this is a report that is true. What's a word that we need? So if the report is mostly true or completely true, we would say it is an
accurate
report. Very good, guys. She slid and opened the door.
Slip hot.
The bolt,
Bolt.
very good. Yeah, the bolt. The other fox woke the chickens. So a fox comes walking over towards the chickens because it wants to eat them. What do we call it when we go towards something? When the fox goes towards the chickens?
Supersede.
Not supersede. Supersede is when something replaces something else. This is when you go towards. Yes, approach. The approach of a fox woke the chickens. Very good. The Soviet Union, the smaller communist nations of Europe. So this word means controlled, governed. Dominated. Very good. All right. The new guidelines, the old ones. So they replace the old ones.
Supersede.
Supersede. Very good. The new guidelines supersede the old ones. Very good. According to the Greek, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man. So this is a story that's probably not true.
Myth.
A myth. Very good, guys. A myth. These plants are delicate. That means they're easily broken. And highly to frost.
And highly culmination.
Not culmination. So they're weak against frost. So when it's very cold, these plants will probably die. Vulnerable. Yeah. Vulnerable to frost. Very good. Now, attacking at dawn was an strategy. What kind of strategy? It was a good strategy. It worked well.
Effective.
Effective strategy. Fantastic. His authoritarian father, him to a stifling degree. So this is controlled him.
Dominated.
Dominated him to a stifling degree. Very good. Of his career was when he became a principal dancer with the Royal Ballet. So this was the thing that happened, the best point of his career. So
Culmination.
The culmination. Very good. So the high point, the top point, the end. Fantastic. Okay, well done, guys. Now, before we go through the rest of those, I would like to do some of the reading quiz. Okay. So make sure you have the transcript open so that we can go through this. These questions should be in order. So read through the transcript with me and we will go through the quiz, okay? So we understand vocabulary right now. Now I'd like to go through the reading quiz, okay? Let me just get that ready, refresh that page. Okay, let's try to do as many questions as we can in the quiz, in the reading quiz. So let's open that up. So the crossbow warfare in the Norman period more than any other weapon. So is that controlled, caused, or destroyed?
Controlled.
Controlled, yep, because the original word is dominated. Very good. 14th century crossbows were the rampart of centuries of warfare, the result of centuries of development in the field of weaponry, or the weapon that superseded the composite bow. Is that A, B, or C?
C?
It's not C, because the composite bow superseded the crossbow. So it's the other way around. So it's not C.
B.
It is B, yep. The result of centuries, hundreds of years of development of weapons. eventually led to the crossbow. The first Norman crossbow had wooden what? Sinew haunted, yes, limbs. Limbs. So yeah. So limbs. So your arms and legs are your limbs. But on a crossbow, you have those little bits that stick out. They kind of look a little bit like arms. Those are called the limbs. The idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon isn't exactly true, inaccurate, or composite.
Exactly true.
Yes, no, the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is inaccurate, but it isn't exactly true. And it says up here, isn't. So it's not exactly true because it is a bit of a myth. Not really true. However, they were at medium range. So when you're not too far away from the opponent, they were too strong, good enough, or vulnerable?
B.
B, yeah, they were good enough. They were good enough at medium range. They could do some damage at medium range. Drawing the bow took a lot of strength. So is that drawing the bow with the belt and claw quickly or over and over again?
With the belt and claw?
No, they used the belt and claw because it made it easier to draw the bow. But drawing the bow, pulling it back over and over again, takes a lot of strength. So the answer is over and over again. Now, the word in the transcript is repeatedly. So when we say repeatedly, we mean over and over again. All right. A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw. This made drawing the string because they had the added power of their back and legs. So did it make it easier, harder, or more vulnerable?
More vulnerable?
No.
Easier.
Easier,
No.
yeah. The belt and claw allows you to, instead of just using your muscles in your arm, you would use the muscles in your leg and back as well. Crossbowmen were useless in battle, well protected, or at risk of injury or death in battle. It's C, yeah. They were at risk of injury or death because they were vulnerable in battle. So that means they needed to be protected by the little shields. And I think I've just ruined this question. Crossbowmen carried large something called pavises.
Shields.
Shields, very good. Yeah, large shields, not small shields. And they would hide behind them, wouldn't they? So crossbowmen could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then back down again to hide, reload. Yeah, reload. So you see this word load, where you put the bolt onto the crossbow. And when you do it again, we call it reloading, because the prefix re means to do something again. Crossbows and took less training than the longbow. So is it
less accurate?
So read the transcript. What does it say in the transcript about crossbows?
Is their target more often?
Yeah, they were more accurate than the longbow, and they hit, which means they hit their target more often. All right, good job. Crossbows used ammunition than the longbow. So is it more expensive, less expensive, or less effective?
More expensive?
Ooh, okay, so we've got more expensive and less effective. Now, I'm afraid to tell you this, but you're actually both wrong. It was the ammunition was more effective in terms of accuracy and less expensive than the arrows required for the longbow, because crossbow bolts were very small. They were effective because you could wait to take your shot, unlike traditional bows where you had to hold the string constantly. So what were they effective in? Sieges, very good. They were effective in sieges. Crossbow bolts could be held in place by using the thumb. Is that the horns of the thumb? The extreme pressure of the thumb. Do you have horns on your thumb? Do you have horns? No, neither do I. So is it extreme pressure or light pressure of the thumb?
Extreme.
It's light pressure, yeah. How much pressure can you put down with your thumb? Just a little bit, just light pressure. The Norman crossbow was largely replaced or superseded by the composite bow, the longbow, or the cannon. The composite bow, yeah. The composite bow was the one that was more effective and more accurate and lighter and more compact. The composite bow was made from wattle and daub, brits and mortar, or horn and sinew.
Horn and sinew.
Very good, guys. Fantastic work. Okay, we're coming to the end now. So
World War II, radar was a revolutionary technology that significantly influenced the outcome of the conflict. It functioned as an essential tool for detection and tracking aircraft and ships, allowing nations to monitor enemy movements more effectively. The outbreak of war prompted many countries to integrate radar systems into their defenses, marking a national effort to improve military capabilities. Radar's ability to track objects at a distance evolved rapidly during the war, providing a crucial advantage in aerial combat and naval battles. This technology's independent development by various nations influenced the overall aspect of the conflict, as it changed how military operations were conducted. Ultimately, radar's influence helped shape the course of World War II, making it a pivotal aspect of modern warfare. This revolutionary technology of radio-based detection and tracking was employed by both the Allies and Axis powers, having evolved independently across various nations during the mid-1930s. At the outbreak of war in September 1939, both the United Kingdom and Germany possessed functional radar systems. In the UK, it was known as RDF, standing for Range and Direction Finding, while in Germany, it was called Funkmess, meaning radio measuring, with devices named Funkmessgerät. By the time of the Battle of Britain in mid-1940, the Royal Air Force had fully integrated radar detection into their national air defense network. In the United States, radar technology was demonstrated as early as December 1934. However, it was only when conflict seemed imminent that the U.S. recognized its strategic influence and began developing ship and land-based detection systems. The U.S. Navy fielded the first systems in early 1940, followed by the U.S. Army a year later. The acronym RADAR, for Radio Detection and Ranging, was coined by the U.S. Navy in 1940, and the term radar became widely adopted. While the benefits of operating in the microwave spectrum were understood, early transmitters capable of generating microwave signals with sufficient power were not yet available. Consequently, all initial radar systems operated at lower frequencies, such as HF or VHF. In February 1940, Britain developed the resonant cavity magnetron, capable of producing microwave power in the kilowatt range, which revolutionized detection technology and paved the way for second-generation radar systems. Following the fall of France, Britain realized that the manufacturing influence of the United States was crucial to winning the war. Although America was not yet involved in conflict, Prime Minister Winston Churchill directed that Britain's technological secrets be shared in exchange for vital capabilities. In the summer of 1940, the TIZAD mission visited the United States, where the cavity magnetron was demonstrated at RCA, Bell Labs, and other institutions. It was 100 times more powerful than existing systems. Bell Labs successfully duplicated its performance, and the radiation laboratory at MIT was established to develop advanced microwave radars. American military scientists later described the magnetron as the most valuable cargo ever brought to our shores, highlighting its transformative influence on detection technology during the conflict.
Okay, guys, thank you for joining the lesson. Today's lesson is about the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we're going to start by watching and listening to the video. In the year 1959, Fidel Castro and Ernesto Guevara overthrew a corrupt dictatorship in Cuba and established a communist country. The Americans were not happy with communists being so close to their border, and so they placed an embargo on Cuba. This stopped all trade between both countries. Cuba went to the USSR for help as they had lost their largest exporter, and Nikita Khrushchev agreed to buy their largest export, which was sugar. This angered the USA, and in 1961 they invaded Cuba, but it was a failure. The US was defeated at the Bay of Pigs due to poor organization. This forced Cuba to look for more assistance, and Khrushchev sent them military equipment and advisors. John F. Kennedy, the US president at the time, was worried that the USSR was putting missiles in Cuba. He sent U-2 spy planes over Cuba and discovered that the USSR had set up intermediate-range ballistic missiles that could hit the US in under 3 minutes. JFK was unsure as to how to proceed, so he met with his advisors, and on the 22nd of October 1962, he asked on live television for Khrushchev to remove the missiles, or he would place a naval blockade around Cuba. He announced a full-scale attack on Russia if missiles were fired, or if they tried to break through the blockade. He placed B-52 bombers armed with nuclear bombs over Cuba. Khrushchev sent military ships towards Cuba, and the world waited for another world war. Thankfully, he ordered the ships to stop on the 24th of October, and 4 days later a compromise was made. USSR agreed to remove the missiles if the US promised not to attack Cuba. The US also secretly agreed to remove missiles from Turkey on the border of the USSR to prevent further conflict. There were 3 results of these events. Although there was a very nearly a full-scale war, this led to improved cooperation between USSR and the USA in the future. They also created a hotline in the offices of both presidents to improve communication. This also led to the creation of the 1963 Test Ban Treaty, which banned the testing of nuclear weapons on land or at sea. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll just read through the transcript. So you can actually read this on your own computers. If you just click the link that I've sent you in the chat box. So I'll give you about 5 minutes just to read through that, and then we'll continue afterwards. Okay, now that we've finished reading through, we can take a look at the vocabulary bank where we can learn all of the words in bold in the transcript. So it's useful to have this open so that we can get an idea of what all of these words mean. However, I find that it's very effective to play some games so that we can learn how to use the words and understand some synonyms and things like that. So let's start with a little general information about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay, now this is about the consequences of the Cuban Revolution. So this was a little bit before the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we're going to fill in the words in the blank here. Okay, so first of all, the first consequence of the 1959 Cuban Revolution was a serious something in US-Cuba relations. So what is this word, do we think?
Downturn.
Downturn, very good. Yeah, so it means that the relationship between US and Cuba got worse. Previously, before the revolution, Cuba had been an ally of the Americans. So ally means friend. So what's the adjective we need here?
Strong.
A strong ally. Very good. Of the Americans. The US supported Cuba's leader. And does anyone know the name of Cuba's leader before he was overthrown?
Castro.
Not Castro. Castro was the person who overthrew this person. So before Castro, yes, it's General Batista. Yeah, very good, very good. General Batista. And a lot of Cuba's something were owned by Americans.
Nationalist.
No, not nationalized. Not sugar, but where do we... Sugar plantations. So these are like the farms where you grow the sugar. However, after the 1959 revolution, this all changed. Cuba's new leader, so who was the new leader? Castro, very good, was a socialist. As the US was fighting the Cold War, it did not like having a left-wing regime so close to its borders. Castro also began introducing socialist policies. Something US owned, not banned, but yes, go on, can you say it? Nationalized. Nationalized. Good. So that's when you nationalize something, it means that it becomes property of the state once again, property of that nation. Okay, so they nationalized US-owned businesses, such as the sugar plantations. This angered the Americans, and in response, the import of Cuban something. Banned the import of Cuban what? Sugar. Yes. So they stopped buying Cuban sugar, harming the Cuban economy. And then we've got one thing here. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, also began training Cuban exiles to invade Cuba. Relations therefore deteriorated. So let's have a look at the next section. The second consequence of the Cuban Revolution was in relations between Cuba and the something. So now instead of not diplomats,
military.
no. So let's do the country first. So Cuba and the USSR. Now the Cuba and the US, their relations weakened, but the relations between Cuba and the USSR, what happened to them? Strengthening in relations. There was a strengthening in relations. So they became closer economically and in trade and militarily. Its leader, who was
Latin.
No, Latin is Khrushchev is the name of him, and you can tell because it has capital K. Was keen to have an ally close to its main, the USA.
Military.
Not military.
Enemy.
Yes, it's the USSR's main enemy was the USA. He also hoped the Cuban Revolution would encourage other American countries to become Latin American. Yeah, so Latin American countries to become communist. As a result, Khrushchev promised to buy Cuban sugar. He also promised to provide something assistance. Military assistance. Good. So the army to Cuba. Senior Soviet diplomats visited Cuba. In this way, a strong alliance developed between the two countries after 1959. So great work there, guys. Really good stuff. All right. Right, fantastic. Let's try to learn some of the vocabulary in the vocabulary bank. So, like I say, have the vocabulary bank open and ready so that we can use it to help us figure out what these words are. So we have a verb, and the opposite word is accord. So it's not massively helpful. Let's try a clue. My opinion with that of the professor.
Compromise.
Not compromise, conflicts.
Conflict.
Yeah. Conflicts. So when we conflict with somebody, we disagree with them, we fight with them, we argue with them, we differ from them, we oppose them. Right, very good. The next word is a noun, and a similar word is message. Message.
Communication.
Yes, communication, the transferring of messages or exchanging of information or ideas. Very good. The next word is a verb again, and it means to oust from power. So to push somebody out.
Overthrow.
Overthrow, very good. The nobles plotted to overthrow the king. Very good, very good. Great work, guys. We're doing really well. The next word is an adjective, and it's related to ships, especially those of a navy. Yes, naval, related to the navy, related to ships and the military. Next word is a noun, and a related word is confine.
Border.
Yes, well done. It's border. So there is a fence along the border of our yard. It's like the boundary, the area, the region. Fantastic. All right, leveled up. Great job, guys. Okay, let's buy a reveal and an erase. Now, we have a noun, and a related word is
Dictatorship.
Yes. Dictatorship. So a dictator is a person who runs a dictatorship. And the definition is a country or government under dictatorial rule. Somebody who makes all the decisions, and that's it. Next, we have an adjective of or pertaining to ballistics. So big clue in the name there.
Ballistic.
Ballistic, yep. So a ballistic missile is a missile that goes up and is fired by a rocket for the first part of its journey up, and then it falls down by gravity. Okay, the next word is a noun, and it's a formal agreement between... Yes, well done, very quick. Treaty. So it's when you have an agreement between two or more countries. It's also known as an entente, or a synonym would be concord. Very good. We have another noun now. One brother became a priest, and the other joined the what?
Military.
Military, yeah. So one became a priest, and the other joined the army and became a soldier. Next one. The government imposed a temporary on all embargo. Yes, when we stop trade from happening. Similar words could be boycott or ban. Okay, fantastic. All right, let's try level 3. I think we'll buy another erase and another reveal. Let's try this one now. So he'd once been a good and honest man, but now he was a swindler. Corrupt swindler. Very good, guys. Great job. So it's when someone is dishonest, disloyal, unjust, or otherwise immoral, a bad person. Now we have a noun, and a related word is accord. So an accord is like an agreement.
Compromise.
Is it compromise? Yes, it is. Well done. So the two sides negotiated for several days before reaching a compromise, an accord. Very good. The next word is a noun, and the synonym is cordon. So when you cordon... Nope. So when you cordon something off, it's like you kind of put a fence around it to stop people going there. Yeah. So we... oh, sorry, blockade was the one. So it is like it is a type of border, but a cordon or a blockade is more of a temporary way of stopping something from getting through. So the blockade prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city. All right. We now have a transitive verb. Our team easily. Last year's. Not invade.
Defeat.
Yes, our team easily defeated, past tense, last year's winning team. So to best someone, that's also a verb. To master something or to top something. To win a victory, to beat in a game or a battle or the like. Next, we have a word. The opposite word is import, when you buy something and bring it in. Yeah, so when we sell something and push it out of the country, that's exporting something. Very good. The export of fruits is important to the Mexican economy. Good. Okay, we have an adjective, and a similar word is bad. Let's have
Corrupt.
Corrupt is the word, yeah. So dishonest, disloyal, somebody who is not a good person. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a similar word is drub. Now that's not hugely helpful, so let's have some clues. A related word is whip, and the definition is to win a victory over, to beat in a game, battle, or the like.
Defeat.
Defeat, yes, to beat somebody. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and the example here is the prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city.
Blockade.
Blockade. Very good.
Blockade.
Fantastic. Great job. All right. Really, really well done there, guys. Great work. Let's take another reveal and another erase. And next one, we have barricade. So a barricade is kind of like a fence that blocks off a road or blocks off a place so that you can't go through.
Border.
Not border, I think it's blockade. Blockade, barricade, they're kind of similar sounding, aren't they? The blockade prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the city. Very good. Now we have a noun, and the related word is cabinet. So cabinet it can be something that you store things in, like a cupboard, but also a cabinet can be a group of people who give you advice. If you're a politician.
Advisor.
Yes, well done. So I'd like to help, but I'm not a very good advisor in matters like this. Very good. Now we have a noun, and it's a projectile. So a projectile is something that is thrown or flung or fired.
Missile?
Is it a missile?
Missile.
It is, yeah. So a missile is an object or weapon that is thrown, shot, or otherwise projected, usually at a distant target. Okay, great. This is a noun for somebody who advocates communism.
Communist.
A communist, fantastic. All right, well done. This is a transitive verb related to the word charge. So that's a bit tricky. Let's take away some of the answers, okay? We have invade and advisor.
Invade.
Invade, very good. So when we talk about charging, we're talking about rushing forwards into battle. So invade is to enter as an enemy by force in order to conquer or plunder or take over that land. The Mongols invaded Europe in the 13th century. Great job, guys. Now we have a noun, and a synonym is bomb. So that's quite tricky.
Failure.
Is it failure? The act or result of failing? Yep. We can use bomb as a verb to say, I absolutely bombed that interview, meaning I absolutely failed. I absolutely messed it up. All right. Spectacular job, guys. You've done really, really well there. Now let's try using those in a sentence. So let's try filling in the blanks. So there is a fence along the something of our yard.
Border.
Along the border of our yard. Great job. The something of fruits is important to the Mexican economy. The export of fruits. Very good. I'd like to help, but I'm not a very good
Advisor.
Advisor in matters like this. Great job. Something to hand in papers on time will result in the lowering of one's grade.
Failure.
Failure. Very good. Did your father serve during the war?
Military.
In the military. Very good. How much money does the government actually spend on the
Blockade.
It could be blockade, but it's probably not. It's not export. Let's leave it for now and come back to that one. Is it military? It's probably military, isn't it? How much money does the government actually spend on the military, on the army? Next one. The nobles plotted to the king.
Corrupt.
Advisor.
No, so corrupt is an adjective. We need a verb in this space.
Corrupt.
They wanted to get rid of the king. They wanted to topple the king.
Overthrow.
Overthrow. Very good. He'd once been a good and honest man, but now he was a swindler. Corrupt. Yep, because we have an adjective for swindler is somebody who basically tricks people into buying things or tricks people out of their money. It's a very corrupt thing to be. One brother became a priest and the other joined the military. Very good. The prevented food and medical supplies from reaching the people of the city.
Blockade.
The blockade. Fantastic. Prevented food and medical supplies. Brilliant. Okay. My opinion with that of the professor.
Conflicted.
Conflicted. Very good. Do you think our candidate can the others?
Defeat
the others. Very good. Our team easily last year's winning team. Past tense. Not defeated. Very good. Because it's last year's, isn't it? Past tense.
Yes.
He went to a financial to get some advice. A financial advisor. Very good, guys. Sadly, their attempt to revive their business resulted in
failure.
Fantastic. The government imposed a temporary on all imported beef.
Embargo.
Yep, good. They pledged to their enemy.
Invaded.
Not invade. Not invaded. Defeat. Yep. Yep. Very good. The two sides negotiated for several days before reaching a compromise. Good. And the Mongols, Europe. Invaded. Fantastic, guys. That's really, really good work there. Okay, that's really good. Thank you for joining the class today.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
The Extraordinary Life of Professor Vadim Medish. Professor Vadim Medish, born in Krasnodar, Russia, in 1924, grew up amidst a culturally diverse community nestled in the Caucasus region. His family history reflects this richness, as both Russian and German were spoken in their home. Medish's father, a biologist educated in Germany, dedicated his life to studying plant diseases at a local agricultural university. The onset of World War II would dramatically alter the course of Medish's life, forever intertwining his fate with the horrors of war. As the war escalated, the upheaval reached Krasnodar. Medish's father became a victim of the paranoia that gripped the Soviet Union during this tumultuous period. Wrongfully accused of collaborating with the Germans due to his German ties, he was imprisoned and likely perished during a chaotic evacuation of prisoners. This family tragedy marked a profound shift in Medish's life. Soon after completing high school, he was drafted into the Red Army in 1941. At just 17 years old, Medish found himself fighting in one of the war's pivotal battles, the Battle of Stalingrad. This 8-month-long siege was fraught with brutality, confusion, and desperation. After serving 6 months on the front lines, he was captured by the German forces. As a prisoner of war, Medish faced the grim realities of captivity, working on labour projects that involved converting Russian railway tracks to the German gauge. His proficiency in both German and Russian became a crucial survival tool. It not only allowed him to navigate the dangers of being a prisoner, but also secured his place in the Labour Battalion, where he contributed to the war effort by modifying essential infrastructure. As the tides of war turned, and the German forces began their retreat from Soviet territory in 1944, Medish experienced a shift in circumstances. Declared a potential traitor in his homeland due to his German heritage, he was integrated into the German army, serving under duress as they faced mounting losses. As World War II came to a close in 1945, Medish was eventually released from captivity. However, his return to a changed Russia, where suspicion against him loomed, was not possible. In search of a fresh start, Medish immigrated to the United States in 1949. Shortly after his arrival, he was once again drafted, this time to fight in the Korean War. With resolve and resilience, he navigated life in a new country, forging a path that allowed for healing and growth. Settling in Washington, D.C., Medish built a new life, marrying and raising a family. His son, who has followed in his father's intellectual footsteps as a writer, has taken it upon himself to chronicle Medish's life and his remarkable journey. Portions of his father's story have been published in prestigious outlets such as the Washington Post, showcasing the resilience of a man who endured so much. Today, Professor Vadim Medish represents a bridge between different worlds, embodying both the anguish of war and the hope for a better future. Residing in Washington, D.C., surrounded by his son and several grandchildren, he continues to reflect on his past, sharing his experiences to educate others about the complexities of war and the human spirit. His life, marked by trials and triumph, serves as a powerful testament to survival, resilience, and the enduring bond of family across generations. Vadim Medish's story is not just a narrative of conflict, it is a profound journey of identity, belonging, and the unyielding quest for peace, making him a vital part of the historical tapestry that shaped the 20th century and continues to influence the present. Vasily Zaitsev, the Sniper of Stalingrad. Vasily Zaitsev has become an iconic figure in the annals of World War II history. He is best known as a Soviet sniper during the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II. His story, while marked by individual skill and remarkable feats in the face of profound adversity, also serves as a reminder of the brutal, dehumanizing nature of war, a conflict that claimed millions of lives and left cities in ruins. Born on April 2nd, 1915, in the Ural Mountains of Russia, Zaitsev grew up in a modest family that depended on hunting and foraging for sustenance. He brought home his first hunting trophy at the age of 12, a wolf that he killed with a single bullet from his first personal gun given to him by his grandfather, a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun. His early life experiences in the wilderness fostered a familiarity with shooting and an acute awareness of his surroundings. In June 1941, Zaitsev was serving in the Soviet Navy as a clerk in Vladivostok when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in what was called Operation Barbarossa. Like many of his comrades, he volunteered for transfer to the front line out of a sense of duty to his homeland. He had attained the rank of Chief Petty Officer in the Navy and was assigned the rank of Senior Warrant Officer upon transfer to the Army. He was assigned to the 1047th Rifle Regiment of the 284th Tomsk Rifle Division, which became part of the 62nd Army at Stalingrad on the 17th of September 1942. The Battle of Stalingrad was one of the deadliest confrontations of World War II, lasting from August 1942 to February 1943. The city, once a symbol of industrial strength, became the site of immense suffering as Soviet and German forces clashed in urban warfare that often devolved into chaos. The environment was characterized by destruction. As the battle raged, Stalingrad morphed into a devastated landscape of rubble and ruin, where close-quarters combat often eclipsed traditional warfare. Zaitsev's accuracy with a rifle led to him becoming a sniper. Utilizing the urban environment to his advantage, he adapted to the chaos surrounding him by mastering the art of concealment and ambush. Zaitsev's success was not merely due to his marksmanship, he was also an adept strategist, often outthinking his opponents. Zaitsev would conceal himself in various locations, for example, on high ground, under rubble, or in water pipes. After a few kills, he would change his position or relocate. Together with his partner, Nikolai Kulikov, Zaitsev perfected his hide and sting tactics. One method was to cover a large area from 3 positions with 2 men at each point, a sniper and a scout. This tactic, known as the sixes, is still in use today by Russian forces and was implemented during the Chechen Wars. As Zaitsev arrived in Stalingrad, he was thrust into a nightmarish landscape. He quickly learned to navigate the brutal realities of combat, using the remnants of the devastated city for concealment. His talent as a sniper enabled him to take aim at enemy soldiers, but each pull of the trigger came with the echo of suffering, reminders of lives being cut short. Zaitsev's reputation grew as he achieved significant success, reportedly claiming over 200 enemy targets. His ability to eliminate high-value targets disrupted the German command structure and instilled fear among enemy troops. Stories of his feats spread among Soviet soldiers, elevating him to the status of a national hero. Yet, this success was not a source of pride. Rather, it underscored the grim nature of his reality. Each interaction with the enemy was laced with loss and guilt, amplifying the emotional burden that accompanied the act of taking a life. The psychological toll of surviving in such a brutal environment weighed heavily on Zaitsev and his comrades. It is believed, though not confirmed, that Zaitsev was engaged in a tense standoff with a rival German sniper at Stalingrad. The two snipers stalked one another across the scarred landscape, each vying for superiority. The intensity of the encounter exemplified the psychological and strategic dimensions of warfare. Zaitsev ultimately outsmarted his adversary and emerged victorious, further boosting his reputation. The conditions in Stalingrad were harsh and unforgiving. Soldiers faced not only the enemy, but also starvation, extreme weather, and the constant threat of death. Zaitsev endured these hardships alongside his fellow soldiers, each day marked by uncertainty and fear. The turning point in the battle came with a Soviet counter-offensive, which ultimately encircled the German Sixth Army. While this military maneuver marked a significant strategic victory, it was also accompanied by staggering casualties on both sides. Zaitsev continued to fight at the Battle of Stalingrad until January 1943, when a mortar, or possibly a landmine, injured his eyes. He recovered, and on the 22nd of February 1943, Zaitsev was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Zaitsev recruited and trained other marksmen during his service in Stalingrad. He returned to the front and finished the war at the Battle of Seelow Heights in Germany with the military rank of captain. Zaitsev emerged from the battle as a recognized figure, representing a complex mix of survival and loss. He participated in post-war engagements, sharing his experiences in hopes of fostering a narrative of resilience rather than glorifying the act of killing. After the war, Zaitsev transitioned to life as a military officer and teacher. He authored his memoirs to recount the realities of his experiences, opting to focus on the profound impacts of war rather than seeking personal glorification. His legacy is multifaceted. While his skills were remarkable, his story also serves as a somber reminder of the costs of conflict, the loss of life, and the emotional scars left on those who survive. He passed away on December 15, 1991, but remains a symbol of courage and skill, celebrated by historians and military enthusiasts alike. Vasily Zaitsev's experiences during the Battle of Stalingrad illustrate not just individual bravery, but also the tragic complexity of war. His legacy is intertwined with the memories of suffering and loss, underscoring how conflict can distort human existence. Rather than lionizing his actions, his story invites reflection on the consequences of warfare and the enduring scars it leaves on humanity. In the end, Zaitsev represents not a hero of valor, but a witness to the painful realities that should never be forgotten. His legacy endures not only through his remarkable feats as a sniper, but also as a reminder of the countless individuals who faced unimaginable hardships during one of history's most brutal conflicts. As long as the story of Stalingrad is told, so too will the story of Vasily Zaitsev, the sniper who became a legend. Friedrich Paulus, the rise and fall of a German general at Stalingrad. Friedrich Paulus, a German general during World War II, is best remembered for his pivotal role as the commander of the 6th Army during the infamous Battle of Stalingrad. His leadership and the circumstances of his surrender marked a turning point in the war, forever etching his name in the annals of military history. Born on the 23rd of March 1890 in Würzburg, Germany, Friedrich Paulus grew up in a military family and developed an early interest in the armed forces. He joined the German army in 1910 and served with distinction during World War I, where his organisational skills and leadership abilities quickly garnered attention. By the end of the war, he had risen through the ranks, serving in various staff positions that further sharpened his strategic acumen. Following Germany's defeat in World War I, Paulus remained in the newly formed Reichswehr, the Weimar Republic's military. Despite the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, he continued to build his career, demonstrating his competence in planning and logistics. His experiences during this period laid the groundwork for his future assignments during World War II. As World War II erupted, Paulus's talent did not go unnoticed. He played a significant role in the German invasions of Poland and France, earning a promotion to Major General. In November 1941, he was appointed as commander of the 6th Army with the ambitious task of capturing Stalingrad, a strategic city on the Volga River. He was given the position of Major General when Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, Paulus's patron, became commander of the entire Army Group South. Paulus, at that time, had never commanded a larger unit than a battalion. However, Paulus only took over his new command on the 20th of January, 6 days after the sudden death of Reichenau. This left him on his own and without the support of his more experienced sponsor. Alone in his duties, Paulus led the drive on Stalingrad that summer. His troops fought Soviet forces defending Stalingrad for over 3 months in increasingly brutal urban warfare. In November 1942, 1 year after his promotion to Major General, the Soviet Red Army launched a massive counteroffensive named Operation Uranus. Despite finding himself surrounded by an entire Soviet army group, Paulus did not request to evacuate the city. Completely surrounded, Paulus followed Adolf Hitler's orders to hold his positions in Stalingrad under all circumstances. 1 month later, Operation Winter Storm was launched, a relief effort by Army Group Don, a short-lived army group under the command of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Following von Manstein's orders, Paulus prepared to break out of Stalingrad. In the meantime, he kept his army in fixed defensive positions. Manstein told Paulus that the relief would need assistance from the 6th Army, but the order to initiate the breakout never came. Paulus remained firm in obeying the orders he had been given. Manstein's forces were unable to reach Stalingrad on their own, and their efforts were eventually halted due to Soviet offences elsewhere on the front. Kurt Zeitzler, the newly appointed chief of the Army General Staff, eventually convinced Hitler to allow Paulus to break out, provided he continued to hold Stalingrad, an impossible task. For the next 2 months, Paulus and his men fought on. However, the lack of food and ammunition, the equipment losses, and the deteriorating physical condition of the German troops gradually wore down the German defence. With the new year, Hitler promoted Paulus to Colonel General. Refusing to capitulate, Paulus stated, "What would become of the war if our army in the Caucasus were also surrounded? That danger is real. But as long as we keep on fighting, the Red Army has to remain here. They need these forces for a big offensive against Army Group A in the Caucasus and along the still unstable front from Voronezh to the Black Sea. We must hold them here to the last so that the Eastern Front can be stabilized. Only if that happens is there a chance of the war going well for Germany." On the 7th of January 1943, General Konstantin Rokossovsky, commander of the Red Army on the Don Front, called a ceasefire and offered Paulus's men generous surrender terms, including normal rations, medical treatment for the ill and wounded, and permission to retain their badges, decorations, uniforms, and personal effects. As part of his communication, Rokossovsky advised Paulus that he was in an impossible situation. Paulus requested permission from Hitler to surrender. Even though it was obvious the Sixth Army was in an untenable position, the German Army High Command rejected Paulus's request, stating, "Capitulation is out of the question. Every day that the army holds out longer helps the whole front and draws away the Russian divisions from it." After a Soviet offensive overran the last emergency airstrip in Stalingrad on the 25th of January, the Soviet command again offered Paulus a chance to surrender. Paulus radioed Hitler once again for permission, telling Hitler that collapse was inevitable. Paulus stressed that his men had no ammunition or food and he was no longer able to command them. He also said that 18,000 men were wounded and were in immediate need of medical attention. Once again, Hitler rejected Paulus's request unequivocally and ordered him to hold Stalingrad to the death. On the 30th of January, Paulus informed Hitler that his men were only hours from collapse. Hitler responded by handing out field promotions to Paulus's officers, an attempt to restore morale and bolster their will to hold their ground. Most significantly, he promoted Paulus to Field Marshal, the same title held by Walter von Reichenau just over a year before. But the title came with a morbid implication. In deciding to promote him, Hitler noted that there was no known record of a Prussian or German Field Marshal ever having surrendered. The message was clear. If Paulus allowed himself to be taken alive, he would shame Germany's military history. Paulus was to commit suicide. Paulus and his staff surrendered on the morning of 31st of January 1943. The events of that day were recorded by Colonel Wilhelm Adam in his personal diary. January the 31st, 1943, 7 a.m. It was still dark, but day was dawning almost imperceptibly. Paulus was asleep. It was some time before I could break out of the maze of thoughts and strange dreams that depressed me so greatly. But I don't think I remained in this state for very long. I was going to get up quietly when someone knocked at the door. Paulus awoke and sat up. It was the HQ commander. He handed the Colonel General a piece of paper and said, "Congratulations, the rank of Field Marshal has been conferred upon you. The dispatch came early this morning. It was the last one." One can't help feeling it's an invitation to suicide. However, I'm not going to do them such a favour, said Paulus after reading the dispatch. Schmidt continued, "At the same time, I have to inform you that the Russians are at the door." With these words, he opened the door, and a Soviet general and his interpreter entered the room. The general announced that we were his prisoners. I placed my revolver on the table. "Prepare yourself for departure. We shall be back for you at 9 o'clock. You will go in your personal car," said the Soviet general through his interpreter. Then they left the room. I had the official seal with me. I prepared for my last official duty. I recorded Paulus's new rank in his military document, stamped it with the seal, then threw the seal into the glowing fire. The main entrance to the cellar was closed and guarded by the Soviet soldiers. An officer, the head of the guards, allowed me and the driver to go out and get the car ready. Climbing out of the cellar, I stood dumbfounded. Soviet and German soldiers, who just a few hours earlier had been shooting at one another, now stood quietly together in the yard. They were all armed, some with weapons in their hands, some with them over their shoulders. My God, what a contrast between the two sides. The German soldiers, ragged and in light coats, looked like ghosts with hollow, unshaven cheeks. The Red Army fighters looked fresh and wore warm winter uniforms. Involuntarily, I remembered the chain of unfortunate events which had prevented me from sleeping for so many nights. The appearance of the Red Army soldiers seemed symbolic. At 9 o'clock sharp, the HQ commander of the 6th Army arrived to take the commander of the vanquished German 6th Army and its staff towards the rear. The march towards the Volga had ended. Paulus's surrender marked a significant turning point in the war, as it was the first major defeat of the German army and a serious blow to Nazi morale. It also symbolized a shift in the momentum of the war in favor of the Soviet Union. On the 2nd of February 1943, the remainder of the 6th Army capitulated. Upon finding out about Paulus's surrender, Hitler flew into a rage and vowed never to appoint another field marshal again. In reality, he went on to appoint another 7 field marshals during the last 2 years of the war. Speaking about the surrender of Paulus, Hitler told his staff, "In peacetime Germany, about 18,000 or 20,000 people a year chose to commit suicide, even without being in such a position. Here is a man who sees 50,000 or 60,000 of his soldiers die defending themselves bravely to the end. How can he surrender himself to the Bolshevists?" During his captivity, according to General Max Pfeffer, Paulus said, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Paulus also forbade his soldiers from standing on top of their trenches in order to be shot by the enemy. Shortly before surrendering, Paulus sent his wedding ring back to his wife on the last plane departing his position. He had not seen her since 1942 and would never see her again, as she died in 1949 while he was still in captivity. After his capture, Paulus was held as a prisoner of war by the Soviets. Throughout his captivity, he reflected on the events that had transpired and became increasingly critical of the Nazi regime. Upon his release, he settled in East Germany, where he lived until his death on February 1st, 1957, in Dresden. In his later years, Paulus published writings that detailed his experiences during the war, offering a valuable perspective on the strategies employed and the realities faced by soldiers. His memoirs provided insight into the complexities of warfare and the psychological toll it exacted on commanders and troops alike. Friedrich Paulus remains a complex figure in military history. Some view him as an able commander caught in a no-win situation, while others criticize his execution of the campaign and his decision to surrender. His experiences at Stalingrad not only highlight the devastating impact of war, but also serve as a reminder of the consequences of strategic miscalculations. His writings and the lessons learned from his command continue to be studied by military historians and students of warfare, ensuring that his legacy endures as a cautionary tale of ambition, strategy, and the harsh realities of battle. Friedrich Paulus's life is a testament to the tumultuous times of World War II. His rise through military ranks, the challenges he faced at Stalingrad, and his reflections on warfare paint a vivid picture of a soldier caught in the depths of one of history's most brutal conflicts. As we continue to study the events of this era, Paulus's story serves as an enduring reminder of the complexities of leadership and the often unpredictable nature of war. Once upon a time, in a small village, a curious boy named Sam wandered into the woods. He often explored the nearby forest, but that day was different. As he was walking deeper into the trees, he saw a glowing object lying on the ground. He picked it up and realized it was an ancient amulet. Fascinated, he remembered the tales his grandmother had told him about magical artifacts. Excitedly, he decided to bring it home. However, when he returned, he discovered that his village had changed. It had transformed into a bustling town. Sam was feeling shocked and wondered what happened. He was thinking about the adventures he would have in this new world. Long ago, he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen, and now it seemed like his dreams had come true. That night, he lay in bed, dreaming about the adventures that awaited him in the morning. This part of the story uses the simple past tense. For example, Sam wandered into the woods. The simple past tense describes actions that were completed at a specific time in the past. It is appropriate here as it sets the main narrative and indicates events that happened sequentially in Sam's story. This story is set in the past, and this part of the story has been completed, so we can use the past simple tense. We are also describing things Sam regularly did. For example, he often explored the nearby forest. This next part of the story uses the past continuous tense. For example, as he was walking deeper into the trees. The past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, walking, that was interrupted by another short action. He saw an object. In this instance, we can use the past continuous to describe the long, ongoing action of walking, and the past simple to describe the action that interrupts, when he saw the amulet. We can also use the past continuous to describe the amulet, which was glowing and presumably had been glowing for a long time. This next part of the story uses both the simple past tense and the past perfect. The simple past tense, he remembered the tales, he decided to bring it home. Well, these actions are quick and happen sequentially, or one after the other. First, he remembered, then he decided. You may also notice that bring does not change to brought. This is because decided to bring counts as one single action made up of two different verbs, and so the second verb, bring, does not change. We can also see the usage of the past perfect. For example, the tales his grandmother had told him. So the tales were told to Sam long before any of this happened, so we're referencing a point in the past that existed long before this story began. In this part of the story, we can see both the simple past tense and the past perfect tense. So the simple past tense, when he returned, he discovered, these actions are quick and again happen sequentially or one after the other. First, he returned, then he discovered. The past perfect tense, for example, his village had changed, it had transformed into a bustling town. Well, the past perfect tense indicates here that an action was completed before another past action. So it shows that the transformation of the village occurred before Sam's return, providing context and clarity regarding the sequence of events. In this part of the story, we can see the usage of the past continuous tense and the past simple tense, which are often used together. With the past continuous tense, we have Sam was feeling shocked. He was thinking about. So the past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, feeling. There is also another action occurring in Sam's mind, thinking. Both of these actions are happening at the same time, and so we need to use the past continuous tense to indicate that they're both happening simultaneously. We can also see the usage of the past simple tense. For example, Sam wondered what happened. This indicates that Sam briefly wondered about what happened. It was something that he thought about and then stopped thinking about. This is different from the continuous actions of feeling and thinking, which he continues to do for a long time. In this next part of the story, we can see the usage of the past perfect continuous tense and the past perfect tense too. So the past perfect continuous tense, for example, long ago he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen. In this instance, the past perfect continuous tense emphasizes the duration of an ongoing action that preceded another past action. In this case, it highlights that Sam's desire for adventure was a persistent wish leading up to the moment he found the amulet, enriching the character's background and motivations. We can also see usage of the past perfect tense. For example, his dreams had come true. This sentence shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular time in the story. He had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point, it seemed to have happened. At the end of the story, we can see the usage of the past simple tense combined with the past continuous tense. So with the past simple tense, he lay in bed, this sentence talks about an action which is now complete. We could use the past continuous tense for this sentence, of course, and say he was lying in bed, dreaming about. But because this is the end of the story, it's more appropriate to end with a past simple tense verb combined with the past continuous tense to allow the reader to envision a future for Sam, whilst also providing a sense of finality to the story. The past continuous tense, dreaming about, shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular point of time in the story. So he had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point in the story, it seemed to have happened. The final sentence ends the story nicely because it allows the reader to think about what might happen to Sam next. In conclusion, using different past tense forms adds depth to storytelling by providing context, clarity, and continuity. The mix allows the reader to grasp the timeline of events and understand the character's motivations, emotions, and the significance of past experiences. The story effectively uses each tense to convey a rich narrative, allowing for a more immersive reading experience.
Irregular verbs in English from espressoenglish.net. Did you know that about 70% of the time when we use a verb in English, it's irregular? Irregular verbs can make you go crazy, but in fact, they follow some patterns. In this lesson, you'll learn groups of irregular verbs that will help you remember them better. The first group is irregular verbs with all three forms identical. These verbs are the same in the present, past, and past participle. One example is put. Present. I always put the milk in the refrigerator. Past. Yesterday I put the books in my backpack. The present perfect uses the past participle form. I've already put the documents in the mail. Other verbs with all three forms identical include bet, burst, cost, cut, fit, hit, hurt, let, put, quit, set, shut, split, and spread. The next group is verbs with identical present and past participle forms. The only different form is the past. Come, came, come. Become, became, become. Run, ran, run. A number of irregular verbs have n in the past participle. These can be divided into 4 subgroups, with o in the past and past participle, with o in the past only, verbs with the past form ending in EW and the past participle in OWN, and other. Subgroup 1. Break, broke, broken. Choose, chose, chosen. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Get, got, gotten. Speak, spoke, spoken. Steal, stole, stolen. Wake, woke, woken. Wear, wore, worn. In this subgroup, the vowel changes to O in the past and past participle. Subgroup 2 has O in the past but not in the past participle. Drive, drove, driven. Ride, rode, ridden. Rise, rose, risen. Write, wrote, written. Notice that the sound of the I changes from the present to the past participle. The present is drive, and the past participle is not driven, but driven. Subgroup 3. Verbs ending in EW in the past and OWN in the past participle. Fly, flew, flown. Grow, grew, grown. Know, knew, known. Throw, threw, thrown. Finally, we have subgroup 4, other. These verbs have N in the past participle, but don't appear to follow any other pattern. Bite, bit, bitten. Hide, hid, hidden. Eat, ate, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Give, gave, given. See, saw, seen. Shake, shook, shaken. Take, took, taken. Another group of irregular verbs is verbs with pronunciation changes. For example, long E to short E. Keep, kept, kept. Sleep, slept, slept. Feel, felt, felt. Bleed, bled, bled. Feed, fed, fed. Meet, met, met. Lead, led, led. Another group has EA pronounced differently from the present to the past and past participle. Deal, dealt, dealt. Mean, meant, meant. Read, read, read. Hear, heard, heard. Another group is when the long I changes to OU. Bind, bound, bound. Find, found, found. Grind, ground, ground. Wind, wound, wound. Short I can change to U. Dig, dug, dug. Stick, stuck, stuck. Spin, spun, spun. Sting, stung, stung. Two very common verbs, sell and tell, become sold and told in the past and past participle. Finally, we have the verbs with ought endings in the past and past participle. This can be spelled O-U-G-H-T or A-U-G-H-T, but the pronunciation is the same. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Catch, caught, caught. Fight, fought, fought. Seek, sought, sought. Teach, taught, taught. Think, thought, thought. Remember that the G is silent in these verbs. Verbs with 3 different vowels. In this group, the vowel changes from I to A to U. Begin, began, begun. Drink, drank, drunk. Ring, rang, rung. Shrink, shrank, shrunk. Sing, sang, sung. Sink, sank, sunk. Spring, sprang, sprung. Swim, swam, swum. Finally, we have the completely irregular verbs. These verbs don't follow any specific pattern, so you just need to memorize their past and past participle forms. The verb to be is am, is, or are in the present, was or were in the past, and been in the past participle. Do, did, done. Go, went, gone. Have, had, had. Make, made, made. Thanks for watching English Tips from Espresso English. If you liked this video, please share it.
And now we'll take a look at the past tenses, first focusing on the past simple tense. Here, the past simple tense is used to express completed actions in the past, whether the past be a few seconds ago, or whether many years or ages ago, doesn't matter. To make positive sentences, we have our subject, and the subject could be anything from I, you, we, they, it, he, she, and now we conjugate. We change our verb, most often by adding ed. For the negative sentences, rather than changing the verb, we add the auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb is do. So I've changed do to did to indicate the past, and it results in a sentence structure such as I did not work. Now did not is the full form. Obviously, we can contract this into didn't. Here we have did I work. Again, you can see the inversion of the position of the auxiliary verb and the subject to help us create our question. When we use did, we can use it for any of the subjects in our sentence, from I or he or she, etc. In terms of spelling these conjugated verbs, of course there are some issues that we need to have a look at, especially when considering some patterns. So again, we have our y changes to dropping the y and adding IED. And when we have a consonant vowel consonant, we double the consonant in question and finally add ED. These aren't irregular verbs, they're just irregular spellings for some verb conjugations. Our irregular verbs change their form altogether. So a few examples would be changing to was or were, depending on the subject of the sentence, go to went, have to had, give to gave, write to wrote. As previously mentioned, the usage for the past simple tense is when you want to talk about completed actions in the past at a definite time frame. So we have sentences like Mark worked last night. He worked in the past. When was it? Last night. We can also ask questions. When did Mark work? Although the time isn't mentioned in the question, what we're implying is the time will be mentioned in the answer. And by saying when did Mark work, we're indicating that it is in the past rather than saying when does Mark work, which would bring us back up into the present. Now let's have a look at the past continuous tense. This tense is used to indicate that a certain action was in progress at a particular time in the past. We form the positive form by using our subjects, the auxiliary verb to be, plus the verb plus ing, also known as the present participle. So it results in sentences such as, he was cooking last night, or we were cooking last night. In order to form the negative sentence for the past continuous, we add the word not in between the past form of the auxiliary verb to be and our main verb, which here is cooking. So of course we have, he was not cooking last night, and we were not cooking last night. In order to form the question form of the past continuous tense, again we're going to invert a subject and the auxiliary verb. So we start our question with was or were, depending on our subjects, and we keep our present participle form of the verb, which is our main verb in the question. So, was he cooking last night? Or, were you cooking last night? The usage for the past continuous tense is expressing actions in progress at a time in the past. So one example could be, I was cooking at 6 p.m. last night. I was cooking. It was an action that began, occurred, and finished at a particular point in time in the past, 6 p.m. last night. Now, I could also say, I was cooking when you called me. It's the continuation of an action that happened at a particular time. That particular time needs to be conjugated into the past simple tense, as it wasn't continuing, rather the cooking was continuing. Let's now have a quick review of the past tenses. Here we have 4 very similar example sentences, each using a different past tense. This should allow us to be able to look at the differences in usage between these tenses. First example, when I arrived, John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. When I arrived, John had cooked. When I arrived, John had been cooking. In the first example, when I arrived, John cooked. If we look at John cooked, this is the past simple. The structure is quite simply the subject plus verb in the past tense. The past tense verb is usually formed just by adding ed to the end of the base form. However, again, there are many irregular verbs, such as go would change to went, be to was or were, know to new. Again, there are no rules for this, and they just have to be learnt individually. The past tense here, as we can see, is used for completed past actions. I arrived in the past, and John cooked in the past. They give us the order in which past events happen. I arrived first, and then John cooked. I woke up, and then I got up. I had a shower, I had breakfast, and went to work. So the past simple is very useful for ordering actions. The second example sentence, when I arrived, John was cooking. John was cooking is in the past continuous tense. Here, the structure is subject, John, the verb to be in the past tense, which is was or were, plus the verb with an ing at the end. The past continuous tense is used to describe an action that was in progress at a specific past time. Here in the example sentence, the cooking was in progress at the time I arrived. This differs from the first example sentence, where I arrived first and then John cooked. In this example, the cooking had already started and was still in progress at the time I arrived. And now for the past perfect tense. This tense is used to talk about a past action and a related past action before that. In this case, we're relating two past actions to each other. We do so by using the auxiliary verb to have, but because we're talking about the past, we need to conjugate that auxiliary verb into the past. So we'll consistently use had no matter what our subject is for the sentence. The other critical part of the formation of this tense is the fact that the main verb needs to be put into the past participle form. Here, we've used a regular verb, to finish, and we've added ed. The results are sentences like, Sue had finished. Negative, Sue had not finished. We can contract had not into hadn't, and we can ask the question by saying, had Sue finished? As mentioned, the usage for the past perfect is to relate past actions that are in the past. So we always add the past perfect tense for the action that happened before the past action that we're talking about. So I want to say that we arrived in the past, but I also want to let you know that something happened even before we arrived. So I use the past perfect tense. Again, our auxiliary verb to have conjugated into the past, as well as our past participle form of the main verb. The resulting sentence could be something like, the concert had started by the time we arrived. Let's take a look at the past perfect continuous tense. We'll obviously be talking about the past, we'll be talking about two actions, and we'll be focusing on the fact that one of those actions had been continuing at another point in the past. In order to form this tense, what we need are two auxiliary verbs. We need our auxiliary verb have, conjugated into the past, so it turns to had. We use our auxiliary verb be, with our present participle form of the main verb, which is the verb plus ing, and be being conjugated into the past as well. So for positive sentences, we would start with our subject. Here it's Sue. Sue had been cooking. Our negative sentence would be Sue had not been cooking. And in order to ask our question, again that inversion of the subject and had, so it comes out, had Sue been cooking? And now the usage for the past perfect continuous tense. It is as follows. Using it to communicate a continuing action in the past up until an additional action in the past. Here we have, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours before we ate lunch. The action that had been occurring up until that point was Sue had been cooking for 3 hours. Before the other action, we ate lunch. In the third example, when I arrived, John had cooked. John had cooked is the past perfect tense. This has the structure subject, here John, plus had, plus past participle, here cooked. Past perfect is used to express the past in the past. In other words, an action that happened before another past action. When I arrived, John had cooked. I arrived in the past, and I want to say what happened before that past time, so I have to use the past perfect. The fourth example sentence, when I arrived, John had been cooking, this is using the past perfect continuous tense. John had been cooking. This has the structure subject, John, auxiliary verb had, another auxiliary verb, been, and then the verb plus ing. The past perfect continuous tense is used to express the duration or continuity of a longer action in the past before another past action. As we can see here, when I arrived, John had been cooking. The cooking had continued for a period of time before I arrived. It doesn't express whether cooking is still continuing or completed. So let's have a look at the 4 sentences together again. When I arrived, John cooked. I arrived first, then John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. The cooking was actually in progress at the time I arrived. When I arrived, John had cooked. The cooking had finished before I arrived. And when I arrived, John had been cooking. Expresses a longer action that had been happening up until the time I arrived.
Past verbs are used when using the past simple tense in the affirmative. Past participle verbs are used when using the present and past perfect tenses. Regular verbs. The majority of English verbs are regular. We add ed when they are made into past and past participles. Sometimes, though, we need to modify some parts of them when adding ed. The first group is one-syllable verbs, and these ones they don't change. For example, jump, jumped, jumped. Laugh, laughed, laughed. Look, looked, looked. In the second group, add only d to those regular verbs ending with an e. For example, agree, agreed, agreed. Survive, survived, survived. Die, died, died. The third group, you need to double the last consonant to those verbs ending with a consonant, vowel, consonant. So C, V, C. Just like these examples. Fan, fanned, fanned. Grab, grabbed, grabbed. Rip, ripped, ripped. So we double the last consonant. N, B, and P. The last group is the fourth group. Take out the y and add IED to those verbs ending with a y, just like these examples. Carry, carried, carried. Try, tried, tried. Cry, cried, cried. Notice the y changes to I. Now let's take a look at those irregular verbs. The first group, some verbs do not change, just like put, put, put. Cost, cost, cost. Hit, hit, hit. Hurt, hurt, hurt. In the second group, we have similar endings. They replace the D with a T. For example, send, sent, sent. Spend, spent, spent. Build, built, built. The third group, irregular verbs, have the same O-U-G-H-T endings, like these ones: bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Fight, fought, fought. The fourth group, irregular verbs, have the same en ending in the past participle. Beat, beat, beaten. Eat, ate, eaten. Forget, forgot, forgotten. So en at the end of the past participle. The fifth group change a vowel consistently, A for the past and U for the past participle, just like these ones: swim, swam, swum. Begin, began, begun. Ring, rang, rung. And finally, the sixth group change consistently in the past with the E, W, and O, W, N for the past participle, just like blow, blew, blown. Grow, grew, grown. Fly, flew, flown. So now let's practice. Change the verbs into past and past participle. Grow, leave, make, sing. Type, hunt, play, see. Swim, dream, visit, go. Pause the video for 5 minutes and then we'll check your answers. So this will be your key. Grow, grew, grown. Leave, left, left. Make, made, made. Sing, sang, sung. Type, typed, typed. Regular. Hunt, hunted, hunted. Regular. Play, played, played. Visit, visited, visited. Those are regular. Swim, swam, swum. Irregular. Dream can be both irregular and regular. Irregular ends with a T, so dreamt. And regular obviously ends with an ED, dreamed. So then we have see, saw, seen. Go, went, gone. By the way, did you know? The past of the verb go comes from the past of another verb, went, which means to go in a specific direction, Originally, went was the past of the verb went. Now it is wended. Instead, the past of the verb go was yod. People started to use the verbs go and went interchangeably. So after many years, the verb go adopted went as its past form. Today's lesson is on the simple past tense. Okay, like in did you go out yesterday? Or we didn't go out yesterday. We worked hard yesterday. Yes, it's an action that happened in the past and you know when it happened. So it's our yellow star in the timeline. You can see it right there. So, how do we form the simple past? First of all, we need a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, we chose did. And did, we use did for questions and for negative sentences. So let's look at questions first. Okay, WH question word if you have one, like where, how long, etc. Plus the helping verb, did in this case, then subject and then the verb. Okay, like in our example, did you go out yesterday? Okay, that's a good example. Negative sentences. Okay, so we need the subject plus the helping verb plus not plus the verb and the object if you have one. I did not go out yesterday. I didn't go out yesterday. Okay, so what happens with positive sentences? Well, positive sentences have regular or irregular verbs. Okay, so we have the subject for regular verbs plus verb plus ed because it's a regular verb plus object. For example, I danced all night last Saturday. I danced all night last Saturday. Okay, how do I know that dance is a regular verb? Well, we just have to learn them. Okay, the same with the irregular verbs. Irregular verbs, you need to learn them. Okay, by memory. So the formula is subject plus irregular verb plus the object. Like in our example, I went out yesterday. So went is the past, irregular past verb of the verb go. Yes, that's right, go. Okay, what happens with the verb to be? First of all, let's review the verb to be. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, they were. Let's make an example. I was a student in 1990. They were babies in 1990. Okay, these are positive sentences. What happens with negative sentences? We just add not after the verb to be. I was not, I wasn't a teacher 30 years ago. They were not, they weren't students 10 years ago. What happens with a question? Well, we just write the verb to be first. So, was he paying attention to my lesson? Were you home an hour ago? And so there we have the simple past of the verb to be. Be careful, the verb to be is special. You don't need did here. Okay, so meaning and use. When do we use the simple past or the past simple tense? to express the idea that an action started and finished at a specific time in the past. What are some common time expressions used with the past tense? So yesterday, okay, last month, last year, last week, ago, a minute ago, in 1980, for example. There are many, many others. So time expressions and adverbs of time. So examples. I saw Maria yesterday. So is the past, irregular past verb of the verb to see. Yesterday is an adverb of time. Last Friday, the students took their spelling and vocabulary tests. So took is the irregular past of the verb to take. They got married 2 years ago. Got is the past, irregular past of the verb get. These actions are over. They are all finished. So English has two types of verbs in the past tense. Regular verbs, as I said before, and irregular verbs. Look at the following list of past tense verbs, which are regular and which are irregular. Okay, so we have taught. Yeah, that's irregular. Walked. Yes, that's regular. Studied. Regular. Gave. Irregular, very good. Became. Irregular. Cried. Regular. Lived. Regular. Did. Irregular. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Regular verbs are verbs that end with ed, we said. So simple form of past simple, like walk, study, cry, and live. So walk, walked. Study, studied. Pay attention to the y changes to I when you write the past tense. Cry, again, y changes to I, ed, and live, we just add the d, ed, lived. So irregular verbs are verbs that don't end with ed. Some irregular verbs have a vowel change in the past tense. For example, become, became, give, gave, drive, drove, forget, forgot. Other irregular verbs have a different kind of change. Examples: teach, taught, bring, brought, leave, left, hear, heard, buy, bought. For example, Celia bought a new computer last weekend. And some irregular verbs don't change at all. Cut, cut, hit, hit, put, put, set, set. Like in the example, the children set the table every Sunday. And this is present simple, right? It's not past. Well, it could be past also, but I know this is an example of the present simple. The second one, though, is in the past. The children set the table last night. How do I know it's in the past? Well, because we have the time expression last night. Last night. So, complete the sentences with a past tense verb. Number 1. I was a child, I the piano. Donna, Paris, last month. John, hard, yesterday. My teacher, far, last summer. So pause the video and write your answers. Okay, so now that you paused the video, you have your answers. We're going to check. When I was a child, I played the piano, ED. Donna visited Paris last month. John worked hard yesterday. My teacher traveled far last summer. Great, you did great. Now let's try other 5 sentences right here. So complete the sentences again with the past tense verb. So last week, you, a letter. The students, an English exam. They, a great job. He, his girlfriend at university. Mary, to the city park last Sunday. So pause the video and write your answers. Now that you're ready, let's check them. Last week, I sent you a letter. The students had an English exam. They did a great job. He met his girlfriend at university. And last one, Mary went to the city park last Sunday. So let's look at our timeline first. We have the horizontal line and the vertical line. The horizontal line on the left, we have the past, and on the right, we have the future. The vertical line represents now. So we have 3 yellow stars in the past representing used to. That means that it happened many times in the past. So when do we use it? First of all, it is a semi-modal verb. This means it needs another auxiliary or helping verb to create questions and negative sentences. We use used to talk about things that happened regularly in the past but no longer happens. So it is a routine in the past. There is a lot of confusion between the past simple. I will try to explain as best as I can. In some cases, the difference is very subtle, so very minimal. The most important thing to remember is to ask yourself, did it happen many times? Then use used to. Do you know the number of times that happened? Then use past simple. Let's compare. He used to go to school. He doesn't go to school anymore. But if I said he went to school twice last year, this means that because we have a number of times, we need to use the past simple. Let's look at other examples. I used to go to the library last year. It was my routine, but I don't go to the library anymore. Instead, if I say, I went 10 times to the library last year, obviously we need the past simple because there is a number of times, 10 times. And there is a possibility I still go to the library. So in the first one, I don't go anymore. In the first one, I still go to the library. Let's look at other examples. I used to walk to school last year. I walked to school every day last year. Has the same meaning. So what is the change? The change here is every day. I wrote every day on the second sentence. And I created the same meaning with that used to has. I walked to school last year. I do not know if this was a routine, as I don't know the number of times. So how many times? I don't know. So how is it formed? First of all, we said used to is a semi-modal verb, and so it needs a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb and the helping verb is did. So in this case, I mean used to means did. Interrogative. So we have the formula. WH question word, how, where, when, etc. if you have them. HV means helping verb plus auxiliary plus subject plus used to plus verb. Like in the example. Did you used to speak English 10 years ago? It is the same thing as did you speak English 10 years ago? It has the same meaning. Negative. So let's look at the negative sentence. Subject plus helping verb, not, obviously, plus not because it's negative, plus used to. Note that there is not D there in use. Plus verb and plus whatever it is. He didn't used to speak English. It's the same as he didn't speak English. Now, what about positive sentences? Well, we need the subject, then we need here, yes, used to plus verb plus maybe object and plus maybe time expression or whatever it is next. I used to study Italian at university. I don't study Italian at university anymore. This is what it means. So let's do some exercise. You need to rewrite these sentences with used to where possible. I'm going to pause the video for 5 minutes. You need to change, make changes or leave the sentence as it is if you think it is the right sentence. So 5 minutes, pause the video. Okay, now that you paused the video, I'm giving you the key. Now the first one is, my brother used to keep snakes when he was younger. Okay, so used to. Number 2, he got his first snake when he was 8. So here it's not possible to change to used to. Number 3, here we can choose. He used to keep or kept them in a box in the garage. Number 4, yes, we need to change. He used to look after them very well. Number 5, they lived there for almost 6 years. Number 6, then he lost interest and he took them all to the local zoo. No change there. Number 7, he used to visit them there once a week. Yes, it's possible to change it to used to. And number 8, I think he went about 9 or 10 times, so reference of the number of times, before he forgot about them. Not possible to change to used to. Well, if you have any questions about this,
Outside of the actual future tenses, we can talk about things in the future, but use present tenses. 2 of them are present simple and present continuous. We use the present simple typically to talk about timetables and schedules. I'll say a statement such as, the train leaves at 6 p.m. We could also use present continuous when talking about future arrangements. I've arranged something in the future. So I could say something like, we're playing football on Saturday. It's been arranged. Common usages for the present simple tense are habits and routines, as well as general facts and truths. Our example of routine would be I teach every Monday. We've used our subject I, our base form teach, and every Monday speaking about the routine that I have. We also have our general facts. The sun rises in the east. Here, the sun would follow under the pronoun it, so we've had to conjugate our verb per our pattern and finish our sentence. We could also talk about general truths such as likes or dislikes. I like football, or he likes football. Of course, there are other usages, but these are the two most common. For statements in the negative form, what we have to do is add the auxiliary verb to do. For subjects I, you, we, and they, we simply leave do as do, use the word not, and keep the base form of the verb now for the negative statements. However, for he, she, and it, we have to conjugate our auxiliary verb into does. We still use not, and we still keep the base form of the verb. The pattern for forming questions is very, very similar to the pattern for forming negative statements. However, what we've done is invert our subject and our auxiliary verb so that the questions read the auxiliary verb first. Of course, again, we use do for I, you, we, and they, and use does for he, she, and it. In both cases, we've left our verb form as the base form of the verb, as there's no need to change it.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army. The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
The Extraordinary Life of Professor Vadim Medish. Professor Vadim Medish, born in Krasnodar, Russia, in 1924, grew up amidst a culturally diverse community nestled in the Caucasus region. His family history reflects this richness, as both Russian and German were spoken in their home. Medish's father, a biologist educated in Germany, dedicated his life to studying plant diseases at a local agricultural university. The onset of World War II would dramatically alter the course of Medish's life, forever intertwining his fate with the horrors of war. As the war escalated, the upheaval reached Krasnodar. Medish's father became a victim of the paranoia that gripped the Soviet Union during this tumultuous period. Wrongfully accused of collaborating with the Germans due to his German ties, he was imprisoned and likely perished during a chaotic evacuation of prisoners. This family tragedy marked a profound shift in Medish's life. Soon after completing high school, he was drafted into the Red Army in 1941. At just 17 years old, Medish found himself fighting in one of the war's pivotal battles, the Battle of Stalingrad. This 8-month-long siege was fraught with brutality, confusion, and desperation. After serving 6 months on the front lines, he was captured by the German forces. As a prisoner of war, Medish faced the grim realities of captivity, working on labour projects that involved converting Russian railway tracks to the German gauge. His proficiency in both German and Russian became a crucial survival tool. It not only allowed him to navigate the dangers of being a prisoner, but also secured his place in the Labour Battalion, where he contributed to the war effort by modifying essential infrastructure. As the tides of war turned, and the German forces began their retreat from Soviet territory in 1944, Medish experienced a shift in circumstances. Declared a potential traitor in his homeland due to his German heritage, he was integrated into the German army, serving under duress as they faced mounting losses. As World War II came to a close in 1945, Medish was eventually released from captivity. However, his return to a changed Russia, where suspicion against him loomed, was not possible. In search of a fresh start, Medish immigrated to the United States in 1949. Shortly after his arrival, he was once again drafted, this time to fight in the Korean War. With resolve and resilience, he navigated life in a new country, forging a path that allowed for healing and growth. Settling in Washington, D.C., Medish built a new life, marrying and raising a family. His son, who has followed in his father's intellectual footsteps as a writer, has taken it upon himself to chronicle Medish's life and his remarkable journey. Portions of his father's story have been published in prestigious outlets such as the Washington Post, showcasing the resilience of a man who endured so much. Today, Professor Vadim Medish represents a bridge between different worlds, embodying both the anguish of war and the hope for a better future. Residing in Washington, D.C., surrounded by his son and several grandchildren, he continues to reflect on his past, sharing his experiences to educate others about the complexities of war and the human spirit. His life, marked by trials and triumph, serves as a powerful testament to survival, resilience, and the enduring bond of family across generations. Vadim Medish's story is not just a narrative of conflict, it is a profound journey of identity, belonging, and the unyielding quest for peace, making him a vital part of the historical tapestry that shaped the 20th century and continues to influence the present. Vasily Zaitsev, the Sniper of Stalingrad. Vasily Zaitsev has become an iconic figure in the annals of World War II history. He is best known as a Soviet sniper during the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II. His story, while marked by individual skill and remarkable feats in the face of profound adversity, also serves as a reminder of the brutal, dehumanizing nature of war, a conflict that claimed millions of lives and left cities in ruins. Born on April 2nd, 1915, in the Ural Mountains of Russia, Zaitsev grew up in a modest family that depended on hunting and foraging for sustenance. He brought home his first hunting trophy at the age of 12, a wolf that he killed with a single bullet from his first personal gun given to him by his grandfather, a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun. His early life experiences in the wilderness fostered a familiarity with shooting and an acute awareness of his surroundings. In June 1941, Zaitsev was serving in the Soviet Navy as a clerk in Vladivostok when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in what was called Operation Barbarossa. Like many of his comrades, he volunteered for transfer to the front line out of a sense of duty to his homeland. He had attained the rank of Chief Petty Officer in the Navy and was assigned the rank of Senior Warrant Officer upon transfer to the Army. He was assigned to the 1047th Rifle Regiment of the 284th Tomsk Rifle Division, which became part of the 62nd Army at Stalingrad on the 17th of September 1942. The Battle of Stalingrad was one of the deadliest confrontations of World War II, lasting from August 1942 to February 1943. The city, once a symbol of industrial strength, became the site of immense suffering as Soviet and German forces clashed in urban warfare that often devolved into chaos. The environment was characterized by destruction. As the battle raged, Stalingrad morphed into a devastated landscape of rubble and ruin, where close-quarters combat often eclipsed traditional warfare. Zaitsev's accuracy with a rifle led to him becoming a sniper. Utilizing the urban environment to his advantage, he adapted to the chaos surrounding him by mastering the art of concealment and ambush. Zaitsev's success was not merely due to his marksmanship, he was also an adept strategist, often outthinking his opponents. Zaitsev would conceal himself in various locations, for example, on high ground, under rubble, or in water pipes. After a few kills, he would change his position or relocate. Together with his partner, Nikolai Kulikov, Zaitsev perfected his hide and sting tactics. One method was to cover a large area from 3 positions with 2 men at each point, a sniper and a scout. This tactic, known as the Sixes, is still in use today by Russian forces and was implemented during the Chechen Wars. As Zaitsev arrived in Stalingrad, he was thrust into a nightmarish landscape. He quickly learned to navigate the brutal realities of combat, using the remnants of the devastated city for concealment. His talent as a sniper enabled him to take aim at enemy soldiers, but each pull of the trigger came with the echo of suffering, reminders of lives being cut short. Zaitsev's reputation grew as he achieved significant success, reportedly claiming over 200 enemy targets. His ability to eliminate high-value targets disrupted the German command structure and instilled fear among enemy troops. Stories of his feats spread among Soviet soldiers, elevating him to the status of a national hero. Yet, this success was not a source of pride. Rather, it underscored the grim nature of his reality. Each interaction with the enemy was laced with loss and guilt, amplifying the emotional burden that accompanied the act of taking a life. The psychological toll of surviving in such a brutal environment weighed heavily on Zaitsev and his comrades. It is believed, though not confirmed, that Zaitsev was engaged in a tense standoff with a rival German sniper at Stalingrad. The 2 snipers stalked one another across the scarred landscape, each vying for superiority. The intensity of the encounter exemplified the psychological and strategic dimensions of warfare. Zaitsev ultimately outsmarted his adversary and emerged victorious, further boosting his reputation. The conditions in Stalingrad were harsh and unforgiving. Soldiers faced not only the enemy, but also starvation, extreme weather, and the constant threat of death. Zaitsev endured these hardships alongside his fellow soldiers, each day marked by uncertainty and fear. The turning point in the battle came with a Soviet counter-offensive, which ultimately encircled the German 6th Army. While this military maneuver marked a significant strategic victory, it was also accompanied by staggering casualties on both sides. Zaitsev continued to fight at the Battle of Stalingrad until January 1943, when a mortar, or possibly a landmine, injured his eyes. He recovered, and on the 22nd of February 1943, Zaitsev was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Zaitsev recruited and trained other marksmen during his service in Stalingrad. He returned to the front and finished the war at the Battle of Seelow Heights in Germany with the military rank of captain. Zaitsev emerged from the battle as a recognized figure representing a complex mix of survival and loss. He participated in post-war engagements, sharing his experiences in hopes of fostering a narrative of resilience rather than glorifying the act of killing. After the war, Zaitsev transitioned to life as a military officer and teacher. He authored his memoirs to recount the realities of his experiences, opting to focus on the profound impacts of war rather than seeking personal glorification. His legacy is multifaceted. While his skills were remarkable, his story also serves as a somber reminder of the costs of conflict, the loss of life, and the emotional scars left on those who survive. He passed away on December 15th, 1991, but remains a symbol of courage and skill, celebrated by historians and military enthusiasts alike. Vasily Zaitsev's experiences during the Battle of Stalingrad illustrate not just individual bravery, but also the tragic complexity of war. His legacy is intertwined with the memories of suffering and loss, underscoring how conflict can distort human existence. Rather than lionizing his actions, his story invites reflection on the consequences of warfare and the enduring scars it leaves on humanity. In the end, Zaitsev represents not a hero of valor, but a witness to the painful realities that should never be forgotten. His legacy endures not only through his remarkable feats as a sniper, but also as a reminder of the countless individuals who faced unimaginable hardships during one of history's most brutal conflicts. As long as the story of Stalingrad is told, so too will the story of Vasily Zaitsev, the sniper who became a legend. Friedrich Paulus, the rise and fall of a German general at Stalingrad. Friedrich Paulus, a German general during World War II, is best remembered for his pivotal role as the commander of the 6th Army during the infamous Battle of Stalingrad. His leadership and the circumstances of his surrender marked a turning point in the war, forever etching his name in the annals of military history. Born on the 23rd of March 1890 in Würzburg, Germany, Friedrich Paulus grew up in a military family and developed an early interest in the armed forces. He joined the German army in 1910 and served with distinction during World War I, where his organisational skills and leadership abilities quickly garnered attention. By the end of the war, he had risen through the ranks, serving in various staff positions that further sharpened his strategic acumen. Following Germany's defeat in World War I, Paulus remained in the newly formed Reichswehr, the Weimar Republic's military. Despite the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, he continued to build his career, demonstrating his competence in planning and logistics. His experiences during this period laid the groundwork for his future assignments during World War II. As World War II erupted, Paulus's talent did not go unnoticed. He played a significant role in the German invasions of Poland and France, earning a promotion to Major General. In November 1941, he was appointed as commander of the 6th Army, with the ambitious task of capturing Stalingrad, a strategic city on the Volga River. He was given the position of Major General when Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, Paulus's patron, became commander of the entire Army Group South. Paulus, at that time, had never commanded a larger unit than a battalion. However, Paulus only took over his new command on the 20th of January, 6 days after the sudden death of Reichenau. This left him on his own and without the support of his more experienced sponsor. Alone in his duties, Paulus led the drive on Stalingrad that summer. His troops fought Soviet forces defending Stalingrad for over 3 months in increasingly brutal urban warfare. In November 1942, 1 year after his promotion to Major General, the Soviet Red Army launched a massive counteroffensive named Operation Uranus. Despite finding himself surrounded by an entire Soviet army group, Paulus did not request to evacuate the city. Completely surrounded, Paulus followed Adolf Hitler's orders to hold his positions in Stalingrad under all circumstances. 1 month later, Operation Winter Storm was launched, a relief effort by Army Group Don, a short-lived army group under the command of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Following von Manstein's orders, Paulus prepared to break out of Stalingrad. In the meantime, he kept his army in fixed defensive positions. Manstein told Paulus that the relief would need assistance from the 6th Army, but the order to initiate the breakout never came. Paulus remained firm in obeying the orders he had been given. Manstein's forces were unable to reach Stalingrad on their own, and their efforts were eventually halted due to Soviet offensives elsewhere on the front. Kurt Zeitzler, the newly appointed chief of the Army General Staff, eventually convinced Hitler to allow Paulus to break out, provided he continued to hold Stalingrad, an impossible task. For the next 2 months, Paulus and his men fought on. However, the lack of food and ammunition, the equipment losses, and the deteriorating physical condition of the German troops gradually wore down the German defence. With the new year, Hitler promoted Paulus to Colonel General. Refusing to capitulate, Paulus stated, "What would become of the war if our army in the Caucasus were also surrounded? That danger is real. But as long as we keep on fighting, the Red Army has to remain here. They need these forces for a big offensive against Army Group A in the Caucasus and along the still unstable front from Voronezh to the Black Sea. We must hold them here to the last so that the Eastern Front can be stabilized. Only if that happens is there a chance of the war going well for Germany." On the 7th of January 1943, General Konstantin Rokossovsky, commander of the Red Army on the Don Front, called a ceasefire and offered Paulus's men generous surrender terms, including normal rations, medical treatment for the ill and wounded, and permission to retain their badges, decorations, uniforms, and personal effects. As part of his communication, Rokossovsky advised Paulus that he was in an impossible situation. Paulus requested permission from Hitler to surrender. Even though it was obvious the 6th Army was in an untenable position, the German Army High Command rejected Paulus's request, stating, "Capitulation is out of the question. Every day that the army holds out longer helps the whole front and draws away the Russian divisions from it." After a Soviet offensive overran the last emergency airstrip in Stalingrad on the 25th of January, the Soviet command again offered Paulus a chance to surrender. Paulus radioed Hitler once again for permission, telling Hitler that collapse was inevitable. Paulus stressed that his men had no ammunition or food, and he was no longer able to command them. He also said that 18,000 men were wounded and were in immediate need of medical attention. Once again, Hitler rejected Paulus's request unequivocally and ordered him to hold Stalingrad to the death. On the 30th of January, Paulus informed Hitler that his men were only hours from collapse. Hitler responded by handing out field promotions to Paulus's officers, an attempt to restore morale and bolster their will to hold their ground. Most significantly, he promoted Paulus to Field Marshal, the same title held by Walter von Reichenau just over a year before. But the title came with a morbid implication. In deciding to promote him, Hitler noted that there was no known record of of a Prussian or German field marshal ever having surrendered. The message was clear. If Paulus allowed himself to be taken alive, he would shame Germany's military history. Paulus was to commit suicide. Paulus and his staff surrendered on the morning of 31st of January 1943. The events of that day were recorded by Colonel Wilhelm Adam in his personal diary. January the 31st, 1943, 7 a.m. It was still dark, but day was dawning almost imperceptibly. Paulus was asleep. It was some time before I could break out of the maze of thoughts and strange dreams that depressed me so greatly. But I don't think I remained in this state for very long. I was going to get up quietly when someone knocked at the door. Paulus awoke and sat up. It was the HQ commander. He handed the Colonel General a piece of paper and said, "Congratulations, the rank of Field Marshal has been conferred upon you." The dispatch came early this morning. It was the last one. One can't help feeling it's an invitation to suicide. However, I'm not going to do them such a favour, said Paulus after reading the dispatch. Schmidt continued, "At the same time, I have to inform you that the Russians are at the door." With these words, he opened the door, and a Soviet general and his interpreter entered the room. The general announced that we were his prisoners. I placed my revolver on the table. "Prepare yourself for departure. We shall be back for you at 9 o'clock. You will go in your personal car," said the Soviet general through his interpreter. Then they left the room. I had the official seal with me. I prepared for my last official duty. I recorded Paulus's new rank in his military document, stamped it with the seal, then threw the seal into the glowing fire. The main entrance to the cellar was closed and guarded by the Soviet soldiers. An officer, the head of the guards, allowed me and the driver to go out and get the car ready. Climbing out of the cellar, I stood dumbfounded. Soviet and German soldiers, who just a few hours earlier had been shooting at one another, now stood quietly together in the yard. They were all armed, some with weapons in their hands, some with them over their shoulders. My God, what a contrast between the two sides. The German soldiers, ragged and in light coats, looked like ghosts with hollow, unshaven cheeks. The Red Army fighters looked fresh and wore warm winter uniforms. Involuntarily, I remembered the chain of unfortunate events which had prevented me from sleeping for so many nights. The appearance of the Red Army soldiers seemed symbolic. At 9 o'clock sharp, the HQ commander of the 6th Army arrived to take the commander of the vanquished German 6th Army and its staff towards the rear. The march towards the Volga had ended. Paulus's surrender marked a significant turning point in the war, as it was the first major defeat of the German army and a serious blow to Nazi morale. It also symbolized a shift in the momentum of the war in favor of the Soviet Union. On the 2nd of February 1943, the remainder of the 6th Army capitulated. Upon finding out about Paulus's surrender, Hitler flew into a rage and vowed never to appoint another field marshal again. In reality, he went on to appoint another 7 field marshals during the last 2 years of the war. Speaking about the surrender of Paulus, Hitler told his staff, "In peacetime Germany, about 18,000 or 20,000 people a year chose to commit suicide, even without being in such a position. Here is a man who sees 50,000 or 60,000 of his soldiers die defending themselves bravely to the end. How can he surrender himself to the Bolshevists?" During his captivity, according to General Max Pfeffer, Paulus said, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Paulus also forbade his soldiers from standing on top of their trenches in order to be shot by the enemy. Shortly before surrendering, Paulus sent his wedding ring back to his wife on the last plane departing his position. He had not seen her since 1942 and would never see her again, as she died in 1949 while he was still in captivity. After his capture, Paulus was held as a prisoner of war by the Soviets. Throughout his captivity, he reflected on the events that had transpired and became increasingly critical of the Nazi regime. Upon his release, he settled in East Germany, where he lived until his death on February 1st, 1957, in Dresden. In his later years, Paulus published writings that detailed his experiences during the war, offering a valuable perspective on the strategies employed and the realities faced by soldiers. His memoirs provided insight into the complexities of warfare and the psychological toll it exacted on commanders and troops alike. Friedrich Paulus remains a complex figure in military history. Some view him as an able commander caught in a no-win situation, while others criticize his execution of the campaign and his decision to surrender. His experiences at Stalingrad not only highlight the devastating impact of war, but also serve as a reminder of the consequences of strategic miscalculations. His writings and the lessons learned from his command continue to be studied by military historians and students of warfare, ensuring that his legacy endures as a cautionary tale of ambition, strategy, and the harsh realities of battle. Friedrich Paulus's life is a testament to the tumultuous times of World War II. His rise through military ranks, the challenges he faced at Stalingrad, and his reflections on warfare paint a vivid picture of a soldier caught in the depths of one of history's most brutal conflicts. As we continue to study the events of this era, Paulus's story serves as an enduring reminder of the complexities of leadership and the often unpredictable nature of war. Semicolons. The semicolon serves several purposes in writing. Number 1. Connecting related independent clauses. The primary use of a semicolon is to connect two closely related independent clauses that could stand alone as separate sentences. By using a semicolon, the writer emphasizes the relationship between the two ideas without using conjunctions like and or but. For example, I have a big exam tomorrow. I can't go out tonight. Number 2. Separating items in a complex list. Semicolons can be used to separate items in a list when those items themselves contain commas. This helps to clarify the list items. For example, we visited Paris, France, Rome, Italy, and Berlin, Germany. Number 3. Linking transitional phrases. A semicolon can be used before certain transitional phrases, for example, however, therefore, or moreover, when they connect two independent clauses. For example, she was late to the meeting, however, she managed to catch up with the discussion. Number 4. Creating rhythm and emphasis. By using semicolons, writers can create a specific rhythm or emphasis in their writing. This can enhance the stylistic quality of the text and guide readers through complex ideas. Overall, the semicolon is a versatile punctuation mark that helps to improve the clarity and coherence of writing by connecting closely related ideas and organizing complex information. For example, the Deaf Railway, officially known as the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma, now Myanmar. Despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. In this sentence, the semicolon connects two independent clauses. The first clause states the initial purpose of the Deaf Railway during World War II. The second clause emphasises the contrast, explaining how the railway has come to symbolise human suffering, which serves a very different connotation than its original purpose. The semicolon effectively highlights this relationship between the military function and the later meaning. Here's another example. To meet enormous deadlines, the Japanese military recruited prisoners of war from Allied nations, including British, American, Australian, and Dutch soldiers, as well as an estimated 200,000 Asian labourers, including forced labourers from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Korea. In this sentence, the semicolon is used within a list to separate items that contain commas. The list is enumerating different groups of soldiers and labourers recruited by the Japanese military. The semicolon is used to prevent confusion and clarify which group is being referred to. Another example includes this sentence. The railway features several significant parts, including the infamous Hellfire Pass, a cutting through solid rock that stands testament to the difficult conditions faced by those who ventured to carve the railway through rugged terrain. In this sentence, the semicolon is used to separate a main clause from a subordinate clause, the phrase including. The main clause states that the railway has several significant parts, while the subordinate clause provides an example of one of those parts. The semicolon indicates that the following clause is providing additional information about the railway's features. In each case, the semicolon serves to clarify and enhance the meaning of the sentence by connecting closely related ideas or separating complex information. Passive voice. The passive voice serves several purposes in writing and communication. Emphasis on the action or result. The passive voice highlights the action itself or the outcome rather than the doer of the action. This can be useful when the action is more important than who performed it. For example, the novel was written in 1920, focuses on the novel and the year rather than the author. Unknown or irrelevant agent. In cases where the doer of the action is unknown, unimportant, or obvious, the passive voice allows the speaker or writer to omit the agent. For instance, the cake was eaten does not specify who ate the cake, which might be irrelevant to the context. Objectivity and formality. The passive voice can lend an objective and formal tone to writing, which is often preferred in academic and technical contexts. It can make statements feel more impersonal and less biased. For example, the experiment was conducted to analyze the data sounds more formal than we conducted the experiment. Focus on the receiver of the action. In some cases, the passive voice is used to draw attention to the recipient of the action. For instance, the letter was received by the manager emphasizes the manager receiving the letter rather than who sent it. Variation in sentence structure. The passive voice can provide variety in sentence structure, helping to create a more dynamic writing style. This can keep the reader engaged, especially in longer pieces of writing. For example, the chef prepared a delicious meal that evening. The meal was served to the guests with great care. As they tasted each course, the flavors were celebrated, and the meal was praised for its presentation and taste. In this paragraph, the switch to passive voice in the second and third sentences provides a change in rhythm and focus, making the writing more interesting. In a longer paragraph, you might begin with an active voice sentence to introduce the main subject, then switch to passive voice in the following sentences to keep the focus on the action or result rather than the doers. This variation can enhance the overall rhythm and readability of the text. Overall, the use of passive voice can be a strategic choice depending on the context, audience, and desired effect of the communication. Examples: 70 of the 90 surviving Aboriginal languages in Australia were no longer in common usage amongst native people. Here, the focus is on the languages, the object, rather than who stopped using them. Only 20 out of the 175 Native American languages remain in use, the rest being functionally extinct. This sentence highlights the status of the languages rather than the actions of their speakers. The right to speak one's own language and celebrate one's own culture is a fundamental human right. This sentence uses the passive construction to stress the concept of the right rather than the actors enforcing it. The efforts contribute to prolonging the survival of these languages, allowing linguists more time to record and study them before they disappear. Although this sentence is mainly active, the allowing can serve as a subtle shift into passive when discussing the effects of the efforts on linguists. A multimedia archive has recently been created at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics in the Netherlands. This construction emphasizes the creation of the archive instead of who created it. The suppression or loss of a language can be seen as a violation of this right. The focus is on the suppression or loss being a violation rather than stating who is doing the suppressing. Efforts to document them through recordings, dictionaries, and syntaxes which can help preserve them for future generations. This sentence shifts the focus towards the efforts themselves rather than the individuals making those efforts. Okay, so today we're going to learn about Brazilian football culture. So we'll start the video now.
Feature the country of football, Brazil. Brazil, the 5th largest country in the world by both size and population, is most known for their football prowess. Well, actually, Brazilians didn't invent football, but quite possibly perfected it. Football derives from sports created as early as the ancient Greek and Roman empires. The rules and general guidelines we know today weren't established until the mid-19th century and were introduced to Brazil by the Scottish in the late 19th century. In the inaugural FIFA World Cup of 1930, Brazil was even ousted in the opening round. Although an unimpressive performance by the Brazilians, the sport gained national attention and sparked the relentless dedication of young footballers around the country. Why? Football offered an avenue for the youth to escape poverty and the dangers of the third world country. This sport became a great passion for Brazilians, who often refer to their country as the country of football. And the outcome for this passion? The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. This led to their 5 championships, which are the most of any nation. They are also 2-time runner-ups and 2-time bronze medalists. It's not surprising that Pelé, arguably the best footballer of all time, is also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. Pelé has also been the all-time leader in goals scored, both in national matches and club appearances. Today, men and women in all corners of Brazil play football. From the streets to indoor fields, Brazilians dominate the sport with 10,000 professional players worldwide, most of any nation. Football fans of all nationalities love their skillful, creative, free-flowing, fast-paced style. When anyone thinks of Brazil, it is hard not to think of football.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is read through the transcript. Now, if you haven't already, just open up the link that I've sent you and scroll down to Brazilian football culture and open transcript, and you can read through it. Now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to read through this, and then we'll go through some of the vocabulary. Now, don't worry if you don't understand everything. We will be playing some games to learn the vocabulary properly. Okay, so now that we've finished reading about Brazilian football culture, we're going to learn some general facts about the country of Brazil by putting these in the right order. So we have words like rainforest, which means jungle. We have the number 12, the colour green, the city of Glasgow in Scotland, the country Peru, the number 10, the city of Brasilia in Brazil, the word order, America, then we have Rio and Amazon. So let's see where those words go. So first of all, Brazil is the largest country in South what?
America?
South America, very good. It shares its border with other countries. Now that could be 12 or 10, because it's got to be a number, hasn't it? So let's leave that for now. Other countries including Bolivia, something, and Colombia. So this is probably going to be a country, isn't it? So what country goes here? Peru is right, well done. Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia, very good. The capital city of Brazil is, does anyone know? Brasilia, very good. However, many people think that it is de Janeiro.
Rio.
Rio de
Rio.
Janeiro. Good. The flag of Brazil is something yellow and blue. So now we need a color.
Green.
Green, yellow, and blue. And says, Ordem e progresso, which means something and progress. What word could it mean? Ordem in Latin.
Order.
Order. Yes, we can see that they look similar,
order.
don't they? Yep, ordem e progresso, order and progress. A flight from somewhere to Rio de Janeiro. Now, this has to be a place, probably a city.
Glasgow.
Amazon.
Not Amazon. Glasgow, yeah, because the Amazon is not a city, but Glasgow is. So a flight from Glasgow to Rio de Janeiro takes approximately how many hours, do you think?
I think it's 10 hours.
Could be 10 hours, could be 12 hours. Now, the answer actually is 12, because we just have to make a guess at this point, but that it's one of the numbers. And of course, you could look up how long that takes or how many countries border Brazil. So that means that there must be 10 countries bordering Brazil. The country is home to the world's largest what?
Rainforest.
Rainforest, the world's largest jungle, which is called the Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world, the largest jungle. Excellent job, guys. Okay, so we did really well. Now we're going to learn some vocabulary by playing another game. Okay, so let's see how much of the vocabulary we can do. Now we have to spell the vocabulary in this game. So, to control or govern by the use of power or influence or rule. Any idea? Let's throw some vowels in there. Let's put an E, an O, and an I in there. Okay. Maybe an A as well? Any ideas?
I think it's dominate.
It is dominate. Well done. Dominate. Okay, we'll try that on the next one. Dominate. Extremely old. Existing for many years.
Ancient.
Ancient. Well done. An ancient city is very, very old. So we've got ancient, which we can spell out. Yep. A-N-C-I-E-N-T. Good. Next one. To think of, contrive, or create something new.
Invent.
Invent. Very good. So when we make something new, we invent something new. Yeah, very good. Invent. Great job, guys. Okay. Of or associated with an inauguration. So this is the first of something. Inaugural. Very good. So inaugural. Very good. Inaugural. It means the first of something. Collective human inhabitants of an area. So the amount of people in a place is called its
Population.
Population. Very good. So we have population. Oh, I missed the U. There we go. Population. Great job, guys. So there's a great skill or talent, superior ability. So
prowess.
Prowess. Well done, guys. You guys have definitely been studying the vocabulary, which is great. Prowess. Very good. Prowess meaning skill or ability. Okay. The condition of being poor or lacking the necessary means of support.
Poverty.
Poverty is right. Well done. P-O-V-E-R-T. Now remember, poverty is a state, so we use it as a noun. So we would say in poverty. To force out, expel, or eject from a place or position.
Oust.
Oust, yep. And it sounds a bit like out, doesn't it? Oust. To oust somebody is to kick them out. Okay. Fantastic, guys. Really good work there. So we got all of the answers there. Let's try another game now. So we're going to practice more of the vocabulary. So let's try this. Now in this game, if you haven't played it before, we basically just have to figure out which word is the correct one. So again, we've got the collective human inhabitants of an area. Let's look.
Population.
The population.
Population.
Well done.
Population.
Related words, we've got town or people. And the example here is the famine devastated the country's population. A famine is where there is not enough food to go around. So it means the famine killed lots of people. It's very sad. Of or associated with an inauguration. So fairly big clue there. Let's have another one. Maiden is a related word. Inaugural. Well done. So remember, inaugural means the first of something. So the inaugural speech of a country's president would be the first speech they give, where they say, you know, thank you for electing me, and so on. Now, the antonym, so the opposite word, is brand new. So it's something that is very much not brand new. Something very ancient. Yep, something very old. And we can see the image there. We have an ancient ruins. Yeah, absolutely. And the example there is, we saw the ancient ruins of the old city. Very good. All right, fantastic. Now we have another noun. And the similar word is straight, which isn't much help. So let's look at the example. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in what? Not prowess. Poverty. Yeah. It's saying that the family was very poor, even though they worked. The antonym is success. The definition is the condition of being poor. So remember, that's a noun. Next one, to the related word is possess, to own something. His authoritarian father, something dominated. Very good. Dominated. Yep. When you dominate something, it means you control it, sometimes in a bad way. So the synonym here is control or monopolize. Monopolize, obviously, here has the word mono, and mono means one. It means when one person or one thing controls everything else. And the definition there is to control or govern by the use of power or influence. Very good. Okay, let's try the next one. We'll buy some more reveals, because I like those reveals. First one, okay, expertise. When you are an expert at something and you have expertise. So what does it mean when you're very good at something? When you're talented. Prowess, very good. His prowess at football. The example here, he was small, but his prowess as a fighter was well known, meaning he was a very good fighter. Next one. So now we have a transitive verb, meaning to force out, to push something away, to get rid of something, to expel, to eject.
Oust.
Oust. Very good. The army leaders ousted the dictator, meaning the army came in and kicked the dictator out. Contrive. So contrive means to make something. The example here is, yes. The example would be, do you know who invented the steam engine? Very good, guys. Great job. Okay, we're leveling up. Fantastic. Right, brilliant work. Let's try one more game before we move on to the reading quiz. And we might need to read through the transcript again to do the reading quiz. So we saw the something ruins of the old city. Ancient ruins. Very good. The ancient ruins of the old city. The Soviet Union, the smaller communist nations of Eastern Europe.
Dominate.
Yes.
Dominate.
And the form should be in the past tense. The Soviet Union dominated, with a D on the end, the smaller communist nations. This should also be in the past tense. Do you know who invented, very good, past tense, invented, because it's past, it happened in the past. And this should also be in the past tense, usually. The army leaders ousted the dictator. Great, we're doing really well. He was elected by a large majority of the
population.
Population, yeah. No, the population. So that lots of people, most of the people said that person should rule the country. So he was elected by a large majority of the population. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in poverty. Yeah, the family was still very poor. He was small, but his as a fighter was well known. Prowess, yeah. Prowess, yeah. So his skill as a fighter was well known. All right, excellent job, guys. You've done really, really well there. Right, now what we're going to do now is we're going to do the reading test, okay? So what we might need to do is we might need to look at the transcript so that we can check our answers. So let's begin with the reading test and see how well we do. Okay, so Pele scored a total of 1,283 first-class goals. Now, when we're doing reading, it's not given. Very good. And we know it's not given because that is a number. It's a very specific number. And when we look at the transcript, we'd easily be able to find that number, wouldn't we? But there's no number saying that. We can see the number 10,000 here, but that's nothing to do with it. We can see the number dates like 1958 or the age of 17, 5 championships, but there's nothing related to this number at all. So we know that it is not given. There's no information. It may be true, it may be false, but as far as we know, it is not given. Pele was the youngest player to play in the World Cup.
Not given.
Not given. Let's have a look at the transcript quickly. You're saying it is true. Okay, let's have a look. So we want to look for Pele. Now, obviously, Pele's name is not going to change. Okay, so here's a section about Pele. It's not surprising that Pele, arguably the best footballer of all time, is also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. So.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the question we were on. Okay. So it actually is true, isn't it? It is true he was the youngest player to ever play. Let's try another one. The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. True, false, or not given? It is true. No, it is in there. It says that they have qualified for every single FIFA World Cup, but they were, they were ousted in the first inaugural World Cup. Similar games to football were played in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Is that true, false, or not? Yes, indeed, that's true. And when we search for this in an IELTS reading test, we can look for Rome and Greece, because there's no way to change those to any other word. When we have a proper noun, like a country, or when we have a date, we can't change that in a reading test. So it will always be the same. So we just scan through the article and we look for Rome and Greece. Brazil invented football. True, false, or not given? That is false. Yeah, it says Brazil may not have invented football, but they may have been the ones to perfect it. So there we go. So it says they didn't invent it. There are 4 countries in the world that are larger than Brazil.
I think it's not given.
It is given.
It's true.
It is true. And how do we know it's true?
Because Brazil is the 5th largest
Exactly.
country. So
Yeah,
there's 4 countries larger than them.
Perfect answer. Yeah. If it's 5th in line, then there's 4 ahead of it. So there's 4 countries that are larger than Brazil. Very good. Brazil is the 5th most populous country in the world. Now, when we say populous, we mean that it has, a high population. So, is it the 5th most populous country?
Not true.
Not given.
Okay, we're getting not givens and we're getting trues. Anybody think differently?
It's still true.
It is true because it says Brazil is the 5th largest country by size and population. So it is the 5th most populous country in the world, or it was when the video was made. Pelé helped the national team to win in 1956. So we need to look for the date 1956. And then we can go true, false, or not given.
False.
False? Do we think false or do we think not given? What do we think?
Not given.
Again, there is nowhere in the article does it say anything about 1956. So we can go with not given. It doesn't say anything about them winning in 1956. FIFA was created in 1904. True, false? That is all. It's actually not given. And we can tell because we can look through the transcript and there is nothing in there about 1904. Again, we cannot change dates. So when we look for a date in the reading material, 1904 will not change. So if there's nothing about 1904, then it's not given. Brazil was beaten in the first round of the FIFA World Cup of 1930.
Given.
It is given.
Yes.
Yes.
It's false.
Is it false? If you go up to the top.
Sorry, I mean it's true.
It is true, yeah. So it says in the 3rd paragraph, in the inaugural FIFA World Cup, which means inaugural means the first. In the first FIFA World Cup of 1930, Brazil was ousted in the opening round. So they were beaten in the first round of the FIFA World Cup of 1930. Pelé was the youngest player. We already did that one, and that is true.
True.
Pelé was a better football player than Ronaldo.
True.
Not
given. Not given.
It's not given. Now remember, Ronaldo is a person's name. So we should, if there was something about Pelé being better than Ronaldo, we'd be able to see it in the article. It would say Ronaldo somewhere. It doesn't say Ronaldo anywhere, so it doesn't say that Pelé is better or worse. So it's not given. Pelé scored a total of 1,283 first-class goals. We know that that is not given.
Not given.
It's not given, yep. People from Brazil call it the country of football.
Not given.
True.
Not given and true. Okay, what do we think, guys?
True. I think it's true.
Okay, if you go to the top of the page, it says we feature the country of football, Brazil, but that doesn't say that people in Brazil call it the country of football. But if you go further down, it says this sport became a great passion for Brazilians who often refer to their country as the country of football. So Brazilians do call it the country of football. Now, Pelé has scored the most goals in national matches but does not have the most club appearances?
Not given.
It's false.
It says down here at the second paragraph from the bottom, it says, until today, Pelé has also been the all-time leader in goals scored, both in national matches and club appearances. So he has the most goals scored in national matches and in club appearances. So it's true, isn't it? There we go. Yep. Fantastic job, guys. All right. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining the lesson. We're going to learn about who are the Sami. So let's play the video now.
When you think of the Nordic countries, what countries come to your head? Probably Iceland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, maybe even Estonia if you're so inclined. After seeing the title, you now know of the Sami people, who are indigenous to the northern part of Scandinavia. There is a lot to be said about the Sami, despite their isolation from the rest of Europe through most of their history. Today, I will explain who these people are, how they originated, and a little bit about their culture and languages. I also want to let you guys know that I'll be doing a 600 subscriber mock election special, so you guys should look out for that in the next few weeks. Anyway, I cannot give a full and accurate explanation of the Sami with at least giving a little bit of context on where they are today. Being the indigenous inhabitants of northern Fennoscandia, they number around 70,000 in the region and 80,000 globally. Most live in Norway, which has a Sami population of around 40,000, while Sweden with 20,000, Finland with 6,000, and Russia with 2,000 have much the rest of their population. The Russian Republic of Karelia and Murmansk Oblast have virtually all the Sami people living in Russia. Many Sami languages have gone virtually extinct, breaking the dialects continuum that once existed between the languages. Going back in time a little bit, the Sami languages are usually classified as being part of the Uralic group, which includes Finnish, Estonian, Hungarian, and several other languages in the northwestern part of Russia. Within the Uralic languages, the Sami languages normally are considered to have their own branch, but are considered to be closer to other Finnic languages than the Ugric languages like Hungarian or Samoyedic languages of northern Russia. Though there are some disputes about where the Sami people originated, it is usually inferred that they originated in the same location as their linguistic ancestors did. Despite this, there is much genetic difference among Sami people, and they are sometimes considered to be heterogeneous, with their culture being a way of life defined by nomadism and reindeer herding rather than a homogeneous ethnic group. In their early history, it is obvious that they had contact with other ethno-linguistic groups, including the Balto-Slavic, Germanic, and even Iranic words being borrowed into the Sami languages. They have also been recorded in Roman historical accounts, if you can believe it, and were described as semi-nomadic reindeer hunters. Interestingly enough, one of the most notable cultural traits of the Sami is their economy of reindeer herding, common amongst other Arctic cultures. Anyways, in German historical texts, they were often grouped with the Finns, not an uncommon thing to do amongst early European historians, and once again the connection between the Sami and the reindeer was noted. In the beginning of the 1000s AD, the Sami began to have contact with the Scandinavians, specifically the Norwegians and Swedes, who tried to assimilate them into their nations, especially in the matter of religion. The Sami, like nearly all European cultures, followed a local form of paganism before converting to Christianity. Throughout most of their time under the Nordic states, and also Russia later on, the use of the Sami languages was discouraged and often forbidden, and their nomadic ways became virtually non-existent, as today almost all Sami live in permanent housing. Despite this, reindeer herding still maintains a small part of the Sami economy. Beginning in the 20th century, the Nordic countries were more willing to let the Sami practice their cultural traditions, most notably allowing them to speak their languages, which are now used in many schools where Sami attend. I mentioned that before the Christian assimilation of the Sami, they had their own pagan practices, which were quite unique. The Sami worldview was mainly animistic and shamanistic, with one of the most notable customs that still continues today is being respectful to all aspects of nature, which they believe to have souls. Christianity really had a profound effect on the worldview of the Sami, as they were not aware of the concept of organized religion, and many of their ancient practices were deemed as satanic by medieval priests who encountered them, including their beliefs in future-telling shamans called Noaidi. Such practices were common amongst shamanistic cultures in the Arctic and Siberia. The Sami spiritual practices are still unique among European Christian cultures, as most have almost completely abandoned their ancient ways, though the Sami still incorporate some of those elements in their way of life. The Sami languages are spoken by around 35,000 of the 70,000 ethnic population, and the languages, which there is not a clear number of due to there not being a clear line between dialect and language, are generally similar, though not always mutually intelligible. Though it is unclear what exactly the Proto-Uralic language that the Sami and other Uralic people spoke originally, the Sami language's closest relatives are usually considered to be Finnish and Estonian and other Baltic Finnic languages. Despite their languages not being quite as spoken today, they are still present within schools in their homelands, which encourage their use to revitalize them. The Sami have lived on the edge of Europe for their entire history, but despite this they have developed a culture with many unique traits, even in the modern day. Their language and culture are not closely resembled by any other ethnic group, and it is a rather interesting one that deserves more recognition. Thank you all for watching. We've finally reached 600 subscribers, so thank you all for your support as I climb towards 1,000. Please continue to like, subscribe, share, and hit the bell to never miss a new video from this channel. Again, watch out for that election special that'll be coming out in the next few weeks. Goodbye.
Okay, guys, so that was a little video about who the Sami people are. So the Sami people are native to Iceland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and even Estonia and Russia. So what I want you to do now is read through the transcript. Now, of course, I've sent you the link to the transcript, which you can view, or you can read it on the screen. So I'm just going to give you some time to read through this, and then we'll do some vocabulary games, and we'll go from there. All right, so I'm just going to pause the recording now whilst you read through. Okay, so now we've finished reading through the vocabulary bank and the transcript. What we're going to do is play some games so that we can learn the practical use of the vocabulary. So now we have an intransitive verb right here, which means grow. So can anybody tell me what that word might mean? We've got virtually, extinct, and originate.
Virtually.
Originate would be the right one. Well done. So the example is these languages originate from a common source. They all come from the same place, and you can trace them back to the same place. Okay, very good. So let's try another one now. Next question. All right, so this time we have an adjective, and the related word is proper. Proper. So that's not greatly helpful. Let's try a clue. So definition is having origin in a country locally. Having origin in a country or locality. And another word is native. Native.
Indigenous.
An indigenous person is a native person, someone who comes from a place. So an example here is the turkey is native to North and Central America. So the animal, the turkey, originally comes from Central America or North America. Right, now, the dodo. Here we have an adjective. The dodo is an bird. So this is a bird that is no longer around because all of them died or were killed.
Extinct.
Extinct. Yep, very good. So we've got a picture of a dinosaur there, and the definition is no longer existing as an animal species, or no longer, in the case with the Sami language, they were talking about languages being extinct. Now, we have an adverb meaning near. Not massively helpful. Almost. Is that better?
Virtually.
Virtually. Very good. We expected the restaurant to be busy, but we were surprised to find it virtually empty. So almost empty. Other words could be practically, or almost completely, or very nearly. And as mentioned before, virtually can also be used when we talk about doing things online, when it's very similar to real life, but it's not real life. So virtual reality is where you can look around as if you're there, but you're not really there. Okay, the adjective and a related word is sensitive. So let's try something a bit more helpful. We have free of mistakes or error.
Accurate.
So yes, when something does not have any mistakes, when you hit something on target, then it's accurate. It can also be when something is absolutely true. We would say it's accurate. So the newspaper published an accurate report of the event, meaning it was truthful and there was no mistakes. The opposite word there is inaccurate, and a similar word would be proper. Great job, you guys. Let's try another set of words. Okay, so now we have a noun, and the word that is related to it is exception. So an exception is something that doesn't follow the same rules as everything else. So let's try another one. That could
Isolation.
be. Yes, well done. So isolation is the act of setting apart, or the state of being apart from other things or people. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were told to isolate at home. So stay at home, don't mix with other people so that the disease doesn't spread. A similar word is solitary, which means on your own. And the example here is he was living in almost complete isolation in a cabin in the mountains. Here is a noun, and the noun is the collective human inhabitants of an area. So this means everybody living in an area, everyone who is there.
Population?
It's population. Very good. A similar word is people. So all of the people. So who can tell me what is the population of Vietnam? Question is, how many people live in Vietnam? I think it's about 98 million. So that's the population of Vietnam. And the example is he was elected by a large majority of the population. Very good. Next, we have a noun. Now, this is a variety of a language that is...
Dialect.
Dialect, very good. So a dialect is kind of similar to an accent, but a little different. And it's basically localized to a certain region or a social class of people, or maybe even an occupation, a job. So you might have a certain dialect when you speak, if you come from a certain place. All right, here's an example. When she moved to the North Country, it took some time to accustom herself to the dialect of English spoken there. So a North Country dialect is different to a West Country dialect. Right, citizen is the related word, and of course it's a noun. Citizen is someone who lives in a country. So what could it be?
Inhabitant.
Inhabitant. Yes, well done. Someone who permanently lives in a place is an inhabitant of that place. Excellent job, guys. We're doing well. Okay. Yep, fantastic. Great job. Now, do you notice? So right here, we have accuracy, which is 100%. So, okay, let's move on to a different game now. So what I'd like to do, because we're a little low on time, so what I want to do is try to use them in a sentence. So we've got accurate, dialect, indigenous, originated, population, and virtually. Sentence here is Buddhism and Hinduism, both in the Indian subcontinent. So what's the word? Any idea?
Originated.
Originated. Good job. They both came from the similar place. The contractor says the house is finished and we can move in next week.
Accurate.
Nope.
Virtually.
Virtually finished. Yep. So nearly finished. Virtually finished. Fantastic, guys. Now, these languages from a common source. So when we say a common source, we mean the same place. Almost like how maybe two rivers that are separate could come from the same place. Any ideas?
Originated.
Originated, yep. These are languages originated from a common source. So you can see we can use the words more than once in this game.
Excuse me, the choice of the word originated for the second.
Yeah, we can use originated twice. That's no problem. Because there's 10 to go through, there's only 6 words, so we have to use them more than once. So the people of Hawaii suffered illnesses brought by missionaries and other settlers.
Population?
Not the population, but that's a good guess. So we've got people here, which means population. So we wouldn't say the population people, because that's, you know, we're using the same word twice, basically. What group of people suffered because they were already in Hawaii, and then new people came to Hawaii, and they brought with them illnesses? Indigenous. Great stuff, guys. Well done. The indigenous people of Hawaii, the people who were first there. He was elected by a large majority of the...
Dialect?
No, not dialect, but a large majority. So it means most of the people. So what do we mean? What word can we use to fill that in? Most of the population. Very good, guys. Great job. Now, next one. His novel from stories about his own family. So this is someone who wrote stories, and he based them on his own life, on his own family. So the stories came from somewhere. What's the word, do you think?
Accurate?
No, not accurate. It's actually originated. Yeah, his novel originated from stories about his own family. That one's coming up a lot. When she moved to the North Country, it took her some time to accustom herself to the English spoken there.
Dialect.
The dialect of English. Very good. The Northern dialect. Very good. She gave an description of the suspect. So she described a person and didn't make any mistakes and described them well.
Accurate.
An accurate description of the suspect. Very, very good. The turkey is to North and Central America.
Originated?
No, you could say the turkey originated from North and Central America, but we actually have the preposition to and the verb is. So we need something else in there. The turkey is...
Dialect.
Not dialect, because turkeys don't talk, as far as I know. Indigenous, that's where it comes from. Very good. We expected the restaurant to be busy, but we were surprised to find it was almost empty.
Virtually.
Virtually empty. Great job, guys. You're learning this really well. Fantastic. So the dodo is an bird. Extinct. Can you say that? Extinct.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Extinct.
Good. The newspaper published an report of the event.
Isolation.
Not isolation. So an accurate, very good, an accurate report of the event. Yeah, very good. He was living in almost complete, in a cabin in the woods. So somebody who in isolation. Yeah. Yes, when you live alone, and yeah, it's impossible to enter the building without proper identification and clearance. So it's really hard to enter the building.
Virtually.
Virtually impossible. Yeah, it means it's nearly impossible. Overhunting nearly caused the American bison to become what?
Extinct.
Extinct. Yeah, very good. The famine devastated the country's people. Population. Fantastic, guys. You're learning very quickly. Excellent job. Send that off. 100% accurate. Great job, you guys. Okay, fantastic. So, let's just stop that there. Okay, hold on.
Some linguists predict that, within a century, around half of the languages spoken on Earth today will fall silent. According to UNESCO, approximately 40% of the estimated 7,000 languages spoken in the world are endangered. This means that they are at risk of disappearing within the next few generations due to various factors such as globalization, urbanization, and the dominance of major languages like English, Spanish, and Mandarin. The loss of these languages has far-reaching consequences, not only for the communities that speak them, but also for humanity as a whole. Language is the essence of human communication, a treasure trove of culture, and a vital component of our identity. It allows us to express our thoughts, emotions, and experiences, and serves as a bridge between generations. However, in today's rapidly globalizing world, many languages are on the brink of extinction, and with them, a wealth of cultural heritage is being lost forever. Whilst the prediction of UNESCO is likely an educated guess, it is not uncommon amongst linguists to hold such alarming beliefs. Kenneth L. Hale of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology wrote that of the many languages on which he had done fieldwork, no less than 8 had since passed into extinction. In 1990, it was found that 70 of the 90 surviving Aboriginal languages in Australia were no longer in common usage amongst native people. In the US, only 20 out of the 175 Native American languages remain in use, the rest being functionally extinct. Numerous specialists in linguistics lament the disappearance of uncommon languages for many reasons, not the least of which includes a level of scientific interest. Some fundamental queries in linguistics revolve around the boundaries of human speech, which are still not fully understood. Many scholars wish to determine which structural components of grammar and vocabulary, if any, are genuinely universal, and possibly therefore innate to the human brain.
Additionally, other researchers wish to attempt to decipher ancient migration patterns by examining borrowed words present in seemingly unrelated languages. In each case, having a broader range of languages to study increases the likelihood of obtaining accurate results. But why are so many languages in such rapid decline? Perhaps most prominently, we can point the finger at the influence of colonialism. The spread of major languages often comes at the expense of smaller indigenous languages. Colonial powers have historically promoted their languages in their colonies, leading to the marginalization and eventually disappearance of local languages. Another reason for the decline could, ironically, come from education and media. In many parts of the world, education is conducted primarily in a dominant language, which can lead to the neglect of minority languages. Similarly, the lack of representation of endangered languages in media contributes to their decline. Another factor may be the cultural assimilation experienced when people migrate from rural areas to cities in search of better opportunities. In their quest for better economic prospects, they often abandon their native languages in favour of more widely spoken languages. This shift is particularly evident in developing countries where urbanisation is rapid. In an increasingly globalised world, there is often pressure on minority groups to assimilate and adopt the dominant culture, which can include adopting the dominant language. In spite of this phenomenon being widely talked about in linguistic circles, the field of linguistics itself has had little impact on the preservation of native languages. You would think that there would be some organised response to this dire situation, some attempt to determine which language can be saved and which should be documented before they disappear, says Sarah G. Thomason, a linguist at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor. But there isn't any such effort organised in the profession. It is only recently that it has become fashionable enough to work on endangered languages. But for those living outside the realm of linguistics, what motive is there to preserve or document a dying language other than simple intrigue? The answer comes in many forms. First of all, each language carries a unique cultural heritage that cannot be replaced or recreated. The loss of a language means the loss of a rich cultural history, traditions and knowledge that have been passed down through generations. The words, "If the culture survives, then so too does the nation," can be found outside Prague's Kampa Museum, reminding us that the right to speak one's own language and celebrate one's own culture is a fundamental human right. The suppression or loss of a language can be seen as a violation of this right. Secondly, speaking and learning multiple languages can have cognitive benefits, such as improved memory, problem-solving skills, and creativity. By losing endangered languages, we are depriving future generations of these benefits. Linguistic diversity is an essential aspect of human life. The extinction of endangered languages would result in the loss of valuable linguistic information and knowledge that could help us better understand human language and communication, not to mention the loss of age-old knowledge that could help to further our own understanding of the world around us. But it's not all doom and gloom. There are promising indications that the field of linguistics is experiencing a positive shift. The Volkswagen Foundation, a German charity, has recently issued its second round of grants, totaling over $2 million. This funding has led to the creation of a multimedia archive at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics in the Netherlands, designed to store recordings, grammars, dictionaries, and other data related to endangered languages. To populate the archive, the Foundation has deployed field linguists to document languages such as Aweti, with approximately 100 speakers in Brazil, Iga, with around 300 speakers in Ivory Coast, Wayama, a few hundred speakers in East Timor, and several others at risk of extinction this century. The Ford Foundation has also entered this domain. Their contributions have revitalised a Master Apprentice programme initiated in 1992 by Leanne Hinton of Berkeley and Native Americans concerned about their imminent loss of about 50 indigenous languages in California. In this programme, fluent speakers receive $3,000 to teach their native tongue to a younger relative, who also receives a payment, through 360 hours of shared activities over 6 months. So far, approximately 5 teams have completed the program, preserving some knowledge of 25 languages. Although Hinton acknowledges that it's too early to declare language revitalization in California, their efforts contribute to prolonging the survival of these languages, allowing linguists more time to record and study them before they disappear. Amongst the ways to save dying languages, there are efforts to document them through recordings, dictionaries and syntaxes, which can help preserve them for future generations. Involving the communities that speak endangered languages in preservation efforts is crucial. This can be done through language classes, workshops, and community-based projects. Other efforts to preserve languages require governments and educational institutions to implement policies that promote and protect minority languages, such as offering bilingual education and incorporating endangered languages into the curriculum. Finally, spreading awareness about the importance of endangered languages and their unique cultural value can help garner support for preservation efforts. A recurring factor in the decline of languages is the collective uncertainty among speakers about the significance of linguistic loyalty. As they perceive their own language as inferior to the dominant one, individuals cease using it across various situations. Children often adopt this attitude and favour the majority language. This phenomenon is frequently unnoticed until people realise that their children never speak the language, even within the home. Linguistic experts generally agree that the solution to language extinction lies in promoting multilingualism. Even those without formal education can learn multiple languages, especially when introduced at a young age. In fact, many people worldwide speak more than one language, and in countries such as Cameroon, Papua New Guinea, and India, it is common to fluently speak 3 or 4 distinct languages and a few dialects as well. A significant challenge is overcoming the widespread prejudice in places like the United States, Canada, Australia, and Russia, where many consider speaking another language in public as immoral. Notably, these regions witness the vast disappearances of languages. To save endangered languages, the initial step involves encouraging the majority populations to accept and accommodate the unique voices of minority groups within their societies. Endangered languages are a testament to the richness and diversity of human culture. It is our responsibility to take action and ensure that these voices are not silenced. The loss of languages not only affects the communities that speak them, but also impoverishes humanity as a whole, as they embody unique cultural heritage and contribute to our understanding of human communication. To effectively save dying languages, it is crucial to involve the affected communities, promote multilingualism, and encourage governments and educational institutions to implement policies that protect and value minority languages. By raising awareness and taking action, we can ensure the survival of these linguistic treasures and enrich our collective cultural heritage. By promoting language preservation, we can safeguard our shared heritage and enrich the future.
Stax English, Essential IELTS Enrichment, focusing on cultural context. When writing, whether for academic purposes, essays, or even personal reflections, understanding and incorporating cultural context is vital. Cultural context enriches your writing, providing depth and clarity to your arguments. It helps readers to grasp the significance of your topic and fosters an emotional connection to the subject matter. Today, we will explore the importance of focusing on cultural context, particularly in the context of language preservation, drawing insights from our video about endangered languages. Cultural context refers to the social, historical and environmental framework in which a particular subject exists. It influences how people understand and interact with various topics. By acknowledging cultural context, writers can enhance understanding, develop empathy, and present nuanced arguments. Context helps readers comprehend the complexities surrounding a subject. For instance, discussing endangered languages is not merely about vocabulary, it's about the cultural identities and histories tied to those languages. By embedding cultural narratives, writers allow readers to connect emotionally. This connection can spur action or deepen interest in the topic. Addressing cultural dynamics allows for a more sophisticated perspective. It highlights the multifaceted nature of issues rather than presenting them in black and white. The video highlights colonialism as a key factor in the decline of indigenous languages. When writing about this, you could delve into how the imposition of colonial languages marginalized native languages. For example, colonial powers have historically promoted their languages, leading to the marginalization of local tongues, which often represent the history and heritage of indigenous peoples. This line shows a deeper understanding of history, culture, and the deleterious impact of colonialism on local languages. Language is intricately tied to identity, a point underscored in the article. When discussing language preservation, you could write, "Each language carries a unique cultural heritage that cannot be replaced. The loss of languages signifies not just the disappearance of words, but the erasure of entire histories and identities." This line recognizes the role of language not just in verbal and written communication, but also in the survivor of culture, identity, and history, expressing empathy and understanding of the gravity of the issue of language erasure. The role of education in language decline is significant, according to the video. You might express this by saying, in many regions, the dominance of major languages in educational systems fosters neglect of minority languages, stripping communities of their linguistic diversity and cultural expressions. Once again, this expresses a deeper understanding of how language erasure is happening today. You could also couple this line with an example of how, in many countries, such as Ireland, English has become the dominant language taught in schools, where Irish Gaelic is taught less frequently. The video emphasizes the importance of community-driven language preservation efforts. You could highlight this by writing, "Involving native speakers in language revitalization programs fosters a sense of ownership and pride, crucial for maintaining cultural identity. Effective documentation initiatives often stem from the communities themselves, enabling them to safeguard their linguistic heritage." This line offers a solution to the social issue of language erasure, along with an example of how this issue could be tackled. Finally, discussing the advantages of multilingualism brings attention to cultural richness. For instance, by losing endangered languages, we deny future generations not only the cognitive benefits associated with multilingualism, but also a deeper understanding of human communication rooted in diverse cultures. This text makes for a good conclusion, acknowledging the problems of language erasure, whilst espousing the myriad benefits of linguistical richness and diversity. Focusing on cultural context in writing can significantly enhance the impact of your arguments. By weaving in cultural narratives and contexts, you not only provide depth to your writing, but also create a more engaging and empathetic connection with your readers. The discussion of endangered languages illustrates how cultural context shapes our understanding of identity, history, and community, making it an essential tool for writers. As you approach your own writing projects, remember that culture matters. Embracing it can turn your writing from mere information into a powerful story. guys, so welcome to this section on the history of cup noodles. We're going to start by watching the video.
Why cup ramen is so popular worldwide. Explained in 3 minutes. Hi, I'm Sarah. I couldn't live without cup ramen. I wonder who invented it. Sarah's friend Toku is quite a gourmet and happy to explain. The history of instant noodles begins in Japan in 1958, when Momofuku Ando invented instant ramen. Momofuku was chairman of a credit association, but it failed, and he lost everything. It was just after the war. Food was scarce, and many were eating in the streets at ramen noodle stands. Momofuku saw a demand for ramen that anyone could make quickly. He conducted many experiments in his garden shed. Inspired by tempura, he eventually developed a method for frying noodles in hot oil. Put these noodles in a bowl, simply add hot water, and they're ready to eat. This was the first instant ramen. Instant ramen was a huge hit. Momofuku wanted to expand overseas, but there was a problem. People in many countries weren't used to eating from bowls with chopsticks. On a trip to America, he saw people putting his noodles in paper cups and eating them with forks. This gave him an idea. Noodles in their own cup, easy to eat with a fork too. 1971 saw the launch of the world's first cup ramen product, cup noodles. The cup has 3 functions: its packaging, cookware, and tableware. This was a truly revolutionary idea. His invention meant meals could be stored at room temperature and cooked anywhere just by adding hot water. Cup noodles and other cup ramen products quickly spread from Japan throughout the world. Cup ramen is now sold in over 80 countries and regions. In 2016, worldwide demand reached almost 20 billion. One reason cup ramen is so popular everywhere is that soup and seasoning can easily be changed to match local tastes. So, for example, German consumers love mushroom soup, and in Thailand, the favorite variety is Tom Yum Kun. But the key to making the tastiest cup ramen is adding the right amount of hot water and waiting for the correct time. No more, no less. Wait for exactly 3 minutes. Why? 3 minutes is just long enough to comfortably stimulate the appetite. And as they say, hunger is the best spice. Thanks to Toku, I now get the picture. But 3 minutes are almost up. Please, excuse me.
Okay, guys, so I'm going to give you some time now to read through the transcript. So again, if you've got the link there in the chat box, just go down to History of Cup Noodles and open up the transcript. Now you should be able to see that this is section 37. And then just read through the transcript, okay? And once we've all read through, I'll give us 5 minutes to read through, then we'll go through some of the vocabulary and some of the reading questions. Okay, so now that we've finished reading through, we have here the vocabulary bank with all of those words listed within and what they mean, and also some of their different forms, because some of these words can be nouns, verbs, adjectives, depending on the context. So what we're going to do now is open up the vocabulary bank and have that ready. And we're going to do some of these games. We're going to see if we can match up the vocabulary right here, okay? So just wait one moment. Okay, so let's have a look and see if we can match up these vocabulary words with these definitions. So let's start. The act or an instance of... Any ideas, guys? Let's try another one. Plan or mode of procedure. A way of doing something.
The way.
the way we do something. What do we think it is? Is it invention, method, invent, or chairman?
Method.
Method is right. Well done. Yep. So a method is just how we do something. It's how it is done. Next one. So a man or person who presides over a board, meeting, committee, or the like.
Chairman.
That's a chairman. Very good. The act or process of inventing.
Invention.
Invention. Yes, indeed. Yep. To make larger or more extensive.
Expand.
Is to expand. Yep, very good.
Expand.
To think of something, contrive something, or create something entirely new. So this time we need a verb rather than a noun. Let's try another one. An object or bundle that is packed, wrapped, or boxed. A parcel.
Tableware.
Not tableware. Someone said it just there. Package. Very good.
Package.
The next one, though, is the silverware, meaning knives, forks, spoons, glasses, plates, and the like, used for the dining table.
Tableware.
Tableware. Very good. Okay, let's go back to one of the old ones here. So to think of something, contrive or create. To make something completely new.
Invent.
Invent. Very good, guys. And the last one is the act or instance of basically the beginning of something is to launch. Yeah, to launch something. Okay, let's try some more. So in short supply or insufficient. When there's not enough of something. When there's not enough of something, what do we say it is? What's the adjective used to describe it? Scarce. Yep, very good. Scarce. So when something is scarce, it means there's not really enough to go around. Now, next one. To arouse feelings of exaltation in. So exaltation is sort of like a feeling of kind of like excitement, of more like it makes you want to go and do something, or or when you sort of praise something, when you admire something. Inspire is right. Well done. Very good. Inspire. Next one. To conduct or perform an something. To explore by trial and error. So this is when we say trial and error, it means trial. We try something and we find out if it works or not. If it doesn't work, that's an error. If it does work, success. So you try something in different ways to see what works and what doesn't. What's the name for this? We do them in science. Experiment. Very good. An experiment. Good. Happening without delay. Immediate. Something very quick.
Instant.
Instant. Very good. To request forcefully. So when you ask somebody, but you don't ask in a way where you really give them an option of saying no, you sort of say, you need to do this. What do we think that word is? You must do this now. Demand. Well done. Good. So next one, someone who appreciates and is knowledgeable about well-prepared food, fine wines, and things like that. Sorry? Yeah, now it's pronounced gourmet. Gourmet. You see this? So gourmet. Yeah. Very good. Next one, to be or become ineffective or unsuccessful, to be lacking in an attempt or in an effort. So when we don't do well at something, when we're not successful.
Fail.
Fail is right. Well done. Excellent job, guys. Fantastic. Let's try another one now. So in this game, we can learn some synonyms and some definitions. Okay, so let's have a look. We've got the word here. It's a noun, and the synonym is procedure. So a procedure is the way we do something.
Method.
Method is right. Well done. So you can see here the definition. It's a plan or mode of procedure or a way. Okay, we have a method, a way of doing something. And you can see the image here is a man seems to be sitting at some kind of table. Oh no, he's sitting, he's fixing a chair, and he has a certain way of doing it. He has a certain method. And the example here, the farmers eventually developed more efficient methods of growing crops. Great job. Next one, we have a similar word, which is request, but this is not a request. It's when we don't ask for something, we tell somebody we want something.
Demand.
Demand is right. Well done. A synonym is command, which sounds quite similar. The supervisor demanded that the employee work overtime until he completed the task. Very good. Next word is a noun, and a related word is yarn. Now, yarn is kind of like string, so that's not massively helpful. Let's see if we can find something else. Contrivance. So when we talk about a contrivance, that's a noun for something that has been created, something that has been contrived. And the definition, the act or process of inventing. Invention, very good. Well done, guys. Yep, an invention. Good. Now we have a verb, and the similar word is concoct. So when we concoct something, we sort of mix something together to make something new. So what do we think? Invent is right. A synonym would be mint, which is where we sort of the way we make coins. We mint coins. And it's basically, yeah, to think of or build or contrive or create something entirely new. The example, do you know who invented the steam engine? Fantastic work, guys, doing really well. Next word is a verb. She something in her efforts to raise funds for the project.
Failed. She failed.
She failed, and well done for using the past tense on that verb. Yeah, she failed in her efforts to raise money for the project. Very good. Excellent job, guys. We're doing really well. Let's buy some of these superpower things and move on. Now we have an adjective. Similar word is wanting. Wanting something. Okay, let's try a clue. An opposite word is abundant. Now, abundant means we have lots and lots and lots of something, more than we need. And this is the opposite. No, not demand. An antonym is an opposite word. So what's the opposite of having too much of something? Yes, yes, scarce, meaning not having enough, in short supply, insufficient, meager amount. Scarce medical supplies made it difficult for doctors to treat their patients. Okay, next one, we have a noun, and a similar word is China, but you'll notice that China doesn't have a capital C. So we're not talking about the country, but rather something that usually comes from, or was originally many years ago, created in China, which we then refer to as China. And the definition is the silverware, the glasses, the knives, the forks, the spoons, the chopsticks.
Tableware.
Tableware, very good. Yeah, fantastic work. All right, we have a verb now, and a similar word is carry. That's not hugely helpful, so let's take two of them away. and give ourselves a clue.
Like a page.
Increase is a synonym. It's not package. It's expand. So when something grows, when something increases, we have bulge. The school expanded its library last year and added more computers. Okay. Next word is a noun, and a similar word is kickoff. Kind of like at the beginning of a football game, you have the kickoff. It's the start of something, isn't it?
Launch. Launch.
Launch, yes, well done. The act or instance of the launch was successful. Fantastic job, guys. Okay, now we have a noun, and the synonym is chair. Let's have some clues.
Chairman.
It's a chairman. Yep, very good. Somebody who presides over a board or a meeting or a committee. Somebody who watches over something. They're in charge of it. Let's try another one. We'll buy a couple more of these powers. Okay, lovely. Right, okay. So let's try this one. So we have a verb this time, and the similar word is move. Any guesses straight away? Ooh, let's try this one. Oh, no, it's not that one. Let's try some clues. To arouse feelings of exaltation in somebody. To make them want to do something. Sorry? Inspire. Very good. The music of Bach and Mozart continues to inspire us, even after more than 200 years. Good. Next one, guys, we have a noun. He chooses to eat at the finest restaurants.
Gourmet.
Gourmet. Yep. So remember, this last bit of the word, M-E-T, is not pronounced met. It's pronounced may. Gourmet. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. A similar word might be connoisseur. Connoisseur. Somebody who is well versed and knows a lot about a certain food or a certain subject. Okay. I can't give you an response because I have to think about it. I have to think about the matter. Instant response. Very good. Similar words are fast, immediate, happening without delay, split second, sudden. Very good. All right, now we have a noun, and a related word is lot, which is not hugely helpful. So let's take some away and let's have a clue. Ooh, similar word, packet.
Package.
Package, yeah. A bundle. And here's our package. Right here, all wrapped up with string and brown paper. Fantastic. Now we have a verb. And remember, it's a verb test. So it's not the noun for a test that you would do like in a classroom or a driving test. It's test. We will test you. We will test this. So it's a verb this time. So,
Experiment.
Yeah, there we go. Experiment. We can't take these for granted. We must experiment. Now remember, experiment can be a verb, like we will experiment, or it can be a noun, experiment. We will do an experiment. Okay, great job, guys. Let's try filling in the blanks now. Okay, so new game. Let's try to fill in the correct form of the word and the correct word. So do you know who the steam engine invented? Fantastic. She, in her efforts to raise funds for the project, not expanded. Let's try another one. She, to see the manager.
Demand.
Okay, demanded. Yep, very good. Past tense. She demanded to see the manager. These companies are hoping to business in Asia.
And
Expand. Yep, very good. The local government, the withdrawal of all foreign troops from the region. So the government wants all the soldiers to go away. Demands. Well done. The local government demands the withdrawal of all foreign troops from the region. He has an exciting of teaching the guitar to young students.
Method.
Method, very good. The professor, a lot of work from her students. Remember, we can use the same words more than once.
Demands.
Demands, well done. The professor demands a lot of work from her students. Next one, that he be given an audience with the king. Not gourmet.
Demanded.
Demanded, well done. The farmers eventually developed more efficient of growing crops.
Methods.
Methods, very good. He chooses to eat only at the finest restaurants.
Gourmet.
Gourmet, very good, guys. Great job. All right, flying through it now. Okay, the mayor at the task of revitalizing the downtown area. Now, this means the mayor didn't do very well. Let's move on to another one. We can't take these things for granted. We must do what? What must we do?
Experiment.
Experiment, very good. I can't give you an response because I have to think about the matter.
Instant.
Instant, very good. Fruits and vegetables were during the war years. Scarce, very good. The was successful.
The experiment.
The experiment. Oh, it could be the experiment, it could be the launch, but I think it's the launch. Both of those could work. I think we're using experiment as a verb, so in this case it would be the launch, where it's a noun. The supervisor, that the employee worked overtime until he completed the task.
Demanded.
Demanded, yep, past tense, very good. Medical supplies made it difficult for doctors to treat their patients. Scarce, very good. The school, its library last year and added more computers.
Expanded.
Expanded, very good. Next one. That you give me a full refund. I want all of my money back.
Demand.
I demand, very good. The mayor at the task of failed. Yep, very good. Okay, guys, that's great. Now there is another set, but what I'd like to do instead is I'd like to do some of the reading. So, guys, make sure you have the transcript open and ready so that you can read through and answer these questions. Now, in the IELTS test, of course, they are in order, so you can start at the top and work your way down. So, Sarah's friend Taku, and happy to explain, is that knows a lot about food.
Knows a lot about food.
Very good, knows a lot about food. Great job. And is happy to explain. In 1958, Momofuku Ando invented ramen that could be cooked and eaten
Without chopsticks.
Doesn't say that though, does it? It says that it does say that they included a fork, but the idea wasn't to invent noodles that we don't need chopsticks for. The idea was to
Right
invent
away.
something that you could eat right away.
Right
Just,
away.
yes, just by adding hot water. Excellent job. Their food in the years after the war, and many were eating in the streets at ramen noodle stands. So is there wasn't many food? Wasn't much food? Wasn't much food, yeah, because it's food is an uncountable noun. So we say wasn't much. He eventually frying noodles in hot oil. Say that again, sorry. Found a way that involved frying noodles in hot oil. Very good. Next one. Instant ramen was it mildly popular, a great success, or unsuccessful?
A great success.
A great success, an instant hit. Well done. All right, Momofuku wanted to, but there was a problem. Did he want to sell ramen to people?
Ramen in other countries.
Yes, he wanted to sell ramen in other countries, overseas. Very good. People in many countries weren't eating from bowls with chopsticks.
Happy about.
It's not that they weren't happy about it. It's just that in other countries, like in America or in Europe, people are not used to eating from bowls with chopsticks. So what will we say? Is it sure about or accustomed to?
Accustomed to.
Accustomed to, yeah. Eating in bowls with chopsticks. Okay. On a trip to America, he saw people putting his noodles in and eating them with
Paper cups, forks.
Paper cups and forks. Well done. Fantastic. This gave him an idea. The idea was selling the noodles in a cup of their own, selling the noodles with a fork of their own, or selling the noodles without a paper cup or a fork.
With a fork of their own.
Now, the fork was actually added a bit later, but in the cup. The idea was to sell them in the cup, and they could be cooked in the cup and eaten from the cup as well. Okay. The cup has three functions. Is it A? It is used to package the noodles, it is used as a receptacle for cooking the noodles, and it is used as a vessel from which the noodles can be eaten. B is it is used to distribute the noodles, it is used as a receptacle for cooking the noodles, and it is used as a vessel from which the noodles can be thrown away. Or C, it is used to package the noodles, it is used as a receptacle for cooking the noodles, and it is used as a vessel which can be used as a coffee cup afterwards. So is that A, B, or C? Big mouthful. Any ideas? It's a lot to read through, I know. So if you look in the transcript, it's not B.
C.
It's not C, but it's A. It says it was used for packaging, cookware, and tableware. So you can use the cup as all three things. The creation of instant noodles meant that meals could be cooked with nothing more than room temperature water, cold water, or hot water.
Hot water.
Hot water, very good. They're stored at room temperature, but they're cooked with hot water. One reason cup ramen is so popular everywhere is that flavors can be added to match. It is easy to eat, or it comes with a free fork and a free cup.